Oh no.
Has been raided. How exciting. People want me to stop everything to talk to another streamer who wants to talk to me about taxes, which I don't want to talk to another streamer about because I already have a tax attorney in the state who's handling my taxes, and I know everything that's going on, and the guy will give me absolutely no advice that's any use. Just like earlier in the year, he wanted to give me advice on buying a car. Listen, Mr. Guru of life.
I'm just an adult, Phil. Oh no. Like, how are you paying thousands of dollars for a okay, it's all good. I mean, I don't care. I just think it'd be good content, homie. This one is longer.
Oh my god, I'm so excited that the stream has been rated. Alright, so now I've officially done it. I've officially paused the game. Keep in mind I'm recording this for people to watch on YouTube. I've paused the game. Oh my god. The stream has been rated. The stream has been rated. There you go. Okay, the stream has been rated. How exciting. People want me to stop everything to talk to another streamer who wants to talk to me about taxes, which I don't want to talk to another streamer about. Mr. Guru of life. Good for you that you're a life guru to your viewers. I don't need to be your next person to be a guru to. So if that's the purpose of your rating my stream, you can stop. Okay? If you just want people to come by and check out my stream for a legitimate reason, like, gee, come check out this other streamer who's playing a game and he's kind of cool.
How does this guy have 15,000 followers? I feel like this might be a botted Twitter account. I could be wrong, but I was kind of asking the same question too. But I was trying to find, like, I don't see why he would have a lot of followers. Unless maybe he follows people to get followed back and then unfollows them eventually. But, like, because this guy has, like, no YouTube channel or anything else. Like, I have no idea who this guy is or how he gets 20,000 Twitter followers. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Just said henceforth. Just said henceforth.
Tackled and taken care of. Now, today's review is for a new Taco Bell item. Taco Bell perpetually, always, and
Is it good?
this one is good. This one is.
Cheers, mate. We just saved ourselves like 10 minutes.
Damn, Daniel. Destiny ruins. Oh shit. Merry Christmas.
Nice haircut, buddy.
Hey, I took off my push to talk. No one's gonna come in my room. I locked the door, so
Yeah? You're
Fed
You're
and,
paying
you know,
attention
Chris,
100%?
you're not going to come in my room. Push to talk is off. I'm 100% ready to play League of Legends. So
Oh, cool. Alright,
try
that's
not to
awesome.
tilt this time, okay, buddy?
Okay, yeah, I'll try.
Last thing I want to do is tilt the fuck out of you.
Okay.
That's pretty.
Oh, well, thanks, buddy.
Oof, made
That's
me
good.
sweat a lot. You know what I mean? Alright.
Lily, I love you as a friend, and I love you as a League of Legends player, okay? I just want you to know that. You know that, right?
No, it's fine.
I just
no
want you to
push
acknowledge
talk.
that. Can you acknowledge that? Say yes, Steve,
No,
and I
no,
totally
I-
understand that
No,
you love me
I
as
just
a,
felt
as a
really
League of
bad.
Legends
Like
player.
I wish you told me. Like I had to hear it from secondhand clips. You know, I'm like, oh fuck, that feels pretty bad. You know,
Oh, my bad.
If I had known that, you know, I would have.
If only I had ever in the
thanks for the
past had a
giggles.
conversation with you about using your push to talk.
I don't-
But
I
I
don't
guess
think-
we
I
just,
don't
I
think
guess I
you
never,
know,
we
maybe
never had
not.
that conversation, did we?
I'm just.
Never in our lives have we ever talked about that, have we? Huh.
Oh my god. Alright. So, yeah, if I just say random things, or you hear my mouse click a lot, I'm sorry in advance.
Remember all those times I get really mad when I'm like, Lily, I hate hearing the sound of your
when
keyboard.
the
Can you
push to
turn it up?
talk is off.
Okay.
Gotta thank your loyal viewers for linking me that clip multiple times, Like, hey Lily, Dusty didn't want to tell you this on stream, but he's too tsundere to tell you himself. So here's the clip I, conveniently clipped for you, and so now you know. I'm like,
How you doing today, Lily? You having fun?
I guess I'm having. Now I can't like lie or anything because my push to talk is off, so I have to be honest.
Okay.
Sweats. Hey, Mr. Mooten, Merry Christmas. Well, Christmas is over, but
Happy
Merry
holidays.
Christmas
Okay,
anyway.
we're coming up on New
Happy
Year's, right?
holidays. Oof. All right. You good?
I've been good. Yeah, I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm excellent. No, they banned Zareth.
That's okay, buddy. There's plenty of
That's
other.
literally the only thing I play. They banned Zareth. Oh man, this sucks. All right, wait. All right, just forgot. Cause I just trying to get used to this. Like no push to talk. All right, whew, all right.
Here, you know what? Somebody actually gave a great idea.
Okay,
Somebody
what?
gave a great idea. What if you use push to mute? You ever thought of that?
How does that work on Discord?
I don't know, but I know you can make it work on Skype. I don't know if it works on Discord or not.
What, to ban Janet? Who banned Janet? Oh, I should have called Jana. Oh my gosh, it's like everything I play. Is Nami still good? Who synergizes the best with misfortune?
Anybody that can be aggressive. I just want to play aggressively, please. Nami can be
man.
aggressive, yes.
Nami can be aggressive, you're right. Alright, I'll try my best, buddy, okay?
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
Crystal, want to play and vitalize. Save. 7. Eerie, manifold, transcendence, scorch. Alright. Sorry, I'm muttering to myself. Forgot push to talk wasn't on. I'm trying to stop it. It's a bad habit. You can call me out if you want if it gets too annoying, okay?
Sure thing, dude.
Okay. I'm just wondering, like, if someone came into my room, right? What would you prefer? Like, should I just tell them?
Hey,
to get the fuck
Steven,
out?
I'm not going to be really paying attention to this game for the next, 2 or 3 minutes. Just play really far back and passively farm it out. Don't try to make any plays because you're going to get real mad when I'm just standing back here doing nothing because I'm not really watching the game. A message like that would be great, Lily.
All right, I'll do that next time.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me know.
Wait, are you not
I think it's-
streaming?
I'm not streaming. I think it's important to know, like, your laning partner's preferences.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
communication is
Thank
really
you.
open
Communication is the most important part of two people coming together and just creating a really beautiful laning phase. I agree. I agree, Lily. All too often, one person will just sit there, not really saying anything, being kind of awkward, and just letting the laning phase happen to them, which it really
You're
just doesn't
right.
work out well
I
for
should
either party.
really communicate more and talk
I agree.
more.
I agree.
I
Yeah.
think we'll have a higher percentage of win rate if
Definitely.
we actually do that.
For sure.
All right. I'm really inspired now, Steven.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, we'll all be on the same
Okay.
page. It'll be awesome. Okay.
We're on the same page,
Yeah.
the same chapters, the same book. All right. I'm just curious, what elos, Mr. Mooten?
I think we're mid plat right now. Same elo as the Smurf.
Oh, all right.
Wait, why?
No, just wondering.
Don't get cocky.
Oh, because of the coaching comment.
Yeah, just wondering.
Okay, we're going here. Okay. Wait, we're trying. We're playing to win this game, right? Is that what we're doing?
playing to win this
Okay.
game.
All right.
I am
Cool.
on the same line, same sentence, same word right now.
Do you ever play like single player like platformer? Would you ever play a game like Nier on stream or whatever?
I guess I'm not sure I like it, but I probably would just for the story and art and
Yeah,
stuff.
I think you
Music.
would. I'm not very far through, but I think you would like it. It's really cute.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. How much is it? Is it for PC?
I think it's a full cost game, yeah, $60 or whatever.
$60?
Sure you can
I think you can
handle
handle it, okay?
Summoner?
No, no, no. I'm just wondering how much it was. Oh, jeez, calm down.
Okay, we're gonna camp this bush right here. Looks like our jungle top are doing some shenaniganery. Vladimir is being a retard sitting on his turret like an idiot. They have jungle Eve. She'll probably start blue, right? Yeah, okay.
You've got
And then if
dangerous
Sivir and Ali come down here, we'll focus on the Sivir, okay? We need to be separated because Ali's gonna open with his pulve, and we don't want to both get pulled. If we both get pulled, we probably lose the fight, right?
Okay.
Okay. You don't have ignite.
But you didn't. You remember what I said about communication? You
That's
didn't
okay.
communicate
You're right.
that in
I
champ
didn't.
select.
You're right. My fault. You're totally correct. That's okay.
Sometimes when you talk really fast, right, and have like 5 sentences stringing together, my mind blinks out and I lose like 50% of that.
That's okay. I'm usually repeating a lot of what I'm saying anyway, so. Okay.
Okay, that's okay. Well, are we? Are
We're
we
just going on him,
bubbling
yeah. Okay. Keep poking this guy. Okay, we're switching to Sivir. Okay, not bad.
Ah!
No pain, no
I have bubbles, so.
Okay. Oh, got her.
Oh, that was really good cue. Wow.
Thanks. Try not to be so absorbed in my cues that you eat both ends of hers, okay?
I always
Don't let her auto anything for free. Sit up here and auto her if she does it. Look, look, look. Go, chase like the closest minion or whatever. Okay, whoa, but not past the minions. Whoa, not past the minions.
Okay, okay,
Not
okay,
past the
okay.
minions.
Oh boy,
You
I'm
don't have
getting
to go
nervous
past.
again.
You don't have to go past them. It's okay. Don't get nervous.
Hope it warms up for
Okay.
you, buddy.
Look, there
10
she is,
degrees
hitting that
here,
minion.
so I
Oh,
can Kind
nice.
of feel your pain. Have a great New Year, Dust to Senpai.
Thank you, buddy, for the donation. Yep, get up here. She's still level 1, so no spell shield. Oh,
No.
Almost. It's okay. If she has to use her spells to CS, then we're doing something right, okay?
That is true.
Okay.
You are right.
Do you have a ward for this?
I do
Okay.
now. I
Mine's
do.
up in 2, 1. I'll ward it. I'll ward it.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Ooh, she missed the cannon. I'm probably gonna focus on Ali. Sorry. Oh,
was
I
so
could have
close.
flashed for a kill there. Yeah. I did. Oh, we can kill him too. I healed. Nice bubble, Lily.
got
Good
it.
job.
Wow, communication is dreamwork. Teamwork. Something. It feels so
Teamwork
warm and
makes the
fuzzy
dream
every
work.
time you compliment me because it doesn't happen often.
Well, you know, maybe if you did things that were worthy of being complimented, I'd compliment you more.
Never mind. There it
Let's
is.
go.
There's
There we go.
the movie
That was
balances
really
the
good though.
positive.
I just like
waiting.
it when I do compliment you, you earned it, okay?
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Sure.
Destiny, that was because of no push to talk, by the way. Yeah, maybe. It might have been. Good point.
Just so you know, I saw that clip when I woke up, and I'm like, and I had a really long thought about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you imagine me, 8:15 or 20 a.m. after I drop off, time me at the vet, click the clip, just watch it, just sit at my computer desk and just really think, you know,
Were you really thinking?
about all our leaning phases
You were
together. Like,
you know,
was it
you're probably
all
like, you're
live?
probably
Was
like,
it
oh
all
my
live?
God,
So
Steven
just
sounds
tell
pretty
me.
mad. You were probably like, hold on,
Was it
Fed, one
all
sec. I'm gonna
live?
play this clip again, and I'm actually gonna pay attention this time.
No.
Is that what you were thinking?
Shut up.
Ooh.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Thanks. She didn't shield it. That was a misplay from her. Okay, we're gonna let this push towards us, and we're gonna keep. Look at that. Look at her having a Q. She missed the ranged anyway.
nothing but powder monkey.
Okay, we don't have to go that far because there's a lot of creepers here, right? I'll shave this a little. Nice try. I'm on MF right now. I'm backing up. Oh.
Oh, I thought we were gonna go. Never
Sorry.
mind. My
Yeah,
bad.
That's all good.
Set sail.
Okay. Do you want a super pro tip?
Okay, what?
Okay, so something that happens sometimes when we're doing the laning stuff I noticed is that like
Don't get
the enemy support will come in, they'll blow, hold on,
Oh, so
damage.
close.
They'll come in and they'll blow all of their like abilities and get us down to like half HP, and then you run away because you're really scared after getting half HP'd. But if they've used everything, we're actually like safe to just fucking let loose. So like in that circumstance, or in that situation where I said I was going on MF there, when that alley came in and you started backing off, that alley blew everything. They had nothing left. He'd already even used his individual stun on me, and then the Sivir was at like almost dead. Like if we would have just went in there, she would have died 100%.
Okay.
Just like something to keep
I shall keep that
I'm
in
killing
mind.
this red one.
May I have the last hit on this? Thank you very much. That was very kind of you, sir.
Watch this.
Oh my god!
The MFQ, they're so stupidly strong.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
That damage is insane.
not a problem.
Okay, it's an Infernal. We don't want to die. Nice. Wow. Very aggressive.
Hey, I tried!
Yep. If they ever come up again like that, we'll try to get Sivir. Do you think they're backing? Can you check?
Yeah, there.
Dangerous eyes.
What's back too?
Good job.
That was a good laning phase. You have twice Circeus! And a lot of... Oh my god, I love this sushi back thing. It's so cute. I want sushi. I haven't eaten. I want sushi. Oh my god, sushi sounds so good. Bloop, bloop. Oh yeah, Steven doesn't like sushi.
Sure you can handle me,
Ugh.
summoner.
It's like the one thing about him that bothers me sometimes.
Oh,
How
that's
can
the
someone-
only thing. Everything else you like totally like. That's so adorable.
But not that I like it, I
Thanks.
tolerate it.
No, that's fine. That's really.
No,
that
actually,
was like one of the
tolerating
nicest
and
things
liking
you've
are
ever
very
said.
different things.
That's like one of the
Steven.
nicest things you've ever said about me. Oh, he doesn't like sushi. That's like the only thing that is like really.
I
bothers me
never
about
said.
Steven.
I never said only thing.
It's all
I
good.
said one of the things.
That's really adorable.
Go fuck yourself.
That's adorbs. Have you ever heard that before?
Shut up. No, stop. Hello, fellow kids.
Oh, see our Big Daddy Wolf Boy?
Oh, what? Oh my god.
Interesting choice is made there. If we would have focused the alley, we would have killed him. But Warwick jumped ahead to the Sivir, so. I don't know. I thought he would have killed her too.
I love
It's all good. I think we got like all of their summoners though.
Yep.
Are they really still here? The Sivir must have backed. There's no way she's still here.
Thanks.
Okay, Echo coming down. We need to back. Oh, we're pretty dead. I don't know if I E heal there. I don't know if I got away from him. I don't think so.
Oh, oh, they're gonna get dragon, I think. Nope, no, nope.
Not a problem.
She had her ult still? Yeah, I don't even know what her ult does. I thought about dropping my E on top of me and then healing to try to run, but I don't know if... Yeah, I don't think I would have gone away. Nice job-ish. Run to that Drake. Run to that Drake, Lily. Run to that Drake.
I'm running.
Does our top have TP? No.
Running. Oh, it's gone.
Do you think I can do it, Lily? Do you think I'm really good?
Oh my gosh.
If I do
am
this.
so impressed if you did this. You would be the best person on earth. I would be like... Oh no. Wait. Wait.
Speed me up.
I don't want. I
Yeah, you almost stole it. Do you think Eve is hiding in here? Nah. It would too late, right? Okay, we tried. We need to farm a lot of kills in our lane, okay? Because our Vlad is having a rough time.
Okay. Oh, I'm too bored.
You have dangerous eyes. I like that. Step 2.
Oh my god, that damage.
Nice job, dude. Good.
Oh
Exhaust
my
on her.
God.
Yeah. I think he's probably gonna kill me.
No, run, run, run.
Do you have a heal for me if I come back? Nice.
I flashed for that.
This guy's gonna kill me.
No! That was so close.
Should've
Oh,
kept
now Vlad's gonna die from
going.
this.
Yeah, our mid is.
Oh my god, Vladimir. Come on,
You know what
got
his ult
this.
does?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe not. Okay.
Well, his ult wasn't up.
No, the Echo's ult. He walked back into the shadow.
Set sail.
Oh man, that Echo's fed. Echo's the only one who's fed though. Echo. Echo.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay, I'm gonna keep this frozen back here for perpetually. So this is gonna be really boring. We can't push
Okay.
out. I don't want to feed that Eve anymore. If we see Eve on the map, we can push forward.
Not a problem.
Is Tammy okay? What's wrong with her?
Oh, she got spayed.
Oh, okay.
I've got a feeling about it.
So she's like resting now. She's under anesthesia still. She has the cone on her. So I want to like watch over her. Not do anything.
I'm gonna E her and we're probably gonna go, okay? You ready?
Yes.
Hold on.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I'll tell you before I run.
I always shoot first.
Fuck. Do you have a heal for me? Thanks.
Set sail.
We haven't seen Eve in a while. Wait.
It's in the bush. But I don't.
Am I dead? Okay, I have to back. Never mind. Fuck. Oh shit. She is here. Ah, my bad, dude. I should have backed. This is so rough.
The
Ah,
rebels
shit.
have used a droid to get the capital ship to light speed jump
Ouch.
through Snoke's ship instead of just doing a retarded suicide run. Star Wars spoilers, by the way.
Excuse me.
Do you need to back right now? I really want to get this
No.
turret if we can. Okay. This way? We're gonna try to kill her because fuck her. But maybe not. We'll see. Eve was mid. She's gone now. Okay, let's just go back. Do you think we can get this?
You've got dangerous. I like that.
Hey, 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 do you see her? Do you think we can just kill her? Wait, she can go through us? My bad. I don't know how the character works. I thought that if they're like near you, that it reveals them. Does it not?
I don't know.
Hold on. She gets alerted before you see her, even if you're in a bush?
Step 2.
Nice bubble. Get ready for that shit. Don't know! A little late on the exhaust. It's okay. Just. Holy shit, this team is fucking trash. Oh my god. All we have to do is siege the turrets. It's okay. If they ever like diving, like spam ping back. I should have spam ping more. That's my bad too.
I've got a good feeling about this. I know what I'm doing. Don't get cocky.
We should probably play around this. Oh, a bubble here. We'll kill him. I don't know.
I
We're pretty
can't.
low. Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. Okay, just back up.
What? Hopefully that's what this can.
I feel like I'm getting a lot of these games lately where like we crush the fuck out of my lane and then I just lose because the rest of the team is like hot trash. I don't understand. Like the Riven is not even doing that bad. It just feels really dumb. I'm not sure. I don't know. This is really annoying.
Help. Oh.
We might have to go top.
can handle me, summoner.
Well, Evelyn's there somewhere.
Not a problem.
Riven's gonna run bot side. Echo's not even gonna be there anymore. Oh, and I'm gonna die maybe.
Oh my gosh, how do you save?
No, you can't do anything.
Oh man.
You've got dangerous eyes. I know what I'm doing.
Oh my
know.
god. So, game's not looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I get a good feeling about this.
I wanna play Zara.
Yep.
Don't get
At least you did well in win, buddy.
Yeah. I think like people like Twitch or Tristana are more fun to play. I don't like MF falls off pretty hard late game, so like once we get like really far ahead mid game, like we have to do stuff. But like if people aren't grouping, then you just die, you just lose.
We can win this one. Okay. Never mind. We got one. Woohoo! I'm scared of Evelyn. Oh, here she is.
Wait, what are you doing? Oh.
He has no ult. Oh, it's so painful.
Yeah, Zaya's pretty good late game too. I don't know what our win rate is anymore though. Tristana is so much fun though late game. Like if you get retards like this Riven on your team that just want to go AFK farm all day, I'll go AFK farm on Tristana. That's fine because I'll come back at like 40 minutes, you know, with 6 items and like can solo carry games with people like Tristana, but not with MF. With MF, like we had a massive lead in the mid game. Like we just needed to group and capitalize on it, but people just want to run out, or the Riven wants to just run off and go farm because she's gonna be like a solo queue hero or some shit.
not a problem.
But Riven isn't the type of champ that can do that, I don't think. But I don't know.
His fortune is the highest one, right? Still.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
Ezreal, Twitch, Vayne,
Yeah,
Call.
Twitch is another champ that's like really good. Like game.
Jinx and Xayah are still up there.
Jinx.
Draven's kind of not there.
I think Raven is less than 50, that's why I don't play him now.
Dangerous eyes. I like that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They just dove at me.
The fun begins.
I don't know if Vayne can like solo carry games like him, I'm not sure. Vayne's range is just kind of scary. The cloak mechanic is nice, but...
Wait, what did you say? You don't know if what?
I don't know like if a late game Vayne can like solo carry games.
She's really good late game though.
Yeah, well she's like probably one of the best duelists. I like Tristana and Twitch because they can keep range, which is like the most important thing when like, because sometimes the enemy will have like auto kill champs, like if you're fighting like a Malphite or... Nice try, fuck, I should have died there. I'm running away. But yeah, Tristana and Twitch are really good because they can keep so much range between them.
Don't get cocky.
Yeah, and Vayne should never really be killing like entire teams of people unless they're like really fucked. Whereas Tristana legitimately can, I think. Warwick bottom, that might be...
Are they doing this? Oh, no, not there.
You have a bubble for him? If you catch him in a bubble, you're a literal god. Oh, you are a literal god.
Oh.
Good job.
Nice, good job. Everyone's here somewhere.
We should go for this.
Yay! I just... Fuck, I'm dead.
Nice bubble, dude.
I'm not dead. Whew!
Did we lose somebody? Riven is there.
Here somewhere.
Okay, we have to back. I don't...
I
We should
can't.
have left. My bad.
He's gonna go off that wall. Oh. Oh man. Oh man, not the entire team. They're not gonna kill anyone. I think they're just gonna die. Unless, well, actually... Oh my gosh, this is so... Ugh. What?
Your turret has been destroyed. Set sail.
Okay.
I know what I'm doing. summoner.
Yeah, I feel like the MF builds fall off late game too. Like, I'm not sure how good having all this lethality helps me, as opposed to like conventional AD carry crit builds. Oh shit. Holy baits! Why? Why would he do that?
Oh my god.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm retiring MF, okay? We're just gonna play Tristana games. Fuck this shit. I don't like being at the mercy of like my team like late game for whether or not they want to group and do stuff. So I'd rather just play a champion that can carry the late game.
Sure thing, buddy. Woohoo. Ready?
Yeah. 1 second.
So what champion are you gonna play then?
We're gonna play Tristana.
Tristana?
That's what we're gonna do, yeah.
Alright. Tristana.
I don't think Jinx is as good late game as Tristana is. Tristana's escape is really valuable late game, and she's got longer range, I think, than Jinx does by the time she reaches level 15. Twitch is good, but Twitch can be team reliant as well in lane. Like if the enemy team aren't boosted fucking monsters and they see you're playing Twitch, if they camp you or some shit, it can be a lot harder to avoid dying. Whereas with Tristana, you've got like a really good escape too. Why not Vayne? Listen, this is basically what I want, okay? If I crush my fucking lane, I want to feel like I can carry the game. I don't feel like that can happen on MF or Ezreal. I think it can happen on Twitch or Tristana. Like, if a Tristana comes out of lane, like, fucking 4-0 with perfect CS, like, that's like somebody that can kill every single person on the enemy team. Like, it's insane. Arguably, Vayne could too, sure, but Tristana can do it safer, I think. Good job,
What the
buddy.
What?
Wait, was that you?
No?
Did you see who it was?
No, it's probably like Abe or someone, I don't remember.
Oh, 'cause this is your Discord, never mind, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Would you like to go to your Discord?
No, it's okay.
Alright, just, you know, I want you to be comfortable.
Don't worry, buddy. I'm not triggered yet.
Okay.
Once a vandal gunner, always a vandal gunner.
Wow, all these emotes and all it took was my Amazon Prime sub. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. In the late game though, Dusty? Show me, can you look it up by Oh, weird.
Hmm?
What? What, Lily?
You said, well, weird, so I thought I... Wait, what?
Somebody linked me a picture of you.
Oh. Why?
I'm just kidding.
What?
What?
I don't get it, what are you talking about? Oh, you followed one less person than yesterday. Congratulations.
Wait, really?
Well, it says you were following 44 people, not 43, so...
Oh shit, who got unfollowed? Did somebody get banned or delete an account? Or ghost unfollow me?
I don't stalk you that much.
Well, I mean, you know that I followed one less person. Like, that's a pretty significant amount of stalking.
Wait, it's... No, because you never
yep.
follow more than, like,
Okay, yeah.
people max. Like, no, you're, like, notorious for...
Well, who got
Oh, you're-
unfollowed? Now I'm really curious.
I don't know! I just know that... It just looks different. Oh my god, way to make it weird.
Well, I'm really curious, like, who I'm not following now. That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I just noticed.
Does anybody know if somebody that I'm following on Twitter got banned from Twitch or something?
It went from 44 to 43. You know they can like make you unfollow them, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like the ghosts where like they block you and unblock so that you
And then unblock you, yeah.
Minions have spawned.
I was forged to destroy, and you are in my way. A craftsman never
Oh, did we unfollow Hafo? Did we really? I might have. That might be the one.
Why?
I don't know, because she didn't tweet things that are relevant. Can you add billions? Right to arms, can you add billions to the automute list? Never mind, I'll do it. Alright, let's go. In front of me. Or get ready to shield, we gotta go.
Wait, I'm not support. I'm not support.
Oh, you're right, my bad. Okay.
Let me get in there.
Why? Because it's another game that people ask me like every day if I'm gonna play it, and I'm never playing this game. I don't know why I get asked if I'm playing this game, or what led
Did you
people
reach
to...
your Undertale fund yet?
What?
Did you reach your Undertale fund?
Not yet. I'll probably reach it before I finish. I'm near them. What the fuck?
Is this an act or are you really lacking this much self-awareness? Why do you blame teammates with half your deaths for games you lose?
I don't know, dude.
Sometimes outnumbered, never outdone.
Jenna, I need you to come up here and be a brave memer. Holy shit. Okay, nice one.
Walking tall. I just need a
Ah.
Nice job, dude. Not bad. Okay, good job. Tell Lily to play beefy support. Lily is playing mid right now. Range supports are fine. You just have to be really aggressive in lane.
Also, Janna is pretty good.
Yeah, Jenna can be really aggressive if played correctly, yeah.
I heard some people go like max W comment Janna. Yeah, never mind.
Why did you flash there instead of using W? Probably because I was out of mana lost for. And flash doesn't require mana.
I just need a point in the right direction.
Nah, your W was up with enough mana? Take me a screenshot. If my W wasn't up, I'm perm banning you. Somebody screenshot it. Oh my god. That Nami just wrecked me. Holy shit.
Oh, what? That reached? I'm sad.
Bring on the bad guys.
Nice try, buddy.
Here comes the food. Where's the helmet? That looks cool.
Oh, it had like just come up. Alright.
Orders are more like guidelines, really.
Oh, are you streaming right now?
No, what?
Okay, nothing. It's fucking annoying. I want to host somebody.
Do you always do that when you?
Yeah, it's just so irritating.
like,
Like
fuck
a
it.
chat full of fucking people. It's like so irritating. Holy shit. I hate streaming this game.
Why do you do it then?
I don't know. It makes me wonder. I wonder sometimes.
Oh. Guys, be nice to Steven so he keeps streaming. I went on the chat. I see Destiny is very handsome. Nice. That's a good one. You're also 2-1. That's really good.
Thanks, buddy.
Great play, Destiny. I like your haircut, Destiny. Nice. Someone says they like the way your mouth moves when you pronounce S.
Wow, thanks.
That's here. I don't have any left on the bed at the moment. Oh god. Alright. No! Nice, good job.
I just need a point in the right direction.
That's Tomia. Ah,
Hey, I found Zen.
yeah, I know. Oh my god!
I'm
So
sorry.
annoying.
He's just a really good player. He played that really well, my dude.
I think I was gonna go the other. Did you just spam ping me after all the compliments I gave you?
Well, because I
Feels
thought you were
bad.
because they were fake. I don't like fake compliments ever. Okay.
They're not fake
They
compliments.
were fake compliments.
I was reading them from the Twitch chat. Are you saying no, not Twitch chat? Your
Yes.
Destiny chat
Yeah.
thing. Are you saying those are fake compliments? Your loyal viewers? I don't think they would lie to you. I think they love you. See, someone says you are a great AD carry player. Good job.
You don't hurt him if you don't hit him. Watching our backs.
Should I just say who's pinging?
Someone says he couldn't have played that better. Oh man, these compliments. They're so nice. Your viewers are so nice, man. You should treasure them.
Lily, do you believe in me right now?
I believe in you.
I'm about
I
to play
always
some
believe in
boosted
you.
shit, okay?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Get in my way.
Lily,
Yes.
it's time. Are you ready?
Yes. You're gonna do amazing. Wow, you're very ballsy.
Thanks.
Let me get in there.
Jenna, no. Why are you running away from the turret? You want to kill it? Oh, okay.
You might wanna Woof. That was close. Oh, great job. You were really aggressive that play.
Thanks, I tried.
I could really learn from you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you keep streaming now?
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. So fucking obnoxious.
Wait, what?
Wanna see the fire?
Okay. Try, guys.
Walking tall. Cannon fire.
Wait, I just gotta know. Was it really obnoxious? Am I gonna clip later when you mute your mic and rant your stream by yourself? Just be honest with me, okay?
I've never muted my mic to rant on my stream. Can you chill?
Okay, I'm just
It was
wondering.
after you'd already left, okay?
Okay, alright. Okay, just making sure.
Ally has been slain.
A bandle gunner never turns tail. Unless it's to taunt. Follow. You don't hurt him if you don't hit him. Orders are more like guidelines, Riz.
An ally has been slain.
Sorry. Careful of that. Wow. Really nice play, Steven.
Where did that Zed go?
I don't know.
I dare get it.
That was really good, Steven. Good job.
Thanks, Lily. I love it
Got
when you
the
talk to me
tower?
like that. Oh yeah,
We
keep
got-
being condescending. Oh my god, it's so cool.
I'm not being condescending. I'm trying to give genuine compliments. That was
Thanks.
actually really good. You're doing a really good. You're fine with the
Thanks.
mechanic team right now.
Thanks, Lily.
Okay. Oh my god. Wait,
Thank
what?
you.
Do
I
you
said
not?
thank
do you
you.
never? Do you never believe it when I compliment you?
Sometimes I do.
Sometimes I'm actually being serious, and that was one of those times. Like you'll know if I'm not being serious. Okay.
Okay.
Can you say you believe me? You're not gonna like say like, oh my god, Lily with her fake ass compliments when I leave the Discord, right? I'm just like really paranoid now, but
I hope you kill yourself.
I
Oh
have
my
trust
god.
issues, Steven. Alright, okay, whew. Back on the game. My head's in the game.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
I had a tough laning phase.
I only sub every month because I have a hard time accepting the sunk cost fallacy.
Well, thanks, my dude. I'm glad for your irrational thinking.
What?
A guy subscribed to me.
Okay. Oh!
You're doing it, Lily.
I can't.
Are you okay?
Oh my god! Skull crap. Okay. Whew. Oh, I'm so hungry.
Where's the action?
Hungry for kills? Ooh. I'm sorry. These just sometimes feel really loopy for no reason.
Are you okay, buddy?
Am I okay? Can I have this?
I mean, you sat there and walked by it like 7 times and didn't eat it. So I thought maybe you didn't want it.
that's why I asked you. Loopy.
Oh, let's help the people.
Alright, let's help our people. I don't know, that's funny. That's really not that funny. Are we gonna... Am I... Hiya! Oh man, that was really bad. I'm really... But sometimes your best isn't good enough.
Well then. You're so brave!
I have Zanya's. I'm okay.
Okay, what about in here? Am I dead? Nope. Are you dead?
Oh man, that was some wild adventuring there. Woohoo! I am out. Seems they are going for the dragon. It looks like they're going for the I'm so hungry. Oh my god, I start rambling when I'm hungry. You know when you get hungry, your fingers turn really cold and numb? Has that ever happened to you? Oh jeez.
Oh jeez, Rick!
Oh jeez, did you get the kill? Oh my god, good job, Steven. Really excellent team. And you're gonna get the turn. Holy shit, I should to duo with you every time because I just get handed free wins. Gosh.
Please stop. Oh my god. Now I know you're not being sincere. Stop. You lied. You lied. Earlier you said you were being sincere.
Wait,
know
no, I'm being... No, earlier I said sometimes I'm being sincere and that was times. I never said this time was being sincere, right?
Okay.
I'm really hungry. I can't feel my fingertips. Oh, okay. Alright. Woo. I have... Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I have frozen... I'm so excited for that because it's like 3 minutes and it's like BAM! A complete meal.
For what?
Actually, frozen dinners. Like, you know, when you... I mean, microwave it for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't even have to cook. There's no mess, no cleanup. I use plastic too, so there are no dishes to do either. It's really good. I can't feel my fingers. It's actually so cold in my room. Oh my gosh, is it cold in Omaha?
Yeah, it's very cold here. You don't even know what cold means. Fuck off. You live in Santa Monica. It is like it's literally like
Jersey. I
it's
know
4 degrees. It's 4 degrees outside right now. Okay.
No, it's really. I live in the basement, Steven. It's cold. It's like the coldest room in the house.
You don't even have real basements there. Your basement is on grade or whatever level.
I don't like it when you trivialize my problems. Okay. And you just jumped in for no reason. I don't know why you did that.
What? I killed the Kazakhs. What do you mean for no reason?
You're doing a really good job. I don't know. I was trying the negging thing with me.
Oh. Well, thanks for negging me, I guess.
No problem. I was trying to subscribe to the red
Oh my god, no! Don't let him! Ew.
Oh! Wow, we. Oh no. Alright. That's quite unfortunate. Okay, I think we have overstayed our welcome. Let's. Oh no, we definitely overstayed our welcome. We have overstayed our welcome. Let us go back. I can't kill them. I have no items. Look at my items. But it's okay. I just got 2 kills out of that. I'm gonna feast on the champions. Yes. Oh, I'm so hungry. Has that ever happened to you? Your fingertips going numb? Your fingers?
Yeah, mine are a little right now because it's very cold down here. Yeah.
Oh, is it snowing there?
Yeah, it did earlier.
Man, I wish it snowed here. I miss snow the most.
Oh my god, what am I doing? Throwing?
Do you remember when you were trying to tell me about Omaha? and you were like, yeah, down the neighbor or something, there's a cornfield, and you go and pick corn, and I believe you.
Oh yeah, and you believed it all because you literally think I live in a fucking cornfield?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
I mean, before you, I've never heard of Omaha. Okay, I don't know anyone from. Well, where do you live? Idaho? Yeah. Nebraska, right? It's
Yeah,
Nebraska.
Nebraska, that's right.
All right. Cornfields. I don't know. That was really cute. Like, oh man, Steven, you feel like eating some fresh popcorn, so you go to your neighbor's cornfield.
Can you just kill this guy?
I can't. He's too far. He's really.
Okay, what about... I don't know what our team is doing.
There are a lot of people here, Steven.
Okay.
I know you're
Just follow me,
brave.
follow me. Be brave,
I'm going
be
to
brave.
go with you. I'm being brave right now. I'm being so brave right now.
Okay.
Okay, there's like a very fine line between brave and stupidity, right?
Good job, dude.
Why'd you tell me good job?
Because you quoted something. Good job.
I don't know. I kind of just thought of that.
I'm going in. Wish me luck.
It's an actual, but I don't think you should go in on the.
Yeah, I tried. Thanks.
You.
I believe for a brief moment in time.
Ooh, wowee!
An ally has been slain.
Oh man, that's
Enemy killing spree.
it's really bad. That's pretty bad. Don't know.
Where's a helmet?
Someone in your chat asked me if I'm high. I'm not high. I'm high on life. Oh
Good job, dude. Wow.
my god.
Good meme, dude. You're just full of great memes tonight, aren't you? You're like a little meme gift basket.
Little meme what? What?
A
what?
little meme
Gremlin?
gift basket.
Goblin? I'm sorry.
Wow, why you gotta assume the worst?
Because that's what you usually call me. It's okay. I don't mind anymore. At first it was like, do I really like it when Steven calls me a three-fingered gremlin who can't do anything right? But you know, I think it's your way of complimenting, to be honest, at this point.
Okay.
Are you alive, buddy?
Yeah, I'm very alive.
Okay. That's good. You should be alive. You're the team carry. You know what rhymes with team carry? Jim carry. That doesn't. Whoa! Oh, good job getting that last hit. Alright. What do we do? I feel like we're just like walking around doing nothing. You know that part of the game where you just walk around and do nothing?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, buddy.
Yeah, I never know what to do then, because I go out. Always like, what do I do? Do I just keep farming or.
I don't know if we're gonna get this.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we got it.
There was no way I was gonna live that. Live that. Live that.
Good job, buddy.
Wow, thanks, Steven.
No problem, dude.
I don't know if that was only 2 people got buried off that, right? Oh, but Gangplank! This Gangplank is like so good.
Is he?
He got the turret.
Okay.
Okay, maybe not. Is he gonna make it? He's gonna make it. Oh my gosh.
I think he's gonna make it, my dude.
Wow. He made it. That's amazing.
What a trooper.
Indeed.
Bring on the bad guys.
Ah, so cold. I wonder if my dog's okay.
I'm going in, dude.
Oh no.
I'm going in, dude.
Tried shooting my puddle drops.
I'm going in on that Zed.
Last time you went and you died. Oh my gosh. You're so brave. You're so brave.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Just kidding. My bad.
But
We weren't all there, I don't think.
Stop.
Yeah, we need all 5 people to go. Yeah.
I think you should stay in the back and just pew pew and win us the game.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, fuck, now my foot's asleep. I'm losing feeling in my feet now. It's so cold.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You ever go outside and lay down on the snow and make snow angels?
Not when it's fucking 3 degrees outside.
It's 3 degrees?
Yeah.
I don't remember what that's like. I think it's like 30, 40, 50 degrees here? I don't know. It's so cold though.
Walking tall. Get in my way.
Your turret has been destroyed. Rampage.
Let's get this party started.
Ah, so close. I'm gonna die! Am I gonna die?
Nope. Just kidding.
I should have done it. That was my bad.
We got 2 inhibs, okay? That's all that matters.
You're right.
An ally
Oh
has
no,
been
croissant. Steven, do you ever like call your friends and be like, yo, let's hang out and go out and
No, I don't have real life friends, okay? I just play video games all day.
oh. Are you all most of your friends online?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. But you met Mr. Mooten in real life, so technically a real life friend.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
But he doesn't like live near me, so we don't do things very often.
I don't think you live near anyone, to be fair.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I moved to Cali, because there was nothing in New Jersey.
Yeah, not many people in esports seem to be East Coast dudes.
Party started.
Hmm.
A vandal gunner never turns tail. Unless it's to taunt you.
Let's see.
Are you okay, Zara?
I'm fine. Gonna push mid. Actually, maybe not Zed is here. Zed can kill
Yeah.
me. I'm gonna go with the team. I'm gonna go move with the team. Zed is probably making his way here.
Oh, cool, it's Seb.
Oh no!
enemy.
Well, their base is getting wrecked.
Enemy.
Oh, we actually got it. Nice!
What do we got? Oh, wow, nice job.
That's called losing team fights, but winning objectives.
Nice job. Go minions. Wow, we got 2 turrets.
That's completely worth. God, I don't like Zed. Do you like Zeds? I don't like Zeds.
Where's the action?
Do you see yourself living in Omaha for the rest of your life?
I don't know. I mean, it's easy to travel anywhere. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it much. It's just hard to move because it's so cheap to live here.
If you could live anywhere though, where would it be?
Seattle.
Oh, yeah. Seattle's nice. Too expensive, but nice. are we doing? Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
I think we can just win the game now. Yeah. Time to pad your KDA.
Good job,
Good
dude.
job.
Wow.
Woohoo! We won! And you carried!
I'm sure you can
You should
afford
carry.
to. Yeah. I'm sure you can afford to live in Seattle, even if your place obviously wouldn't be as nice. Yeah, but I mean, like, if I just want to save as much money as possible, it's gonna be more expensive to live there. Good job.
Do
You
you
stayed
actually
real
plan
cool.
on living in Seattle?
Do I what?
Do you actually plan on living in Seattle eventually?
Oh, I don't know. I've just been there 2 or 3 times, and it's like the prettiest area that I've seen. And it's got a good balance of like city life versus not being like super ass fucky like LA traffic and shit.
You know what Seattle's also known for?
What, rain?
Coffee.
Oh yeah, Starbucks is there, right?
I meant like actual coffee. Alright. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you give me 3 minutes to microwave?
Yeah, go for it, dude. Have fun.
I'm really sorry. I can't.
Nope,
I'm really.
that's okay. I forgive you, okay? I forgive you.
Thank you very much. I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead, buddy. Be careful. God, I just can't stand fucking playing with her. Holy shit, she's just so fucking annoying. Wait, are you still here?
You know, sometimes you Sennheiser headphones, the
Yeah.
sound leaks through, and I can
Oh,
hear
man, that's
it,
really
everything
weird.
when you're
Oh, yeah.
when you're saying
Oh,
things
my
really
bad.
loud. I mean,
Oh.
if I'm really annoying, you could just tell it to me. You know, you don't need to like wait till I go. Okay, I appreciate it if you tell
Yeah,
me
my
to.
bad. I was just kidding. My bad. Go ahead, dude.
Okay,
Go get your food. Good luck. Yeah.
I'll be right back. Can you promise me you won't shit talk me when I'm gone,
I
though?
promise.
Promise me.
Okay.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
bye.
be careful. So, not safe for work. Wow, that girl was really good at being a boxer. Thank you for that link. Okay, I have Chaos Dragon. Is this guy gonna be fucking awesome, or am I gonna be massively disappointed, guys? What time will the watch giveaway be? Oh, hey guys! Wow! Did you guys know that if you go to woodwatches.com/destiny, woodwatches.com/destiny, you can sign up to win a watch tonight with a Destiny GG engraving on the fucking box. Can you believe it? Check that shit out. Why does everybody keep saying, can you really get banned just for porn sounds on your computer? Even if I don't show anything? Has that ever happened to anybody in all the history of Twitch? I've never heard of that happening before. Is this where everybody says yes without actually linking it ever happening to somebody? Okay, thanks guys. What's that noise? Oh, it's this website. You ever thought that because of the things you talk about on stream, we probably can't get a regular job? Why the fuck would I get a regular job? When I could just beg people on the internet for money.
Here's her money.
Thanks, buddy. Are we doing Nier later tonight? Yeah, so I'm probably gonna play 1 or 2 more games with Lolly, however long she has. And then we will do the watch giveaway, and then I will probably do an hour and a half of the bio lecture. We'll listen to the next part, and then something. Oh, and then Nier, yeah, to round out the night. Or PUBG with Bunny if she wants to. How many lectures are there? I think it's like 23. It's like a semester's worth of intro to bio, I think. I'm gonna take that as a no. Wait, take what as a no? Is there a way to criticize your gameplay without getting banned? Yeah, I don't know. Lots of people manage to do it. The things that irritate... Okay, here's a quick rundown. The things that irritate me are just when people say things that are really obviously fucking retarded, okay? So, like, in that situation where, like, I had my W up, like, it's pretty obvious what happened, right? Like, my W literally came up, like, halfway, like, right into, like, that precise moment. So when you type something in chat, like, Destiny, why didn't you W? Like, you should probably just fucking kill yourself. Like, it's pretty obvious that it was a mistake. Like, there was no reason not to W there. But the obvious thing is that, like, oh, well, he's in the middle of a fight. He's not sitting here fucking shoving his finger up his ass watching a video game stream like I am. So maybe he didn't notice that at that very precise moment in time, his cooldown came up, right? Like, that's the obvious thing. Then any well-adjusted, non-autistic, like, suicide recommended person would come, but would like the conclusion that you would come to. But when you, like, ask, like, really fucking retarded questions, like, Destiny, why did you jump into the tower and die? Like, it's like, okay, well, just fucking get banned or whatever. Like, it's just fucking retarded. It's just irritating to read shit like that. It's just annoying. Because there is no, like, what am I, like, the only answer is ever, it was a mistake. But, like, you should know that. It's very obvious that that's the only, like answer to give. So it's just, like, hearing the questions asked is really annoying. What's up, buddy?
I agree with you.
Thanks.
I think it's just easier for stream viewers to, like, say everything in hindsight. I should mute my mic when I'm eating, right?
No, it's fine. Or we can wait until you're finished eating, and then do you think you'll be done eating before we're into the game?
Yes.
Okay.
These frozen dinners, they always look appealing on the box. When you microwave it, not so much, you know?
Yeah, they usually tend to look a little bit different. Have you thought about controlling tilt better? I'm asking this as a poker player where controlling it is very important and it can have drastic effects on one's win rate. Sure, but like the type of tilt that you deal with is completely, totally different than mine. Like it's very easy for me to play a game and not get tilted. The problem is playing it while a million other people that are infinitely worse than you are watching and like making like obvious hindsight moves. Like, are you a professional poker player? Can you imagine being like in an insane fucking hand where you got like some 3-4 bet shit going on like pre-flop and for like a million different reasons you've got this guy like down to like a range. You've got like odds calculated. You're like, I think that like, you know, like normally I wouldn't do like king queen here, but like it's really fucking good and you've got all these reasons, and then you call and the guy like flips over like kings or aces or some shit, and then your whole chat of like people that couldn't even beat like fucking like 5 cent 10 cent are like screaming at you like, why did you go all in, like or even people that do it after the card falls, like people like where you're like on like the turn or some shit and you've got it like the odds are like 95-5 and he's looking for a 2-outer or some shit, and then he hits it on the river and your chat explodes. They're like, oh, why did you go all in, so risky, so stupid. Like that there's a difference between like dealing with tilt in game, which is pretty easy. It's pretty easy to like play a game and not get like super ultra like aspect. It's different when there are like a million people that are infinitely worse than you who are ultra criticizing every move you do. Like it's much more difficult to handle. I mean, I should get a better handle on it. It's a problem. Like I agree with that, but it's really, really, really hard to do. Holy shit.
On another note, they took Zareth. So sad.
You can do it, buddy.
Thanks for bringing me.
Thanks, Pudgy.
I'll donate $1 for every kill you get this game, but we'll remove $1 for every death. Try hard, my dude.
What could you do while dealing with tilt while staying live? Oh, probably just not reading chat at all would be the best thing. There was a long time ago where I tried it actually for a little bit, just shutting off that monitor and focusing on the game, which is really, really hard to do. Because I built all of my stuff is built around being like really interactive, so like it's very contrary to how I normally stream.
It's so much more relaxing playing League when you're not streaming.
Yeah, holy shit.
That's why I'm not streaming right now. Oh shit, Barry.
In the same example, I would imagine the poker player would explain his actions to attempt to educate the people that couldn't beat 5 cent, 10 cent players. Also, I don't like the retarded fucking notion that worse people can't be correct about anything to do with your play. That's like, but that's the thing. Like, the thing is that like half the criticism is retarded. Like, for instance, like the last game, I made a really aggressive play bot lane when Nami blew her sums to W into the Jinx to kill her because I knew they had nothing up, right? But and I think people like some people like sarcastically say, like, oh, good job, or whatever, nice kill or whatever, right? Because I had already been tilted. But like if I would have died there, right? Then the chat would have exploded. Like, why are you Wing for it? So stupid. So aggressive. What an idiot. Blah blah. Like anytime you fuck up, people say that. But like when you are aggressive in a correct way, like people don't say anything, right? It's just like just the failures, and you get this like huge hindsight autism that's like so fucking stupid. Holy shit. And it's just really annoying. Like, there is no poker player on the fucking planet, or maybe Negrano, because he seems like a happy dude that doesn't give a fuck. Like, could you imagine, like, Never mind, dude. I don't know. It's hard to explain if you haven't been a streamer too. Like this idea that you could calmly deal with every single person in chat that is like saying like, oh no, well the poker player would just calmly explain to every single spurging autistic fucking downy idiot dumb fuck retard why his move was actually okay or what he was going for. He would just do that over and 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 over again every single day. When silver players say that he made literal dog shit moves as he is a professional poker player, he would calmly explain to them why their analysis was somewhat incorrect and then explain his rationale for doing what he did. Like, no, dude, I don't buy that. Sorry.
Oh my god. That was intense. Wow.
Thanks, buddy. How does I'm a Cutie Pie do it? Does I'm a Cutie Pie read his chat? I could be wrong, does he? Does
question.
Yeah, what's up?
What's
Oh.
with your Twitter profile picture?
Oh, somebody just photoshopped the picture. I thought it was funny, sorry. Kept it.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk about that comic. Ooh.
I forgot about that already.
Wait, so what did you, do you
I just
remember?
wanted to know what you thought of it.
Yeah, but do you remember like the, generally, oh, good feed, dude, feed that, babe.
Hold on.
Oh, she died too, cool. I'm probably dead too, aren't I? Oh, never mind.
No, I don't think you did.
The, did you have like personal feelings on it? Like, had you personally dealt with some of that stuff before or no?
I don't remember what it was about, I'll be honest.
It was about basically splitting up house chores.
Oh, I don't know, it just seems like something Steven would like to talk about.
Wait, so that was your whole thing of reading that comic. The only thing that went through your mind is, wow, I bet Steven would like to talk about this?
Yeah, kinda. I wonder what he...
Oh, because from the way that you phrased it, you made it sound like you had a strong opinion on it.
I don't.
Oh, well, okay, never mind.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
God.
Winners don't die.
I don't know my W now. Okay. Wow.
Let's get this party started.
What comic was it? It was basically a comic that had to do with, the author was mad because sometimes men ask, what can I help with when it comes to house chores? And they were saying that it's not fair to ask somebody who does all the house chores what you should do to help, because you need to take the initiative, because you're basically extra stressing the person out, and that you're not only asking them like to do house chores, but you're also asking them for direction on how to do house chores or something. I don't know, it's not like that. Can you link the comic? It's really long, like way longer than it needs to be. What's wrong with it? It makes sense. The way that I view house chores should be split up between it should probably be done. Oh shit! What are you doing, Lulu? What are you doing, Vane?
He saved the Lulu.
What kind of autism? So greedy. Can I solo? Oh, please.
Bring on the bad guys.
The issue that I took with the comic is it was making it sound like it was like a man-female divide, but I don't think it was a men-woman divide. I think it's a works a conventional job and then works like home job divide. Like if you're somebody that, households are supposed to be viewed as teamwork, and a lot of people don't understand that. Or a lot of people have very poor understanding of that. Ooh, nice try, buddy. So like the idea that like, I don't know, I'm not sure. I would never split house chores with somebody if I was earning 100% of the income for the household. I would feel like that would be their deal. Like, I mean, I would do basic things. Like, I wouldn't be like throwing garbage all over the fucking house like an idiot. You know, like, I make the money or some shit like that. But like, splitting house chores in almost any regard with somebody, if I'm making 100% of the income for the house, seems, I don't know, I'm not sure.
Let me get in there.
if you are an at-home mom, aka a leech, then don't fucking complain while your man is working. Yeah, so that's the kind of autistic shit I'm talking about, where people don't view households as teams. The only reason that you as a man are able to work while also having a family is because the woman is sacrificing her career in order to stay home and work. Like, that's a really huge sacrifice. And there's a reason why men don't often make it, is because you're getting rid of the best years of your life to sit at home and be a fucking caretaker. It's a massive detriment to your career. Oh, I'm coming mid. Ooh, shit. I'm gonna suicide here, okay?
You sure about that? Oh no.
You're gonna make it, Lily.
Oh no, oh no. Nope. Right.
Can I go? I'm going. Look, here's another play I'm not gonna get credit for in chat. I just got fucking 3 summoners there. From a really aggressive play, because I saw Vayne bot and I took a gamble on the Kazakhs not being there. Maybe it wasn't good, actually. I'm not sure. It might not have been, because I didn't know where the Kazakhs was. But you know what, dude? I just popped so much shit. Everybody can suck a fucking dick. Or not Kazakhs, Udyr. Utter. Nice job. Yeah, what's up?
Mm-hmm.
I think she went out to hang out with a friend. They're watching a movie. Why? What's up?
Oh. Okay.
Unstoppable.
No, you got him.
Yeah, she'll be back later. No, like probably like in an hour or two. Something you made? What, like in Minecraft? Yeah, I'll come up when I'm done with this game and you can show me, okay? Okay. Okay. Wait, what? It's a surprise? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll come up and look when I'm done with this game, okay? Playing this little guy right here. Yeah, League of Legends, yeah.
So cute.
You don't love this game. You've never played it before.
It's so cute.
You tried it? Really? When you were 4? Wow, that was a long time ago. You won? Good job.
I actually beat up the crystal.
You beat up the crystal?
Yeah.
What is the crystal?
That beat up the enemy's face on its dead, and it ever destroyed it.
Oh. How old is he? 6?
6 years
Already
old, yeah.
better that week than Steven.
Who are you?
Her name is Lily Pichu.
Hi, Nathan.
Hi. How do you know my name?
Oh, Steven told me.
Really, Steven?
Yep, I really.
Yeah, Steven, really?
Do you see my cute face by Steven?
You're right there. There you go. I don't know if she has the stream on.
Do you have like that window on?
The window? It's the stream.
Do you have the stream on?
No, I don't think she does.
Nope, I have it on. I see him.
Yeah, okay, she can see it.
Ah, he's so cute.
That bad.
Yeah, take that, Steven.
Unless it's just
Ah.
I'm playing Fun Nights at Freddy's.
Oh,
I ever played Five Nights at Freddy's? Oh, my bad.
okay. Five Nights at Freddy? It's too scary.
She said it's too scary.
No.
Nathan, please spin your dad's chair around. It's fun.
He said, please spin your dad's chair around.
Good job, Steven.
Thanks.
No, not Aaron. It's just a win.
Just the wind, okay.
In the basement, and technically my dad works underground.
I work underground?
Yeah, because he works in the basement.
Is that how that works? Why did I jump in here? I don't even know why I did it. It's so stupid. Okay, can you go upstairs and then I'll come up and look at your thing in a little bit? 6 and 0, 7. Yeah, you can talk to him later, okay?
He's so cute.
These are my cookies. You can have
Oh
one. Here.
no. I can't. That went through. That went through. It's very unfortunate.
I dare you to dare me.
So,
Yeah,
what
what's
did
up?
Nathan want?
What?
What did he want?
I think he, built something in Minecraft that he wants me to see.
Do you ever play Minecraft with him?
Yeah, we used to.
It's so wholesome. By the way, I like your haircut.
Thanks, dude.
I just saw it.
Destiny, do you plan on teaching Nathan logic?
Winners don't.
Save your W! Jesus Christ! Lulu players! If you play Lulu, your W is your most important ability in the whole history of the universe. Don't fucking waste it on random speed-ups. Oh my god, I don't know why Lulus do this. It's like a really common thing.
Not wholesome anymore.
It's not good. I see them wasted all the. It's like it's probably the best support, like short cooldown support ability in the game.
Oh.
Is Lulu's W, and sometimes they just like throw it on you like randomly. It's like holy shit. Oh my god.
Oh, you're so brave. Oh, you're so brave.
Lily, hey, you can come up here and cast spells.
I know, I know.
Okay.
Oh.
It's okay. Shh, we're fine.
I'm going.
Ribbon is
Fire.
behind us. Be careful.
That ribbon won't be living anymore. No, no. She flashed. She flashed the master.
It's alright, it's Ribbon. She can't solo carry like us. She's a fucking piece of shit. As long as we don't feed and everybody stays chill, we can win this game, okay? I
What if
promise.
it's a box?
Doesn't matter.
Smurf.
Don't duck.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
She can just hop over the wall.
Feels like a waste of effort.
Yeah, it might
No.
be.
Oh!
Oh my god. Big mistakes. Big mistakes have been made. Wow, that was so bad.
Mistakes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The whole enemy team was there. Not good. No.
Bum bum bum. Oh, I wanna watch Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't know. The Shyvana might just have not had a lot of Shyvana experience. Not sure. Or they're just having a rough game. Our Shyvana and top are fucking worthless this game.
Scar says Siobhan is one of the easiest junglers to learn.
Well, not when you're in fucking plaid. I think we're losing Baron off of that. That was a really big
Slurp,
throw.
slurp, slurp, slurp. Bloop, 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 bloop. Not with the power of
Okay, good luck.
friendship.
Yeah,
I need.
show me.
I need something. Oh god.
Nice.
I tried. Okay. I tried. Well.
What are you watching? I hear my voice in the background. Stop.
He pushed you off Minecraft. Oh, that's so cute. Oh man, what a demonic laughter though. Can't Storvin. Oh. Fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh! How is she so strong?
Probably because she's like 11 and 0.
Oh no.
Yeah, run off that tower, Nasus. Was her all down at least, or no?
Yeah. She's very strong.
Yeah, she
Oh.
is.
Be careful, Stephen Bonnell. Wait. Bonnell. 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 Blubelly.
It's not that funny.
If it's not funny, why am I laughing? Oh, checkmate.
Oh,
Blubelly.
nice.
Blubelly. Oh no. Oh my gosh, she's so fat. What? This is not good.
Yeah.
This is really not good.
The Death Head Dragon probably cost us the game. Or it's costing us this inhib at least, I don't know.
I literally.
Oh wow,
God.
nice. We might save the inhib.
Yeah, wait. Whew.
Orders are more like guidelines, really.
Ah! I got too greedy. Shouldn't have been there. I should not have been there. Thank you, guys. Oh, nice, good job. Oh,
Okay. Why, the flash after? He missed.
that Lulu needs to blub blub a little harder. How come you still have Christmas emotes when it's past Christmas?
Sometimes we just like to be perpetually in the holiday spirit, Lily.
Oh, okay. I get that. our Christmas tree that we set up in this house. Our lease is up like sometime next year, but we all know that tree is not going down till we move.
Nice. Well, at least
And
it'll
the
be ready
lights,
for
too.
next Christmas. Or whoever lives there next Christmas, right?
Maybe. They're winter emotes. Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. Alright. You should keep the holiday blub blub. It's my favorite one. It's really cute. Almost makes you want to type in your chat.
Oh.
And then I get intimidated. Oh no, Shyvana! Alright.
Bring on the battle.
Does he have a lot of armor?
There's nothing intimidating. Sometimes you guys seem really friendly, but sometimes it's pretty intimidating.
Oh my god, if you cut that ribbon, it would be so big.
Oh, I can't. She does so much freaking.
I shouldn't have jumped in, dude. My bad. I think she's too fed, dude. It's fucking over. Ah, the feet at Dragon like lost us the whole game, I think. We running into that.
Well, at the very least, she doesn't get the pentacle. Oh my god. This is
Destiny
pretty
smile,
difficult.
it's been a whole year of sub club. Cheers, my dude.
Yeah, Riven got way too fed.
Yeah.
Oh well. Alright, done.
It's up to you.
I thought I had to go upstairs.
Yeah, I'll go look at his thing. Do you want to kill another, or are you done?
No, I'm down to I'm down to keep.
Alright, hold on, give me a minute or two, one sec.
Mm-hmm. I'll entertain your chat, don't worry.
Thanks, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Alright, chat. It's just you and me. I think. Is he gone yet?
Nope, not yet.
Fuck. Alright.
Forgetting God is not religion, but a spiritual bond. And Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran. They bombed innocent people, trying to murder Saddam. When you gave them those chemical weapons to go to war with Iran, this is the information that they hold back from Peter Jennings. Cause Condoleezza Rice is just a new age Sally Hemings. I break it down with critical language and spiritual anguish. The Judas I hang with, the guilt of betraying Christ, who murdered him, stole his religion, and painted him white. Translated in psychologically tainted philosophy, conservative political right-wing ideology, glued together sloppily the blasphemy of a nation. Got my back to the wall cause I'm facing assassination. Guantanamo Bay, federal incarceration. How could this be? The land of the free, home of the brave, indigenous holocaust, and the home of the slaves. Corporate America, dancing offbeat to the rhythm. You really think this country never sponsored terrorism? Human rights violations, we continue the saga. El Salvador and the Contras in Nicaragua. And on top of that, you still want to take me to prison just cause I won't trade humanity.
What are you doing?
Listen, I'm just checking my mobile game, okay? Oh yeah, then I ban people every now and then.
I just see you banning people.
It's like to ban people sometimes. Makes me feel better about myself, right?
Oh, alright.
Wow, thanks, Pudgy Pants.
Here you go, buddy. Good game.
Alright, I'll be back 1 second.
Okay. Alright, chat. It's just you and me and you. alone in Steven's stream, it's time to talk about certain things. It's been bothering me recently about the stream. Alright, listen up. That blub blub emote is really cute. You guys should use it more often. Please notice me, it will make me so happy. I've noticed. I hope you have a great day and a great night. Well, I don't know how great your night is if you're watching. But you know what? I hope you have a great life in general, okay? The blue blue memo is my favorite. I hope you... Aw, Twitch chat's all using. That's so cute. Alright, that's cute. Twitch chat's okay, alright. Whew. That's all I have to say. I don't know what to say. Talking to the left speaker and then the right. I'm on the left now. And now I'm on the right. Does it even make any difference? I don't think it makes a difference.
Memes rip.
I will be watching you if you actually streamed. It's like 6 p.m. already, and I have some friends coming over later, so because I have to give them Christmas gifts. So that's why I'm not streaming. I can't keep track of chat at the same time. We are alive. We exist. Sometimes I read Twitch chat. I just don't respond to you guys because I don't know. Some of you scare me. Like some me. Alright, never mind. Destiny's chat's a little bit nicer, so that's why I stick around there a little bit more. What are my thoughts on Bad Bunny? I don't know her at all, so there's that. I'll sub if you play Nier. Oh, that's cute. Okay, I was gonna play Nier eventually. I'm just scared I won't beat it. I'm not very good at video games. I'm sure you guys can tell by watching. Feels bad, man. Well, it's... you say mean thing. Oh my gosh, you think after like 6-7 years of doing this I get used to the mean things, but sometimes some of them hurt. Anyway. Play on very hard like Steven? No thank you. I watched Steven play a little bit and then my head started to really hurt, so I had to turn off his stream. Isn't very hard like one hit you're dead? No, I'm not into that. I play on the easiest possible settings so I can enjoy the story and the voice acting and the music. Yep. My favorite game outside of League. This is gonna sound really lame, but I really like Tetris Attack and Pokemon Puzzle League and just Tetris Attack games in general. And my dream is one day they'll remake it and make it like updated and stuff and really cool. I don't know, it's never gonna happen, but that's... yeah. I like Hearthstone lately though. Please read this message. Hi Uber Spy. Okay. What is the minimum height before you consider dating guys? As long as they are heavier than me and they are taller than me, I don't care. Post Tamiko, no thank you. I'm gonna leave her alone. You've never played anything on the hardest difficulty? I've played Pokemon Puzzle League on difficulty. Puyo Puyo Tetris, I've had that. That's the old like magical girl Tetris Attack, right? Yeah, that shit was awesome. I love it. How did I meet Destiny? Taiwan. Well, I met him in Seattle like 3 years ago in Washington. I don't know, he kind of ignored me. But whatever. And then we met again in Taiwan this year. We just started talking because there was no one else there and it was really boring. So it's not like I wanted to hang out with him or anything. It's just literally there was no one else to hang out with. And then like later I'm like, hey, let's play League together sometimes. He's like, yeah, sure, buddy. And then at first he seemed really nice. And then he got more and more bully. But yeah. How heavy am I? Oh, I gained a little bit of weight. I'm 110 pounds right now. Did I have a nice Christmas? I did actually. I had a really nice Christmas. It made me really thankful for everything I have. Okay, I'm not gonna get too mushy right now. Please, whatever you do, don't read this message. And if you don't read this message, tell us that you didn't read it. Okay, Vapox, I didn't read it. Okay. How cute of a girl is Box Fox? I think Box Fox is prettier than me. Feels bad, man. Alright. Fuck, you're heavier than me? Oh my god, no. I wanna be 105. I'm 5'3.5". I think that's pretty normal weight for my height. Come on, 5'3.5", 110 pounds? Okay. It's because you're his friend now, that's why Destiny jokes. I honestly, like, none of his jokes offend me. I have to tell this to my fans, like, every day. Guys, I'm fine. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. It's just Steven being Steven. Right? Do you ever play with Wild Diana? Diana? I don't know how to... I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Not often, but I would like to. I'm down to play with her. She seems really sweet. I'm 5'4" and 100 pounds. Oh, I want to be 100 pounds. Okay. You're a woman? What? 5'3" is like completely average for Asian girls, I think, right? Anyway. Boop, 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 boop. That's called Stockholm Syndrome. Are you saying my friendship with Steven is Stockholm Syndrome? I don't think so. I like to believe I have free will. Good thing he's not here to debate me on that. Oh, alright. When am I gonna give in to my YouTube subscribers and ditch Destiny? I hate it when people are like, Lily, you shouldn't play with this person. They're so mean to you. You don't deserve that. Like, as if I can't decide for myself. Like, I absolutely despise that so much. So I'd rather continue being friends with Steven than give in to shit like that. I don't know. It makes me really, like, upset. But, yeah. Have I heard the Manlet song? I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. You were objectively wrong. Well, you know what? No. Oh my god, is he back? Yeah, I hear it. I hear it.
What's up, buddy?
I don't know. Alright, cool. Hi!
How's it going?
I'm doing great. Do you want me to support this game?
Do whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy, my dude.
Winning makes me happy.
Okay.
Add me on. Like, oh, I thought I added you, Mr. Mooten. Okay, I'll add you again, okay? Is his name? His name's just Mr. Mooten, right? I swear to god I had Mr. Mooten. Mr. Mooten. Okay, request sent. If you get a request from Stay Comfy, okay? Can you give my good friend Rosewood 18 a shout out? He's going through a hard time right now and it mean the world to him. Okay. Hi, Rosewood 18. I hope things get better for you. Mr. Mooten has his own email. That's so cute. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's him, right?
Yeah,
that's adorable. So. Oh my god, you guys are really cute. That's so cute. I'm away from my PC, so I haven't seen. Okay, well I sent a friend request. You'll see it when you log in, I guess. Okay. Whew. Zara. Hi Vexer. Please don't kill yourself. Be really sad. Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe I can play Zoe. Oh, it's not Mr. Moon? I thought it was him, I'm sorry. I thought... Okay, okay, the emote is so tiny, like I can't tell. I'm sorry, Mr. Moon. The emote's really cute. My buddy Wing Neostar 15. Isn't that Steven's old username? Pretty sure it's Steven's old username.
Once a Vandal Gunner, always a Vandal Gunner.
Wait, I don't play Janna if you're playing. Where's Janna? Where's Janna? Janna. Here it is. What's a wholesome rainy day game to play? I heard To the Moon 2 is out. I wanted to stream that. I played the first one and I cried like... I just bawled. I don't know. It's really sad. I recommend To the Moon though.
Wow.
It's a RPG maker sort of game. It's really good though. I really like emotional games. I like things that make me cry and feel... To the Moon's OST was really good too. Oh, it was so good. Oh, I still need to finish Life is Cold. Someone just asked, have you tried Life is Strange? I played both games. Well, I haven't done episode 3 on the prequel yet, but I want to stream that too, so I haven't played it. The Manlet song? What? I'll listen to this later. You're gonna like Nier a lot? Yeah, I heard. I'm gonna play on the easiest difficulty. Oh, thank you, Backfire. That is so nice of you to say. Have I ever played a Hat in Time? Nope, I've never heard of that. What is that? It sounds like something I would like. Hat in Time. Oh, I've heard of this. I heard really good things about this. I'm just very wary of platformers because I'm really bad at platformers. Have I played Persona 5? Like half of it, yeah. I didn't finish it though. Actually, Hat in Time seems really cute. I'm gonna put that on my list. It seems super cute. The art is adorable. The aesthetics speak to me. Have I played Steins Gate? I watched the anime. It was okay. Passive exile. Never. Have I played StarCraft? No, I actually never played StarCraft. When I was in Korea, though, I used to see it on TV a lot, like esports. So I thought that was really cool back then. Favorite song from Life is Strange? I don't know. They all sound like hippie indie guitar thingy-majings. Anyway, to the game we go. Steven, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. Are you sure you don't sound okay?
Some guy wants to debate tomorrow and I fucking hate this guy.
Then why don't you say no?
Because I can't.
Wait, why can't you say no?
It's a really important topic that everybody's talking about, and if I back out, it's gonna make me look like a huge pussy. Fuck!
Oh god.
This is not good.
Yeah, I don't like this. Let's just go back. Who is the debate with?
Some kind called JF. It's Quebec. Oh god, I hate this guy, Lily.
Wait, what's the subject matter that's so important?
On whether or not the differences in IQs between black people and white people can be attributed to genetics or environment.
What the heck? That sounds a little,
Basically, it's the idea that black people are stupid because of their genes.
That
and, yeah.
sounds really racist.
But the guy himself is like, he like, just plays word games all the time.
Wait, so he's arguing that they're genetically intellectually inferior?
Yeah, probably,
really?
Probably, yeah.
What? People like that exist. What? Oh, sorry. That's true. Wait, it's like, how do you even debate with people like that? Like, they're just... Like, everyone knows they're wrong, right?
Well, how do you know? It's a very, very, very contested topic.
Watch this.
Oh, sorry. I can always run away really good, right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. If it looks like I'm
I should say that.
overextending, it's probably because I'm setting up to jump away. Sorry. I'll try to communicate that. The jungler might early gank us because they know my flash is down too. Because I used to doing that early gank, just a heads up.
Welcome to the Weird Zone, Destiny. This is every time my fam asks why I was reading intelligence textbooks
I
as a
want to
teen.
trade W maxing. Jana.
What's up? Did you really? Wow, good job.
What do you do? What do you do?
He changed his league skin by himself. Oh, God. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, please don't jump on my chair. Hold on, I'm trying to concentrate.
I'm scared, Dad.
Yeah, well, she heard you.
Hi, Nathan.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Do you like Minecraft?
Yeah.
Is that your favorite game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's so cute.
Hold on, our guy is like
No.
squinting.
Does Dad lie to you too?
Wait, what?
Does my dad lie to you too?
Is he annoying to
Do
me?
I lie to you?
Oh, does he lie to me? Sometimes, but your dad tries not.
Well, my dad lies to me a lot.
Aw, that's sad. What does he lie to you about?
Stuff.
Oh man, stuff. I get you.
Like when he said I'm gonna get smoothie, he doesn't get me.
Well, I'm not gonna get you a smoothie if you misbehave for the day. That's probably why you didn't get it.
No, I did behave.
You did behave?
Will you eat a smoothie when you're done?
No. What do you need a smoothie for?
I'm thirsty.
Then get some water.
I punched my dad for you.
Thanks.
Oh, alright.
Stop.
Do you hate music?
No.
No, he loves music.
Nathan.
Well, I'm trying to and he actually thinks he's better streamer than you.
Wait, he thinks he's a better streamer than me?
Yeah.
When
Did
I
he tell
say
you that?
He typed that on his phone. Don't trust my dad.
What? Steven! How? I'm so offended. Oh my god, thank Oh man.
Pink player.
Who wears a helmet?
Oh wait, let me get my trinket.
Hey, is that pink player you?
It's a pink player, you?
Yeah, huh? Ready, set, go.
Go where?
Fight.
Fight what?
Them.
Okay.
Guess what my Minecraft skin is?
What's your Minecraft skin?
Oh, was he asking me if I was the pink player?
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh my bad. Sorry.
I'm Puppet. I'm the Puppet Master from Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
The Puppet Master from Five Nights at Freddy's 2? Don't get in front of the screen. Chill.
Okay.
What? Wait, who are you? Were you talking to someone?
Oh wait, were you talking to me?
I said don't get in front of the screen.
Oh
Was
my
your...
god, I thought you said don't get in front of the minions. I'm like, what the?
Oh no.
He was talking to me.
Alright, sorry.
That's okay. Back to my Minecraft game.
Alright, have fun.
Have fun, Nathan. Oh, he's so cute.
Dude. I'm fine. Did he smite me? Is that what that was?
He did something on you. Yeah.
Okay. you have a ward for that? Actually, mine is coming up. Hold on. Volley's coming around again. Do you see him?
Oh,
You probably needed to flash anyway, don't worry. That's fine.
Alright.
Because if he would have stunned you, then you would be flashed.
Still coming here. Oh. I have. Oh. I'm
I
exhausted.
don't know if we win this.
War stories don't write themselves.
Wait, what? There was no gold card there.
Was it? Was there a gold card that was blocked by the shield, maybe?
Oh, what? Actually, yeah, you're right.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, I jumped away from you, I'm sorry.
It's all okay.
I'm running
Oh,
back, I
jeez.
think. Do you think we can... I feel like we just get dived and die. I think we just have to back off. I don't know how there's more pressure against our lane when we have a TF on our team, but okay. Not too sure about that one. Just skip the turret.
Alright.
Braum shield only blocks damage, not CC. Is that true? I feel like the first hit on the shield will block damage. I could be, or will block CC, but I could be wrong on that.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, blocks the first ability. Yeah, that's... It doesn't block CC, he eats it. No CC gets blocked. So what's the answer? He can block CC, correct?
Here comes the boom. Bring on the bad guys.
Are they really coming for us? Oh, okay. Do you have a word for that try?
Mm-hmm.
If it's worth shooting once, it's probably worth shooting a lot.
Trust me, it blocks one ability. Yeah, I thought it blocks the first CC. I feel like I've thrown E's into Braum shields and had nothing happen before I was Draven.
An enemy has been slain. Let's get this party started.
Are we getting ganked? Or is this guy just suiciding
Probably
for no
is.
reason?
Top.
Ah, shit. Braum behind us? I think I might just jump into that S-rail.
Nice.
Did he heal? I think I don't.
I have. Oh my gosh. Run. I don't have
Can you block
anything.
them for me? Thank you. Oh my god, my bad misplay. Or the W, it goes through you. But a nice position. What?
That was unfortunate.
Ooh, this guy.
Candle gunner never turns tail, unless it's to taunt you. I dare yet again.
Someone says, can you turn Lily down a bit? She's
I don't
You
think
should-
you are. Whoever said it is fucking retarded. Ignore.
Oh, okay, I'll try to speak.
Don't
softer.
speak louder. Or don't speak quieter. You're fine.
Oh.
Don't you fucking dare speak quieter. You sounded quieter there.
Can. Okay.
Nope. Louder.
Okay, okay, okay.
Scream.
No.
Okay. Never mind.
point in the right direction. Thanks for clumping. Let me get in there.
Wait, I think I might do like a day of like solo queuing in a couple days. I'm really curious if like your teams just get, if you are really are getting like ultra hardcore gimped from duoing. I don't understand it, or maybe I need to like start logging it to check. Like this is insane how fucking stupid these players are. Like it seems impossible. I don't understand. Jesus.
Oops.
Wait, is your account really gold 4? Is that true?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I didn't know that. That might be affecting matchmaking too.
I can go on my main.
Infinity anything is pretty awesome. Orders are more like
Why would duoing result in worse teammates? Well, for a while, what they do is they gimp your team's MMR if you have a duo, so your other lanes are more likely to lose. But I don't know if they, some people said that they like made that worse for this season. I don't know if that's true or not. Did you see what HP this Ezreal was? Oh shit. Shield me? Yeah?
Oh.
Okay, just back up. No, 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 die! Melzar will have ult.
I'm back. Going all the way back.
Get in my way.
I think they're getting rift.
Let's get this party started.
Can we do anything to this guy? Nope.
Steven.
Yeah?
Nothing.
What?
No, I just thought you were gonna do something, but you didn't, so...
I was gonna make that guy stop your back? I would never do that to you, Lily. That's so rude.
Almost as rude as telling your son you're the better streamer.
I never said that. I don't know why.
No, I know. That's so cute. Wait, why did he say that?
I don't know. He's
Your son's a troll.
well,
What?
They're 6-year-olds. Anytime you give them any amount of feedback, they always like they love that shit. That's why like when kids are misbehaving in public, the worst thing you can do is like laugh at another kid that's doing it, because then they'll keep doing it because they're getting affirmation.
Positive reinforcement?
Yeah, reinforcement of the behavior.
Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, one time he came down and he told my stream that like that I lied to them or something, and then everybody in chat laughed or whatever, and Aaron told him, and then
Then he kept
now,
doing it.
Yeah, so now anytime he can talk to people, he'll tell them that I lie because people laugh when he says it. So.
Ah, I see. Alright, I'll try not to reinforce that next time. Never having kids.
Well, I mean, Tammy is the same way, right?
She's a dog.
Yeah, training dogs and training small children is literally the exact same thought process. You reward good
She'll
behavior, you
never
punish bad
be
behavior.
in that mindset. She'll never learn to talk back.
There you go.
Never become a teenager.
We gotta go bot, I think.
Oh my god, that took
What
like
is killing me?
Here, he eat you.
Okay. I'm waiting for that as ult.
Let me get in there.
Are we just leaving that bot turret to die, or?
Should I try to?
Well, you
I
can't.
don't know.
I don't know why this guy.
It's yeah, it's 100% dead. He took it down.
I don't know what the team is doing. As long as they get kills, I guess. I'm coming over here.
There's.
Yeah, I don't understand man. There's gotta be like duo penalties or something. Like somehow they're able to select for like the dumbest fucking players, and then if you're duo, they like put them on your team, I guess. I don't understand how, but some advanced fucking algorithmic shit going on here. I don't know why he's blaming
Why is
us.
he
Like,
blaming
yeah, like
us?
we did decently. We went even in our lane as a Tristana, which is good, against like a heavy mid lane champ or a mid game champ, and we were getting sat on by bot for a ridiculous amount of time. Like this guy.
Because he needs a scapegoat.
Sometimes outnumbered.
That's all.
Never outclassed.
Also, my account's like gold, so it probably doesn't help. Your chat says it's a flat 200 mm advantage for.
200 is pretty huge. Is that true?
That's a lot. Oops. Oh, you're so lucky. Oh my gosh, I just used my ult too. Oh my gosh.
Are you okay?
Oh my gosh. No, my.
Oh, you're like tilted him out
Yeah,
of the game.
he saw. It's cause my 3 fingers that I used to play League of Legends with was 1, 2, 3, 4 instead. So
Gotcha.
it happens. It happens.
Let's get this party started.
What does BQ mean? Is this guy Chinese? I don't understand half his fucking abbreviations. Does anybody know?
I've never heard BQ before.
Just drop in.
Be quiet.
Oh, okay.
Someone said Burger King. Burger Queen. Oh, that's good.
Is that really that funny? Lily?
Yes.
Okay.
That looks cool.
No, 12. Oof. Well. Oh, okay, that was really...
Nice, man.
How did it snowball that much, Steven? How?
I don't think we ever snowballed. I think we're just falling behind all game. Snowballed. I think we just.
Are you done?
No, we can go again, dude, if you want.
Um,
God, this is so great. Look, I just have you sitting here. I don't have to talk to my chat at all. It feels good.
Wait, what? Sorry, should I stop so you can talk now?
No, I don't need to. This is great. I'm just reading emails and shit. I'm taking care of all the heavy lifting, man. This is good. Can shit posts on Twitter and everything.
Oh man, I haven't checked your Twitter. What exciting debates will Blood Belly have for us today? How many days until Amazing Atheist releases a video? Oh. Negro brain. Fuck me, YouTube is a fucking cesspool. Holy shit.
Nice.
Alright. It's pretty. Okay. Pretty Steven. I have more to show for my intelligence. Probably ever will. Sorry if that bothers you so much. Smile. You're really passive aggressive.
The guy tried to say I was unintelligent. Come on, dude. I can't let that stand. Some random fucking Twitter egghead retard who's... I can't... never mind.
I like this one. Eating at the moment. Then 2 hours of Nier, and then getting my... X period X. I like it when you use emotes. They make you seem more human.
Thanks. I try sometimes to seem as human as possible.
Alright, I'm done.
Thanks.
Reading this. That was interesting.
A psychologist, and I came to you and I said I knew the research on.
Lily, wake the fuck up.
Hey! I was reading your chat. I swear, I'm not going crazy. This red Xerath skin, right, used to be a lot pinker. Can anyone confirm? And they changed it or something? I don't know. I swear.
Maybe it's a little bit more red because they changed it just for you in anticipation of you getting fucked this game. I'm sorry. I need a hot chocolate really badly, Lily. Do you understand this?
Did you try the seasonal flavors?
No, I'm just not a big fan of them.
Oh, Steven, gotta try all.
Minions have spawned.
When was the last time you drank a hot chocolate?
It's been at least 48 hours, I think.
Well, you drink a lot more than I thought. All that sugar can't be good for you, Steven.
Stop. Are you ketogenic yet? I'm sorry.
I gave up on that, okay?
Why?
Cause I can't, okay? I have no power, I have no discipline, I have no self-control, okay?
Okay.
It's not okay.
Go! Janet, fucking walk, you... If I get eaten by this time, I'm ulted for him.
Please, please, please don't. No, don't give me...
Oh my god, Janet just walked forward and autoed like 3 times. Good job. What are you doing? What the f... Wait, am I?
What?
I don't know. I'm so confused right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on in this thing. Are you serious? That hits? Janai, okay, you were doing really good earlier, buddy. Please step forward, be aggressive. You have full fucking HP.
Nice.
Janai, just auto the guy, please. Why are you playing all the way back? You have full HP. Just hit the guy. Hit that one. Just attack her. Good job. Okay. I never understand these ranged supports that will like play like fucking 20,000 leagues into the fucking back lane. It's ridiculous. It's like I'm landing on fucking Omaha Beach and these people are in like fucking Nebraska, like too scared to like throw an auto attack. It's ridiculous.
Holy.
Like, look at her. Why is she standing behind me? Look, this Callista's at like fucking 35% HP. Just attack her. Mr. Man, are you watching? If you do this shit when we play, I'm gonna fucking rage quit. Why are you all the way back there? Okay. Oh my god. Nope, now
No.
it's not okay. Now we die.
What? Oh.
Sometimes outnumbered, never outgunned.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, flash the 700 MS ping. There we go. That's really what's going on.
Hey, it's not our fault. It's the ping's fault.
Yeah.
Malzahar is hanging out. It's fine. I'm not sure.
My dude! I fucking hate this game. But I love playing it with you, Lily. So it all balances out in the end.
Shut up. What's your help?
Unless it's to taunt. Time for some rearm and relock.
in a fire fest with Spot Little.
Dominating. Double kill. Shut down. Godlike. An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
Janice, stop playing so far back, please. Just auto attack him. Just walk up and auto him. You have range. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe it's our first Janet game. Maybe it's our first Janet game.
His ping is bad, right?
It's
so...
not the ping that's the problem. It's unless it's ping in his brain or something. Like his literal like synapses have like so much latency between them that he can't make good decisions.
You're so mean. Why?
Has destroyed a turret.
Oh my god, I just jumped forward to my death. Just kidding. Cancelled.
Fuck.
Jesus Christ, my top laner and my jungle are on fire. What's up? Why do you want to talk to her for? She's my friend, not your friend.
No, wait, I can be Nathan.
Yeah, I'm nicer than him.
You're nicer than me?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
not
nicer
hard to do.
than my dad.
I think you're both very nice people.
She said I'm nicer than you.
Oh yeah, that's not what I said, Steven.
She said you sound like you're kind of mean, actually.
What?
Okay, I punched him for you.
Okay.
That's not.
Back to my game.
Okay, good luck, buddy. Don't die. Good luck. Good job. Can you say I changed my skin? Yeah, but can you say I changed my skin? Wait, say it. Nathan. No, say I changed my skin. With the D at the end, I changed my skin. Okay, good job. Thank you. Wow, good job, guys.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm going over. Lily, I'm going over. I don't care anymore.
Alright.
I'm
baiting.
I'm going
I'm
over.
baiting this.
I'm going over.
Baiting this.
Does Malzar still have his ult?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, never mind, I'm not going over.
Wait, maybe, I don't know. Okay, he doesn't. He didn't use it on me.
What are you doing? Why did you think this was a good idea?
Oh.
Of course.
I might die here.
Fuck me.
Or not?
I ulted too early. I should have waited one more auto.
Oh boy.
Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm here to help you, CS.
Thanks, I think.
You're welcome, dude.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're fine, dude. Fuck him up. Okay, never mind. You're not fine, probably. Wow! Nice ult, Zareth.
Ah, thank you. Turn my aimbot on.
Oh, yeah. Do you think I can do it?
Yes. 100% you can do this.
You really think
yes.
so?
I really think so. I'm not even meaning you.
I'm not gonna try. Fuck.
other thing, dragon.
The fuck was
I'm
that?
going to check it before it becomes dragon! Oh, I'm good, dig. Hey. Wow, really nice double kill, Steven.
Thanks, Lily. Peachy.
Oh my gosh. I love playing with you when you're doing work.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can manage to win this one.
I think we will.
Okay.
If we win this one, will it be even? I just want to go even today.
Yeah, maybe. Whoa!
No!
I
Oh my
fucking
god, that
jumped.
scared me.
Yeah, it looked like I was jumping for it. So.
Huh. Words give me mana too. Cute. I will show you true power.
Oh my god.
Can I get the Kazakhs, please? Kazakhs. Oh man. It's fine, didn't want it anyway. Oh my god, that close is squishy. Yes! Power! Power!
This'll put a little sing on things. Let me get in there.
Let's just get this tower. Tower? More like power! Oh no, I'm getting loopy again. I think I'm hungry. That TV dinner did not satisfy me. Frozen dinner. I mean.
Lily. Nice
I'm
try.
sorry, that was I know. Heal me, Tommy. Boom! Boom! Oh no. Go for him. Go for him. Where'd he go? Power! 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 Okay.
Nice.
Yay! I love Zareth. Is there any champion that's safer than Zareth? Like, more in the back than Zareth? Maybe some maybe carries. Maybe Kog'Maw. Hi, Wendy! Yeah, he has a really nice haircut. It makes him appear a lot more mature. How you doing, Wendy? I miss you.
Bring on the bad guys.
I'm doing okay. Steven's not responding to you, so I'll talk.
Hey, Wendy, I'm doing good.
Shit.
Thanks for complimenting my haircut. Means a lot to me.
Oh man, what a wholesome dude Steven is. Power! Man, this Kazakh is so fed. Oh my gosh, I love.
Good job.
Thanks, Steven. What made you decide to want a haircut? Like, I need to...
It was way too fucking long.
Now I have unlimited power.
You almost got him.
No! Oh god. Okay, that's... I mean, that Darius kind of hurts. Alright, never mind. Aww, Jenna healed. That's so nice. Thanks, Jenna. Bloop, 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 bloop. Come in! Temmie is miserable. She is on permanent bed rest at the moment.
Let me get in there.
Yeah, you can talk to her. Make sure she doesn't move around too much, though. No! Oh my gosh, I lived. Oh, it was hard. Oh, this is so free, Steven. You should thank that Kha'Zix for carrying.
Yeah.
20 kills, what? That's insane.
Nice, man.
Let's get this party.
Now? Now? But why now? Maybe not tonight, actually, because I have friends coming over. I didn't know. Yeah. What gym are you guys going to? You mean that expensive one? You know that's $80 a month, right? Okay, I was part of that. Like, Ari gave me that. I'm like, so many Copic markers in me. But yeah, if we go to the gym, I would much prefer a cheaper gym. Yeah, because I'm already paying like, I entered their pet care program at the vet, and that's costing me $80. So I'm not that thing. Yeah, she gets like free checkups and stuff. So I'm alright for a year. They should be coming over soon, actually. So, alright, have fun at the gym. Let me know how it is. Exercise, you know. Your body is your temple. Nice. Bye bye. Hello.
Wow, good job. We did it.
We did it. We won a game. I'm so happy.
Thanks, Lily.
I could just compliment you right now. You have a great haircut.
Thanks, Lily. Wow. Oh, what did you end up? Did you end up doing anything crazy with your hair?
Oh, I chopped it all off, yeah.
Is it like really short now?
It's shoulder length, so like a little bit above my shoulders now. It feels so much better. You have no idea how much shampoo I put down on and conditioner.
Wow, nice job. I see it. Good job, buddy. I just tend to ignore all the pictures you post on your Twitter because usually they're like super out of focus.
You gonna bully? You about to bully?
Well, because you rotate the camera like to try to fuck them all up or whatever. So I was like, okay.
Alright. That's my unsteady hands, you know that, right? Like it takes me many tries.
I'm serious.
It takes me so many tries to get a
That's not true. There are people with Parkinson's in chat right now that are so offended by what you're saying, Lily.
I'm serious. Also, I'm not using the camera. I'm using, which makes it blurrier for some reason. So unless I'm super still, it turns out blurry. You can ask Wendy. She has used that app before.
Okay.
All right. I need to go now. So.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Have fun. Be careful.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
I had fun.
Buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
Say hi to Nathan for me.
Okay. Sure thing. Be careful, dude. Fuck. Hold on. Ah, fuck. I feel like tomorrow's gonna be a huge shit show. What prompted it? I don't know. Apparently JF is buddy with all the alt-righter dudes now, so, and then Andy is in that community, so apparently JF messaged Andy and told Andy to set something up. Wow, thanks, obvious
Tie
Cake.
for the league stream. Here's to more league streams for 2018.
My only feels like Jesse's been in a bit of poor mood lately. I guess the this particular topic just really rustles me. I don't know, maybe this is more similar to how Contra felt when people say that like she needs to kill herself because she's trans and she personally is trans. I'm not sure. I consider myself, I'll be egotistical, I guess. I consider myself to be somebody that's probably of above average intelligence. I mean, I would consider that. And I consider a lot of these people that make the YouTube videos to be of below average intelligence. That's pretty mean to say. But, like, when I have so many of these conversations with people that are just beyond fucking, like, stupid, to see like this entire community of people come out like they have some sort of genetic superiority, people that are stupid, people that are out of shape, people that have no accomplishments, people that mean nothing to the world. Like most of these people could die immediately and it would be nothing. Like no one would miss them at all. For this people to come out and to try to use some ideology and some warped science to say that they have genetic superiority over other groups of people just really boggles the fuck out of me. It's just a really irritating argument. And I don't know, it's just, it really, really, really bothers me, I guess. I'm not sure if maybe I look at it too personally or too emotionally or something. Like, I'm not sure. I really don't want to fuck up this conversation tomorrow. I have to be really careful how I navigate these convos since nobody seems to be able to do them well. Is this in regards to the race realism? Yes. Do you think this topic specifically tilts you more than others? To some extent, yeah. It's just when I argue against a base of people that are just so insanely hypocritical, it's just like if these were like business leaders, like if some collection of Jews got together and wanted to argue about the superiority of the Jewish race, I guess on an emotional level, it feels at least a little bit better, because if you're like the CEO of like fucking CNN and like 15 companies all come together and talk about how like, well, we, you know, and it's like, okay, well, fuck, all right, like let's get into the debate, you know, like, because I mean, like you're pretty successful dudes, you know, but when I have like a collection of fat fucking idiots, and like I'm sorry that I keep going to like the personal insults, but it's like I don't mean it as an ad hominem, like you should discredit his opinion because he's fat and stupid. I mean it as like when you have somebody that is literally advocating for genetic superiority and they display every trait of a disadvantaged human, right? Somebody who hasn't paid any attention to their body, somebody that hasn't paid any attention to their mind, and somebody that has no accomplishments to show for anything they've done, that these type of people are the ones championing, get all the Negros out of our country, fucking ship the Hispanics back over the wall, we want our own pure white ethno state. Like, it's just like I don't know, dude. It's like the ultimate, it's like the most arrogant position to take, that you think your genetics are so superior, yet you have nothing to show for it. It's just, it really irritates me. Holy shit. And it rolls into like so many topics that I hate, that I have like such strong opinions on. People that identify with groups, people that want to exclude other people, people that think that they can chop off sections of the world and like everything will continue to function, unrealistic policy desires like exporting all black people, bogus science oftentimes. The IQ heritability stuff is where they will move the convo, and you'll need an answer for that. Heritability of IQ doesn't really have anything to do with the conversation, though. That's the problem. It's more complicated than that. I'm pretty sure my goal tomorrow is just going to be to get JF to clearly state his positions, because he's not, I don't even know how much me and JF actually disagree on, because he has his ultra fucking edgy moral nihilism. So this is like the conversation is like, oh, well, actually, I believe that there are some genetic differences between black and white people. And I'll be like, okay, well, what do you think we should do about that? Oh, well, I don't know. I make no judgment about that whatsoever. And it's like, okay, well, what about all the people that you're defending and all the people that agree with you and the people that are feeling, you know, bolstered by you and reinforced by you? Oh, well, I have no responsibility. Are you saying that I should be wrong just because bad people and mean people agree with me? Like, okay, well, what about the fact that, like, you specifically come on to defend the ideas of people that want to, like, literally excise black people from the United States? Oh, well, I have no choice. I can't do anything about their actions. I'm merely here as a representative of science to look at the logical truth of things. It's just like, I don't know. I guess maybe getting JF to like very clearly state his position, and then I'll have another conversation with him in the future, but I believe in you, Senpai. You and your Peng new haircut can take on these poll peer review guys. Fine. Wow, thanks, the Twin King. I don't think JF ever had any problem stating his own position. He was just super dishonest about other people's. Well, that's what I just said is what he's going to say. That's going to be like the entire debate tomorrow, and that's it. It just feels like a huge fucking waste of time. Do you feel prepared for the debate? I can do the philosophical side of the debate. I haven't heard any challenges to that, so that's going to be what I'll focus on. I'll just see the genetic differences and then ask him where to go from there. And that this is what's gonna happen. I'll go. Basically, the conversation is gonna go. Okay, JF. Let's say that there are inherent intelligence differences between groups of people. What do you think we ought to do from there? And then JF will go. Oh well, I make no judgment about that. I'm only interested in the scientific argument. And then that'll be the entire conversation. And then he'll feel like he's won. And then they'll all jerk each other off. And then all of the legitimate like white nationalist ethno-state people will come on, and JF will tell them how right and true they are, whatever. And he'll speak to the descriptive claims, but he will never address the normative claims ever, because JF is too much of a dishonest fucking hack to ever get into stuff like that, because he doesn't feel like he has any responsibility or any or he can't be culpable for the beliefs of any other people that he bolsters ever, because we have a massively 180 view on our responsibility to public conversation. That'll be it. He will only come on, he'll speak to the descriptive claim that black people are less intelligent than white people, but he won't address the fact that every single person that is allied to him has the normative assertion that black people ought to be removed from society. He'll just like, oh well, I don't know, I have no moral nihilism, libertarianism, that'll be the entire fucking thing. Is the IQ race difference actually true, though? Yes. Well, it's undeniable that there is an IQ difference between races. That's not up for debate right now. The question is whether or not that difference, whether or not the median IQ differences between the races is attributable mainly to genetics. That's the question, right? Which is, I don't think there's an answer to that yet. I don't think there's any answer to that. I don't know if it's even possible to discover an answer to that because of how absurdly complicated the topic is. But that's why we're digging into all of our bio memes to try to get an answer. Or at least find out what, who is Coherent States on Twitter? Is she a lefty? Yeah, she's a lefty. She's really cool. She does, like, crazy fucking physics shit. Like, some quantum nano shit. I don't know what she does. I think she goes to, MIT. Why even go through this with them? What is the point? Well, because I can't back out. What do I do if I back out? How can I back out and still, like, maintain this position? Like, people are... It looks really, really, really bad on me.
Okay.
Dig into these bio memes. You just linked me like fucking 20 videos, my dude. I'll look into it when we finish our basic bio memes.
Broadly? Oh, we have Sargon of Akkad on the chat.
Clearly,
I'm asking.
You made it attacking the Jews.
I'm asking, if you are in a country that has to defend its own integrity against a minority, would you think the same today as if you are right now, which is a totally different situation, which is a situation in which you've been educated, and I have, by the way, I have no idea about what Scottish life looks like, but I have a great idea about what Quebec life looks like. It looks like being brought up in a culture where there are interacting forces. Some forces driving you toward the federal state, some forces driving you toward your identity as a nation. And I'm wondering, what's your position on all of this? Did you live the same childhood that I live, or is this something totally different? I just can't believe that out of the randomness of the internet, I've been told by thousands of people that I should talk to millionaire ooze. Because if these people somehow got to me and said, Jeff, you think like this guy. And I'm like, no, I don't think like this guy. But I have to submit myself to the judgment of the audience, which says you should talk to this guy. And I'm like, what links this guy to me? And I'm thinking the only thing that links this guy to me is that he's been in a nation that was looking for its independence at some point.
Well, here's the thing. When I was growing up, Scotland was not looking for its independence. That's a relatively new thing. That's like in the last 10, well, you can say the last 20 years. So in my formative years, like 0 to 15, that was the Scottish independence thing just was not there. I mean, Sargon, you'll remember this. It was basically in the late 90s, wasn't it, the Scottish devolution? And
yeah, I think I don't have to check.
I'm sure it was after New Labour started that they started talking about that, and it seemed kind of out of the blue even then.
I guess that people probably thought the Tories would never agree to it. But like, I didn't live in Scotland during that period, so I don't know.
No,
What the
I mean, I know the SNP. The SNP has existed for decades, but it was not, certainly as I experienced life in Scotland, the independence thing really didn't become a thing until the, well,
Fuck me, dude. Hey, who wants to win a wood watch, guys? Do we want to give away some wood watches? I just want to play Nier all day. What happened to streaming video games? I'm not ready to shoulder these great burdens. Yeah, thanks, Stanlidge. That's exactly what I just said I was going to discuss. I'm not sure if you just heard that earlier, and now you're trying to tell it to me again like I didn't just say that, or if you literally just walked in, or if you didn't hear what I said before. But I said that I would probably be making the philosophical argument to JF rather than the scientific one, since we can't really do the scientific one yet. Is Destiny scheduled to talk to you? Oh, I need to put Nathan to sleep. Shit, it's 9:30, yeah. Tomorrow, I guess, at 6:30 EST. Didn't you say that anyone approaching the topic of race realism has a lot of research to do and you're mocking TJ for doing exactly... No, I don't know. I was just making a facetious tweet. It just seems like that's what happens to all of these guys. Maybe TJ will surprise me. I was being mean in my tweet. But it seems like people are like, oh, like, wow, this race realism thing sure is complicated. I'm not sure which side to believe. And then the next day, it's like, new video. Amazing atheist. By the way, races are real, but that's okay. It's not a big deal, guys. Just accept it. Like, it's like, okay. I don't know. That seems to be what Andy and Bunty did in like 2 seconds. Although they're just, I don't know. Are you going to bring up the fact that none of JF's published work deals with race realism or anything related? Not really, because that's a really cheap shot. I mean, like, some people will do that, like, oh, JF, your specialty is in evolutionary biology, not necessarily racially related genetic things, but it's like his general understanding of the area is going to be greater than 99% of like people's. Have you looked around at the wiki for IQ heritability or anything about the Flynn effect? None of that. All hype takes all of that into account. He's probably, without looking into the website, I'm pretty sure that, oh, well, he's going to say, there might be a small thing with the Flynn effect, but it doesn't explain, yeah, we've already even clicked the article, but it doesn't explain the massive gap between the stupid negroids and the superior godlike white people. What does this Flynn effect and height tell us about the cause of the cross-height gap? Nothing. The story is obviously fully consistent with the gap being entirely due to genes, the environment, or some combination of the two, even though crop B stocks of the good drill are taller than crop A stocks. I don't know. Senators still use each generation scored higher than the previous one IQ test. The average IQ population spread is called the Flynn effect, and it's the same as James Flynn, a political philosopher at IQ rates absolutely refutes the idea that ratio or cause people making the talking about will affect the IQ.
What's the hardest game you've beaten?
The hardest game we've beaten? I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe XCOM? I don't really want to. I'll save this and we'll watch it after we're done with our bio bullshit.
Destiny, Steve Bonnell specifically doxed me over, which is illegal.
Hey, can you hear me?
But he specifically did.
Layman! Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
My audio is shit, I assume, but Aiden.
It is shit.
Shut the fuck up, Aiden. Okay. Here's the thing. The only good porn out there, right? The only good porn is of Aryan women standing in wheat fields.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Oh my god.
Dude, there's just something about
wearing nothing but a red armband.
Nice.
have to go. I found the best thing.
What time is
It's
it?
3 a.m. Let's go.
3 a.m.?
Yeah, come on. I found the best thing. Trust me, you're going to love it. Put on some clothes. Up. Come on. Coming. What took so long? Why are you filming? You're going to want to have this on video. Trust me. You filming? Yeah, why am I filming? Yeah, because we've been driving for an hour and we should be documenting this. Where are we even going? Narnia. Really? No, you fucking idiot. We're going to some park. Alright, let's go.
Why'd you bring a shovel?
Digging. You should dig.
Why me?
Because I'm not doing it. Come on, do right here. Here's the spot.
Wake me up at 4 a.m. and you don't even take me to fucking Narnia.
It's the fakest thing I've ever seen in my life. I can't wait for this. Oh boy.
Yeah. Open it, open it. Alright, what is it, man? What is it?
Really?
Oh, suck a dick!
Okay. We can't see it. It was just he dug up a box, and inside the box there was a picture of a hand doing this. Silly State, it's going on forever. I don't see why suddenly race has to be involved. It's a debate about nature versus nurture. Yeah, but Gene, John, whatever the fuck, JF doesn't think that nurture is even a thing.
Destiny, you can beat JF's biological argument with preparation. Don't concede it to JF tomorrow, please. You'll probably won't get another opportunity.
No, I mean, I should. These guys are like pretty domineering now on YouTube because nobody seems like they can challenge them on anything, so I'm sure they'll be accepting for a while. Did you watch this on stream yet? No.
Who study the subject for, and the interaction between them are complex and durably controversial subjects.
How is this even an argument? Isn't Charles Murray just like a researcher, like a econ guy? Is it just because of his book?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we come to order, please? These papers in front of me.
Okay, I don't care. Or I do care. We'll do it later. Let's draw some watches, okay? All right. Please be excited. These are great watches. I'm not excited at all right now. I'm going to go put Nathan to bed and I'll come back more excited, okay? I'll be right back. So I think I can give away... We can give away 4 watches, and I think I've got $500 off codes that you can use on the website, okay? I'll post the website one more time. I'll be right back.
Welcome to the main event. Ready to rumble!
Let's get hyped up, Twitch chat.
Y'all ready for this?
Are we hyped for these watches, boys? I was brought in to hype everything up. Alright, one second, we'll flip the song.
Fuck off, MR Mudon.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the song.
Them suckers getting wrecked. Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. I came to win. Battle me, that's a sin. I won't ever slack up. Punk, you better back up. Try and play the role and you're the whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up. Come on, throw your hands up. If you got the feeling, jump up, press the ceiling. Monsters of one plus. Someone's fucking jump. Yo, I'll bust them in the eye. And then I'll take the punks out. Feeling funky. Amps in the trunk. And I got more rhymes in this cops that are junkie. Donut shop. Sure enough, I got pop from the kids on the hill. With my mom and my pops. I came to get down. I came to get down. So get down your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump,
Palette cleanser for MR Muchan's autism.
Wi-Fi coverage here, pretty much everywhere. Xfinity X5.
Just wait. Get hyped, boys. The Lord watches are coming. Only the very best will win the Lord watch. Type 1 if you're the very best, and you're gonna win this watch. Who's ready? Who's ready?
heart so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Focus on. Gotta catch 'em all.
Test 777 MMBE 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 777 millimeters, 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 77.
Who knows this song, boys?
777 MGBE 777 MGBE 777 MGBE
Are we hyped up for these Yord watches?
777 MGBE 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 777 MGBE
This meme's really long. Hold on, let me see if we can skip
777 MGBE
to the right version.
777 MGBE 777 MGBE 777 MGBE 777 MGBE
Alright, that's it. I think we're thoroughly hyped now. Don't skip, Gachi. I'm sorry.
777 milligrams, MN 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 777 milligrams, MN
Put on Bustin'? Ooh, that's a good idea.
777 milligrams,
just
MN
playing music through Destiny's stream. It wasn't
777
fun. I don't really have
milligrams,
anything
MN
better. I'm sorry, guys. I failed y'all.
777 milligrams, MN 777 milligrams, MN
sounds so
777
bad.
milligrams, MN 777 milligrams, MN 777 milligrams, MN 777 milligrams, MN KYS.
When's he gonna come back? Fuck, dude. I thought I was gonna play like 2 songs and be able to get out, but fuck me.
Seeing things, sleeping in your bed. Sleeping in your bed.
I can't. I feel bad for some people. Like, this sounds really bad. So what's up? How's everybody been? I've been in hell of in Oregon, so I'll be back at Stevens the 31st. Should be driving back that day, and then I'll be back to playing Vidya with your boy the 1st of January in the new year. I haven't seen you guys for a year.
777 gigaseconds, 777
I'm hacking him right now,
gigaseconds,
guys. I'm in.
777
Type 1 if we're in.
gigaseconds,
Twitch chat's in.
777 gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds, 777
What are these,
gigaseconds,
logs of Bunny being racist? Who'da
777
thunk it?
gigaseconds,
I'm gonna release these,
777
boys.
gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds, 777 gigaseconds. 777 gigaseconds, 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 707.
Okay. Did Mr. Mountain hype you guys up? Alright guys, the first winner is Prophet. Just kidding. Fucking shitter. You fucking wish it was. Alright. Oh man, guys. Where's Mr. Moon? Did he really hype you guys up?
Do you need me, Dad?
What the fuck is wrong with your mic?
Nothing. I was just memeing. Okay, I was just doing sounds, acting like a nerd. Are one of these being given away to only Twitch chat?
No, actually, I can't differentiate at all.
Oh, that's good.
How's family life, Mr. Moon? What do you do every day?
I want to kill myself every day. I get closer and closer with the knife every day, Steven. We're only a centimeter away now.
How long are you there for?
I come back the 31st, and then I'm gonna get my car and then drive
Jesus.
home.
5 more days.
I want to kill myself. Yeah.
What the fuck? What have you been doing every day? What do you do?
I sit in your chat and say it. I'm never doing this long of a trip again, dude. It's nice to see my parents and all, but it's way too long.
Fuck that shit.
Oh, I have been watching a lot of like Afromo and stuff to learn like support shit, so I think I'm gonna be a better memer.
What did you learn, Mr. Moon? Did you see how bad I was watching Afro for a while?
Oh, I saw. I talked to Fate and stuff a little bit.
Mhm.
Basically, we just need to be like more proactive in our laning and stuff, and then my wards, I need to do that. And I watched you and the people you play support with or whatever.
No.
And I noticed
Don't
like a
watch
lot of
any
the
of
things
that.
that I do. Well, no, I noticed a lot of things I do in them that they need to fix as well that I need to fix, like the running backwards and like the So
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just gonna
maybe
try-
watching somebody else do it to me will give you a different perspective, right? When I go
I
up to trade
understand
and the
it now,
support like
yeah.
runs away, and I'm just like, why am I doing this? And yeah.
Yeah, it's just like why do I run back when they just blew their whole load or whatever? Yeah.
If
I
you ever
understand
watch the
everything.
situations that happen, like the best examples are like the thing is that if you're playing with an AD that doesn't have autism as a support, you're invincible. Like if you ever watch me play games where I'm up there and then all of a sudden the enemy like quote unquote catches my support because both of us go to trade, and even if they kill the support, like I'll get a double kill. Like you can't just do that. Like if they're blowing everything on my support, I'll just kill both of them. It's retarded if I'm playing any like Draven or whatever, right? But like a lot of
Yeah.
supports are really worried that, especially because if you queue solo queue as a support, you're worried that if you go up and die, your AD is just gonna run away like a fucking idiot, even though the enemy will blow everything to kill the support. Yeah.
Yeah, I think support picking can also be improved.
Oh, like picking off supports out of position or whatever.
No, I mean like picking like my support
Oh, picking
against their
better?
like 80 carry or whatever. Yeah, picking
Yeah,
better.
maybe.
Against like the teams, I think it's a big deal. Sometimes we need like a tank or whatever.
Sure, like
And
if
then
they've got like a
sometimes we can
Tryndamere or a
just
Zed, like having like a Janna is really good or stupid shit like that. Yeah. All right, I'm in hot chocolate. I'll be right back.
You're going again?
What? Well, I put Nathan to sleep, so I had to lay down with him for 5 minutes so he doesn't fucking freak out. Because apparently his mom lets him sleep with a fucking nightlight. I don't know why. I don't do that shit here. So I had to sleep with him so he doesn't have a fucking connection.
Tell him his PC lights his fucking nightlight.
Yeah, I had to turn that shit off. All right. Yeah, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Tell Destiny Mitch Jones really wanted to do it with him. I feel like Mitch Jones should like message him then, instead of having his like Twitch chat go and like tell him every time. Because Destiny's always like, if Mitch wants to do it, like just tell him to message me. Like, what's so hard about that? I don't know. Does Mitch have like terminal downs? Have I seen his stream? I saw him crying a few days ago. That dude needs fucking clinical help. And I don't say that in a mean way. Like, I don't know. From what I've seen of like the clips, he just seems like the kid at like the lunch table that everybody bullies, who thinks like they're part of like the friend group, but he's really not. But I don't know. That's only clips of stuff. I don't really watch his stream much.
$777.
Yeah, that was all of us. Chat, calm down. Oh, Destiny's gone. Time to unban XP boys. Unban. Free my dude.
All right. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, I am drawing.
Wait, how does the drawing work? Can you show us on stream?
No, I can't show you the URL.
Well, how do we know you're not rigging it?
I don't, cause I don't know.
What if you're rigging it towards D.GG? Are you a rigger?
Listen.
You little rigger.
Rigger.
Yeah, my bad.
What I do is
All
I
right,
have
put your hand up
basically a
and tell us.
URL and
Put
I
your
can,
hand up and tell us all that you're not rigging it. Say,
I mean,
Destiny,
I'm
I'm
not
not
rigging,
rigging
but
it.
I mean, like if I was
Well,
going
do
to
it,
rig
then.
it, then I would just tell you I'm not going to rig it.
Well, yeah, that's why you're gonna swear and tell us you're not gonna rig it.
Okay, I swear to Holy Jesus and the Trinity of God,
You
the
don't believe
Father,
in
the
him.
Son, and the Holy Spirit. Okay. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna refresh this list, and then I'm going to read you the winner of who this is. Okay? Are you guys ready? Good luck.
Woo!
We're doing a $100. I'm gonna do the $100 ones first. Okay? That's what I'm gonna do.
How many of those are there for?
5 of them. I've got 5 of them. Okay?
Okay.
All right, guys. Here we go. First one coming up. Bam! This is a real guy.
Who is it?
I don't even
Can I
know.
say one of the names too? Can you send me their name and then I'll say it?
This guy's name is, I don't know if I should say the whole name. He didn't put a Twitch
I'll
name or
say
a
it.
DGG
I'm not
username.
streaming.
Are you guys fucking serious? I don't know if these are like trolls or not now. His first name is Mohammed.
Is it Hajri?
What does Lahadri's last name start with?
Hajri?
Wait, that is his last name?
I think, yeah.
No, then it's not this guy.
Well,
Should
if
I-
he didn't put anything, how do you contact him?
Well, here's what I can see, okay? I can see the name they enter, I can see the email, and then I can see the Twitch username and the DGG username.
And
But
he didn't put DG or
He didn't
Twitch?
put a Twitch or a DGG username.
I feel like you would need those to win, right?
Well, I mean, I've got the email, so I could theoretically email him.
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's only a $100 code. I'd just give him it.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna redo it.
But he won it.
Well, but I don't even know if
It's
this is
just
like a
one Muhammad. There's a ton of them. You're right.
Yeah. Email? I
Yeah,
can't
but-
give out his email. The usernames were optional. I only did fucking email. Well, then how the fuck am I even supposed to know who you are?
I saw they were optional, but I put both of mine because I'm not that downy.
Wait. It says all entries with optional fields filled are automatically entered for daily live drawings on stream.
Oh, optional fields for stream giveaways. So he's not even eligible for
There
it.
you go.
There it is.
Rules are rules.
All right, next one. We're ready.
Well, get fucked, Muhammad. All right, going for the next one. Wham! This is a DGG user.
Ooh.
Simon? Good job, dude. You won a $100 code.
Off of a watch.
Wait, this isn't even a real... Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, rigged.
His last message was 102 days ago.
Well, he might not type. He might not like
Yeah,
be a
I know,
chatter.
you're right. All right, I'll send it to him. He got it.
Not everybody wants in your fucking cult.
Hey, you got a $100 gift code. Holy shit, dude. There you go. Stop! Whoa.
Who's winning now? How long does it take you? Fuck.
Well, I'm emailing him. Bam. Okay, first one is out. Second one coming right now. This guy is a Twitch user.
Ooh.
Is he in chat right now? Is his name autocompletes? Is Snake Thanks 2 in chat? Did you go see Star Wars? Yeah. Was it? How'd you feel? Did you like it?
Are you talking to me?
No. Oh, rip. Did you like the field
Did he
trip
type?
to the casino land? I don't know. It was interesting. I felt like one of the big problems I had was it felt really contrived, the main plot point, that like we're just floating right out of the distance and we're gonna do this for the whole movie while people like fly off. What if they would have flown off to go get more fuel? Right.
There were a lot of things like that. The biggest thing that bothered me personally
Mm-hmm.
is that the ships kept falling down.
It doesn't seem like he's in chat.
Thing exploded, they'd fall down. Not towards the planet.
Yeah, no, well, yeah. People have a really hard time dealing with space anything, so I mean, it's, yeah. Yeah, what? What? Oh. Well, be careful. Now they all know you hate Star Wars, and you hate women, so.
Who doesn't?
That was Twitch streamer Erisan. She hates women, by the way, and black people and Asians.
What's new? He's not in chat, Steven. What do you do about that?
Who? Oh, isn't Ray more together with the evil guy or whatever? The white supremacy dash?
Oh, kind of.
I don't know who.
With the Asian chick.
Yeah, well.
They kind of like pulled one over. Is he already in chat?
What? Yeah, he is. Okay, okay, I'm emailing this guy. Good job. Wow, you won a $100 gift code. Okay, number 2 is out the door. Okay. Sent. Okay. Next one coming up. You ready?
I'm ready.
Shut the fuck up.
What? This is my real voice.
Bam. We got a DGG user. Oh, he's in chat actually, is he? Cool Kumquat. Chatted 31 minutes ago. Wait, did I ban this guy?
Daniel.
Oh no. Do you think he's here?
He was 31 minutes ago. He's probably here.
He left. I should just not give it to him since he's gone. Oh,
Honestly,
fuck,
if you
he
don't
is
have
here.
Steven's stream open 24 hours a day, I think
what
you're doing
the fuck are
something
you
wrong.
doing? Wow, $100 gift code. Good job. Oh shit, we can play chess, right?
We could, yeah.
Good job, buddy. Use it at woodwatches.com.
Do you know if they use the gift code? What if they don't use it?
Probably just
You're
expires,
smart.
I guess. All right, next person coming up. Bam! Didn't enter a Twitch or DG username. Rip. Next one. Yoink. Bam! Twitch user. His name
who is it?
is Swolecan. It auto-completes. I wonder if he's here.
I think that's just because you've had your Twitch chat open forever. They just stay there. If you close and reopen it,
We'll see
it
if he
doesn't
chats.
auto-complete from me.
Okay, final $100 winner, okay? Are you ready?
Hey, boy.
The final one. A Twitch chat user. Another one. Oh, he's not even showing up.
That's because we are mighty and strong, Steven.
Fliff_best_game.
Oh, I know that guy. Email him.
No, you don't.
He's a Twitch chatter, I know. I know all my people. Told you guys I'm rigging it right now.
Okay. Are you ready, Mr. Mooten? How should I do these drawings? Should I just email people that win? Or do I want to give it away to people in chat right now? I'm trying to think, because these are
I would say email them because you didn't. Did you really give them that advance notice and tell them that if they're not here, they're not going to get it? It's also the holidays, so people aren't going to be here.
You're so dumb, dude. You're so dumb. Hold on. Why don't you know we can generate shipping labels for you? Oh, thanks. Well. Do. I just need the full names and addresses to ship to, and then I can email you prepaid shipping labels that'll have everything together. We just need to be placed on the packages, and then good to go. No rush anything on this. Just want to give you a heads up. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
These are for beautiful fucking watches, okay?
How many do you got of these? You got, what, 4 or
of them.
5?
4 to give away, okay? Are you ready?
We're ready. already. Do they get to pick their colors? Or they just get whatever
No,
they get.
I'm just gonna give him whatever the fuck. Okay. Okay, number 1. Bam. Henry. Is he
Twitch
here?
user?
Oh, everybody in my audience right now that's named Henry just like perked up. They're like, oh, is it me?
Wait, is he d.gg or Twitch?
He listed both.
Ooh.
Illurian.
If I win the watch, I'm giving it away to Twitch chat.
Okay. So, compose to, hey, you won a watch. Hey, good job, buddy. You won a drawing for a watch. I need your full name, address, and phone number. Let me know if you want me to sign the box. Exclamation mark. When I get my haircut at this place, they straight razor the back of your neck, and I think this guy cut me a little bit because I'm like really irritated on part of my neck, Mr. Moon. Do you think he's trying to kill me?
How do you... I've never been cut with a straight razor to the back. It's pretty easy, no?
It's just razor burn? Can you get that from a straight razor? Oh.
Just give away the next watch. We don't give a fuck about you. Honestly.
What?
Nobody in Twitch chat cares about you, Steven. We just are here for the watches. Gimme. Yoink.
Okay. Bam. Sent one. One watch out. Second one coming up right now. F5. Bam. Oh, he didn't enter a Twitch name or a DG username. If your name is Florian, looks like you just got dumpsterian. Next one. Andrew. Not in Twitch chat. The Digital Ash is his Twitch username. Do you know that guy too, Mr. Moon?
I know them all. They're all my friends. Type one of them your friend in Twitch chat.
Okay, number 2 is out. Number 3. Here we go, boys. It's even more irritated now, Mr. Moon. Fuck.
Stop touching it.
I can't help it now. I can only think about how irritated it is. Refreshed. No Twitch username, no DGG username. Matthew, spelled incorrectly. You just got dunkstered. Bam, next one. Jesus. Nope. Destiny's email sounds like a scam email. Yeah. Next one. Ooh. Quiet Dude 17. Is he in chat right now? Quiet Dude 17. His name autocompletes.
Oh, it does autocomplete.
Do you think he's here?
He's my friend, so yeah. Yeah, Twitch chatters are 3-0, boys.
Okay, I'll do the next one for a DGG. I have to dedicate.
No, you can't.
I just did it. Guess what? It's my giveaway. I do whatever the fuck I want. Wait, did he actually talk in chat?
Yeah, he did.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, he put a face. PogChamp? Is that what that face is?
Yeah, PogChamp.
Oh, it's not going to be me and Jeff. It's going to be JF and a couple of people. I really don't want to do this, Mr. Wooten. Okay.
If you need my backup, I can go get my headset.
Oh, yeah? Thanks.
No problem.
Okay, the final one. I am going to... I'm going to dedicate this one to a DGG user, okay? That's what I'm going to do.
What if it's a Twitch and a DGG user?
If I recognize them from DGG, then I'll throw it their way, okay?
So it's rigged.
Yep, pretty much. Here we go. F5. Bam! Wait, what? Let's see if he's chatted in DGG. 4 days ago. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, ISO Hunts. Why do I recognize that name?
Check if it's banned.
No, I feel like I used to use that site for torrents. ISO Hunt or something? A long time ago. You kids don't know what ISOs are because you've never had to virtually mount anything in your fucking lives. Even though the only thing you guys will mount will be virtual. It was a twofer. It was the maturity joke and it was the virgin joke. Oh my god. Jeez.
Good one.
I just dominated.
Good job, Twitch chat. You guys are 3 for 1 on the watches. Congratulations, boys.
Hey, I need your email. No, wait, what? I need your name, address, and phone number. And let me know if you want me to sign the box. You aren't going to go to gangbang if JF needs people to back his side up? Actually, I'm okay. Because the level that me and JF will be talking at will be a level that will be above what most of these fucking retards. I'm pretty sure as soon as I say the phrase, like, normative versus descriptive claim, like, everybody else will shut the fuck up, and JF will be the only one that can follow the combo anyway, so I'm not too worried. I hate these people. I'm gonna go on a fucking shooting spree, dude.
In-game, PUBG, right?
Yeah, in-game.
Was Afro ever your fan?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Does he follow you on Twitter?
I don't know. Probably not. I tweet a lot. Twitter, AfroMoo. Oh yeah, he does. Why?
If you ever want to get me a like a one
Hey,
game
thanks
like
for
sit
the
down with
almost
Afro just to pick his
last
brain.
night. It was an almost Christmas miracle. Still had
I
a
love you,
lot of
fancy
people
sloth.
show up to watch me be a fucking idiot. Anyway, love you, bud. Happy holidays, Carrot.
Didn't it take them until all the way in Windows 10 for them to give native mounting to the OS? I can't believe that took so long. Have you ever had to mount a disk image before virtually?
No, I don't think so.
Basically, a long time ago. You don't remember this. Do you know a thing called a CD? Do you know what a CD
Yeah, I know what a
is?
CD
Yeah,
is.
CD. So it stood for compact disc, okay? We had our games used to come in boxes. We went to the store and we would actually buy games in boxes, okay? So
I
when we
did
came
too.
home, in order to put the game on our computers, we would have to open up something called a disk drive. It's like it comes out and you put the disc on the CD tray and then you push the button and it goes in the computer, okay? And then what your computer did was it saw, hey, you've got a CD installed. It has an image on the disc. We can read this image and now it looks like you've got some sort of executable set up to install the game, right? So if you wanted to pirate a game, the way that you would have to do this is there were a bunch of free shitter programs. I think Daemon Tools.
Oh, I did this shit. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think you could use Alcohol 120, I think, to mount disk images. Somebody said that was a little harder. But Daemon Tools is probably the most popular one. But basically, you would fake having a DVD drive on your computer, and then once you faked having that DVD drive, you would copy paste like a disk image over onto it, and then that was your way out. It was real complicated. It was some real hacker shit. Some real hacker shit.
Bring on counterpoints to balance out the battle with JF.
I was like 13, and allegedly I did that, and that shit was the most complicated thing like I had to figure out at that young age.
Fuck Twitch chat duckers.
Now they're LULing at me.
Remember the days of the CD key generators? Oh man, dude. The thing that you missed from your childhood, Mr. Mooten, the thing that you'll never...
You gonna finish that sentence?
The thing that you'll never remember is the epic fucking music from fucking...
Oh, no, I
key
remember
gens.
those music too. Yeah. It's like the crazy, like, techno music or whatever.
You would like, you'd be on your computer, you'd like double click like, you know, like Final Fantasy, hacked, torrent, blah, blah, blah. You'd install it,
Just
you'd try
start
to open it, it
blaring.
wouldn't work. Yeah, and nothing would work, and you'd go to the folder, and it'd be like, you'd click the .txt, and you'd open it, and it would have like 2 pages of like scrolling fucking patterns for whatever scene group like leaked the shit. And then it would say, make sure that you open keygen to blah, blah, blah. And then you would open it. And as soon as you would open it, it would be like... And it was just like this most obnoxious fucking shit that would blast your fucking speakers out. But it was so cool, Mr.
Didn't they
Minutes.
love that fucking music too? I don't even remember.
I don't know. It was always
like a
like
big
some
deal like
crazy
that.
techno fucking shit. Keygen music, 1 hour a mix. The keygens were always primitive and they never had volume control, so it was always like playing at like max fucking volume. Yeah, you couldn't turn it down at all, yeah. And I think this was before, I could be wrong, but I want to say back in the Windows days, I don't think you could, in Windows like 95 and Windows 2000, I don't think you had this individual sound mixer. I could be wrong, but I don't think there was. Do you remember that? Like on Windows XP, could you individually control the volume of applications?
The youngest one I had was Vista.
Is there a volume mixer? I don't remember. There might have been on XP. I don't know if there was on 2000 or 95.
Everydaycarry.com.
Windows 2000, that was a server house? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It wasn't called 2000. It was called Windows ME. Windows Millennium Edition. That's the one. Ooh, I remember that fucking... I loved that thing. It was a epic fucking battle, dude. You know what my favorite thing back then was? With the... These things were like, I guess nowadays there's like so many layers on top of everything. It wasn't quite like Linux or anything, obviously, but like when you did shit in these operating systems, it was some unforgiving shit, and you could go hard. I don't know like what happened to like Task Manager these days, but like when you end task and all that shit, it still feels like you're asking the operating system, like, hey, could you do this? Could you like end this task or some shit or whatever? But when you were on like Windows 95 or Windows ME, when you right clicked and you ended a task in the task manager, you fucking annihilated that shit. If there were dependent programs, if it was going to crash your OS, if it was going to cause your desktop to stall, it didn't matter, dude. When you brought up the task manager and you ended a task, you annihilated the fuck out of whatever program it was running. Holy shit, dude. I remember that shit.
So, you want to talk about crypto at all?
Why? What are you talking about? How's Bitcoiner doing?
Bitcoin's at like 16,000.
Oh, nice. It rebounded.
You ever hear about like any shit coins?
Like what? Like
Tron,
Ethereum?
Ripple.
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. This seems like some of the weirdest shit in the world that you can just like triple, quadruple your money in like a few days and then or lose it all.
Or lose it. Yeah, it's kind of like penny stocks, pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of that Kohan chick, she hooked me up with a geneticist guy, so I guess I am going to talk to somebody a little bit about that for a crash course for tomorrow, I guess.
The crypto Discord channel is very active and live. If anybody in Twitch chat or over Russell or G.GG wants to join.
Jesus, man. I can't see anything else, Mr. Moon.
What?
I just can't see anything. It never stops.
I was like looking and I saw that.
Yeah,
like, so
it's
yeah.
just. I'm just. Jesus. All right. All right.
Why do you keep looking at it?
I don't know, dude. I hate my life. All right. I just want to play Nier. I just want to watch cute anime waifus.
Enjoying Nier a lot?
Yeah, I do. It's actually really cool. It's like the only game I've wanted to like wake up and like play for a long time. What is that? Why Nier? I feel like it's just written more for like an old person like me to follow the story. You have an overarching plot that impacts everything in the entire world. You have a relatively small and self-contained world where everything is influenced by the plot. You're given 1 or 2 characters to follow around, that you don't have a rotating cast of people. You have some attachment to the characters because you play as them and you're with them a lot and you see them kind of like going through certain like emotional hangups. Like I can talk a little bit at length about 2B, having only played the game a little bit. Like 2B, it sounds like, I could be wrong, but she seems to follow the pretty standard, like, not tsundere, but like the shonen-esque arc, where she starts off as being like really cold and super edgy or whatever, but she's probably opening up more as the game goes on. Knives serves as that kind of tsundere person. I don't think that he would, but to like draw out more. The early twists, but the idea that like things aren't all as they seem, that between the machines and the aliens and everything, like I don't know, there's just enough there's enough in the game to keep it interesting. And it's simple. I don't feel like I'm playing a Bethesda game where there's 57 trillion different fucking characters with a bunch of side quests and lore that I give no fucks about, or like I'm playing BioShock and I'm like reading like, oh, well, this is what happened 52 years ago. Like, okay, that's cool. I don't really give a fuck, I guess. Or like I'm playing like Deus Ex, where like the plot gets way too like lost up its own ass, and it's like way too edgy, and there's a bunch of side characters that I don't give a fuck about. Like, I don't know, I just feel like there are so many narrative problems in games today, and I feel like so far Nier is doing a good job at staying on track.
Did you watch the new Blade Runner yet?
No, I haven't yet. I want to though. I will. Please don't ruin this. This is sick as fuck. Please don't let this get ruined. Oh, God. We'll know by 20 seconds. Did you not like all the BioShock games? I liked the BioShock games, but I hate that method of storytelling. It is objectively fucking trash. And the Dark Souls people should feel ashamed for using it, and the BioShock people should feel ashamed for using it. Nothing irritates me more than when I feel like I'm being dropped into a world where everything has already happened. I hate that feeling. And growing up, RPGs never did that for me. Like, in the Final Fantasy VII world, in the Final Fantasy Tactics, in all the Final Fantasies, except for maybe past 10. I can say up to 10. In all the Phantasy Star games, and in all the old JRPGs, when you were in the world, shit was happening. Cities would disappear or explode. The world map would change. In Nier, we had that big destruction in the middle of the city. Things are happening all around you. You know, stuff is going on. You see the people in the world evolving and changing, and they're reacting to the events, and all of that is like really awesome. I love to watch the world change around me, as opposed to a game like Dark Souls or Bioshock, where what you feel like is you're discovering events that have already happened, and that is such a horrible, lazy, shitty way to do lore. And Dark Souls does it too, and it's just lazy, shitty writing. If you want to write like that, make a fucking book, not a video game. The whole point of being in a video game is that you can watch all of this shit happen around you, and you don't just have to read about it in a book. Nothing is more irritating than going... Bioshock Infinite did this better, a little bit better, than... the first two Bioshocks, because in the first two Bioshocks, like, you're dropped in, like, okay, I guess there's a big revolution going on in the city or whatever, but you don't see any of it. I don't think you see a single normal person in all of the first two Bioshocks. You walk in, you read a thing like, oh, like, you know, the whole city is revolting, like, okay, and then you pick up a thing, it's like, oh yeah, everybody's so mad. It's like, okay, like, it would be cool if I could, like, see any of this ever, like, narratively, that would, like, delivered through the medium of a video game, like, that would be nice, but I guess we don't ever get to see any of that. Dark Souls tells stories like this too. If you play through Dark Souls and you don't go through the autistic fucking scavenging to read every single fucking little lore item, nothing happens in the game. You go from boss to boss to boss, and that's it. Nothing is happening in the world. You don't watch any of the cities change. You don't watch characters react to anything. You don't interact with interesting side characters. If you bring up the Onion Knight as an interesting side character, you're part of the problem, okay? Like, it's just like you go back and you read, like, oh, this happened a long time ago. Oh, this happened a long time ago. Oh. Isn't a question of discovering a fallen civilization? Yeah, that's essentially what it is, right? And yeah, it's overplayed. I guess, like, in some ways, like, I could understand it being like an okay tool, but it seems like people, they did it in Wolfenstein to some extent. You could argue they did it in Doom, but I'll forgive Doom because Doom isn't about the story. We're like, this idea of picking up and picking up stuff and reading about what happened is just so fucking lazy. Like, you would never ever do this in any of the older JRPGs, which was awesome. That's what I loved about and probably, like, every one, like, fucking in Final Fantasy VII, the world map changed, right? The meteor thing appeared. You got the weapon flying around. Entire cities sometimes were destroyed. I remember this Legends of Legaia game, the end game world map. Your first hometown is, like, taken over and shit. You've got the mist on the map. You go from city to city, talking to people, watching how they change. You know, like, as events pass and everything happens. Like, that's awesome. But in games with like Dark Souls, where there's, like, fucking 7 NPCs that you talk to throughout the entire game, or Bioshock, where in Bioshock 1 I think there was legitimately like 2 other talking people that you come in contact with. In Bioshock, how many people do you actually come in contact with in Bioshock? And you don't even really come in contact. There's like a glass thing. There's the one will you please guy, and then there's like 1 or 2 other people. Like, there's literally like 2 or 3 people that you see in the entire game. I don't know, I really don't like that. I really don't like that method of storytelling. I just think it's really lazy. And it can be okay every now and then, but I feel like most stories have turned to that. And I've played other games too that do that. I just can't think of it. It's notorious in the FPS world, where the way that you tell the story is by leaving like tape recorders or leaving things that you pick up and then read or listen to, and that's where all the story comes from. And it just makes me feel like I'm in a world where everything has already happened. I hate that feeling. Whereas compare that to Final Fantasy VII, right? Where you talk to the people and they change as events are going on. When meteors in the sky, they say different things. After you free a town, you know, like they say different things. Like, that's awesome. I want people to do stuff as shit happens, you know? It's almost as if that the world in which everything has happened is intentional. Yeah, but it's like that from the start. We're gonna watch this video every single day. What was this called? I love this video. I'm so glad that I could put a name to this, so when fucking retards like you say that in chat, there's a lore reason, there's a whatever. We're watching it. Just watch it and let me bask in it. I'm so glad I can give a name to this stupid fucking rationalization that retard fucking fans do when their piece of media is fucking shit.
Before we start, here's a pop quiz. How do you kill a vampire? Sunlight, stake to the heart, holy water, fire, decapitation, silver bullet? Write your answer down and we'll come back to it later. So previously we talked about the diegesis and the attendant mental construct, the fiction space alternate universe that stories exist in inside our heads. Today, we're going to talk about boundaries. Specifically, we're going to be talking about diegetic justification for creepy garbage and how terrible and flawed it is as an argument. So there's a bad habit that people have gotten into. It's nothing new, but it's becoming more and more common, and it goes like this. Hello, this is Folding Ideas. I recently watched the anime Women Getting Ripped Apart by Orcs and was, disturbed by the seeming perverse glee the show takes in the way it frames the frequent and excessive dismemberment of its female cast members. In fact, the entire purpose of the show seems to be little more than showing women being brutally violated by orcs. Minor characters with little plot significance are often subjected to 2 or 3 minute sequences that focus an almost pornographic lens on their suffering and the enjoyment the orcs take in the process.
Dan Olsen is wrong to complain. If he thinks this is a big deal, then he clearly wasn't paying attention. The orcs were created by the Dread God who hates all light. The Dread God wanted an army that would rape and shred its way across the land of Thule. So the orcs aren't just violent for no reason. They're compelled to be violent. It all makes sense if you were paying attention to the backstory.
This has become a pretty familiar exchange over the last few years, and the base components are this. 1. Some element of a movie, anime, or video game is criticized, usually for racism or sexism. 2. Fans defend it by citing in-universe reasons for why the world of the text is the way that it is. Here's the problem. Fictional worlds aren't real, and are eternally mutable by creators. They are the sum of a giant pile of creative decisions made by 1, 2, a dozen, 100 different individuals who took it from blank page to finished product. The only reason anything is the way that it is because a writer chose to make it that way. The diegetic argument aims to dismiss criticism at its core, suggesting that there aren't any problems with the text provided controversial elements are internally consistent with the rest of the story world. In slang terms, this can be referred to as the Thermian argument. In the sci-fi classic Galaxy Quest, the Thermians don't understand fiction as a concept. It doesn't exist in their language, and thus they see all texts as historical documents. While not identical, the root figure of thought is similar here. The diegesis is given primacy over the text as a cultural product.
I'm sorry, Bioshock fanboys, when we finish this, can you please tell me who all these characters you meet in the world of Bioshock are? Audio conversations via radio does not count.
The exact rationale behind a Thermian argument may even end up being contradictory from one case to another. One medieval game with dragons and magic, but no one with brown skin, is fine as is because historical accuracy. In a different medieval game, a character wears a chainmail bikini to a war zone because it's just a fantasy and that's just how her tribe dresses. You cannot criticize the world because that's just the way the world is. This is a deeply flawed argument because, once again, fictional worlds aren't real and are eternally mutable by creators. None of it actually exists. The only part that does exist is the finished text and the idea that it represents. So let's go back to the quiz. How do you kill a vampire? It doesn't matter what you wrote, the answer is irrelevant. Vampires aren't real. While the rules for how to kill a vampire may be codified within any given game, movie, book, or show, nothing exists to enforce the rules of a fictional space. Writers routinely alter the rules to suit their interests and the needs of their story. So in the world outside the diegesis, in our world, only the implications and impact of that fiction actually matter. That's why this type of dismissal, using a diegetic justification to nullify criticism, is ultimately a chump argument. Unlike world history, where there is a theoretical objective truth that we can seek to better and more accurately represent, fictional worlds are fiction. There is no truth to move towards. Arguments for purity or consistency miss the point entirely. The Thermian argument, therefore, serves only to shut down discussion. Criticism of a creative work is ultimately criticism of the decisions that people made when they were putting it together. And that's where we're going to leave things for today. Now, go in peace, my children, in the name of...
Favorite game is Snake Eater, the game where you can.
I didn't say that listening to audio logs is bad. I just said that when that's your sole means of conveying a story, that's shit. Snake Eater does not convey all of its story through fucking audiobooks. That's not even close to true.
Like, share, and subscribe. Amen.
Okay, let's go through these characters. Okay, Bioshock. Sander Cohen. Wait, isn't this guy like just like a random boss that you fight and kill like instantly?
On the radio. Hasty to come to the of those. And young Fitzpatrick. burden of the artist is has he.
Do you ever meet or
You should
interact with
play
this
The
guy or
Witness.
watch this
it
guy?
was all audio logs, so they took the story out.
An evening with Sander Cohen. How can you call these games shit and lazy, though? They still have great settings, gameplay, music, etc., especially in Dark Souls and Bioshock. When I played through Bioshock the first time, okay, I thought that the whole city was dead, that everybody in the city was dead, and you were just going through and like killing a couple monsters or whatever, and like discovering what happened. I legitimately thought that, but apparently that's not true. I think that by the end of the game, I think that like there's still like a whole people that live in like the city of, I forget what it's even fucking called, and this whole like Bioshock underwater city, you just never, ever see any of them. I don't think they're all actually dead.
I want to take the ears off.
Oh, Rapture, yeah. Yeah, like this whole city, you're supposedly going through a whole city, and the whole city is like not a single fucking person in it. I thought that people would kill the residents of the city. Yeah, but I don't think that's like supposed to be all the people left, no? I don't know. Basically, my whole problem is that like I don't like feeling like I'm dropped into a world where I'm playing archaeologist. I like the story to be told in the appropriate way for the medium. Telling it through audio logs or reading about it is inappropriate for the medium. That's like an objective fact. I know that it bothers people when I say that, but like if you were to go sit down and watch a movie and 95% of the movie is told through like a narrative, like the screen is black and the guy is just like reading to you, that's not really an appropriate use of the medium of film, unless you're doing it to like subvert an expectation. You're doing some crazy postmodern fucking take on media or some shit, right? That you wouldn't go to a movie and sit there and close your eyes and listen to somebody read a book because it's film. It's meant to occur visually to you, right? So like when I play a game and it's supposed to be like a story-driven game, and the way that I uncover all the story is to run around like listening to audio logs or reading like a fucking paper, it feels like I got shafted hardcore on the story. Like it just feels like shit. Like, okay, well, like, man, like this whole shit, everything that happened to Rapture sounded really cool. Like there was a huge revolt, people got like fucking turned into monsters and shit. Like it sure would have been nice to see that anywhere instead of showing up when the city's like already fucking dead, you know? You're fine with supplementary stuff like that. Yeah, no, like supplementary stuff is awesome. I don't care. That's fine because you should want to discover more, but I want to see like the world like change around me. I want to interact with characters that feel like they have a place and they're not just there to like walk you through a level and then watch them like die through a glass wall or some shit. Which I think, isn't that how I don't remember the other people's names. Isn't that how you watch like Ryan die or some shit? Doesn't he like or don't you like watch some dude like kill somebody through like a glass thing? I don't even fucking remember, dude. I don't remember any of the fucking characters in this fucking game. But being a part of it wasn't the story they were trying to tell. The purpose of the game's narrative would have been subverted by it. Cool, that's fine, that's great. And I think it's shitty because of that. And I can think that, so suck my dick. And I think Dark Souls is shit as well. For that same reason. Like when your only interaction with a person is to show up to talk to them once and then kill them, it's like, okay, well, this is awesome, I guess. I don't know. The film's sole purpose is to tell you a story, not tell you a story, but show you a story. Whereas a video game is not necessarily supposed to tell a story like Call of Duty. Well, it doesn't have to, but if it's going to, I think it should show it to you or make you interact with it in some way, no? Like, isn't that the point of playing a video game? It's an interactive experience. Audio logs and background history provide contextual information the same way in books and movies. Yeah, but if you don't read any of the audio logs in Bioshock, you'll have no fucking idea what you're doing. If you don't read them, that's not supplementary, it is the main story. Or same thing, especially in Dark Souls. If you don't read any of like the lore in the world, you'll have no fucking idea what's going on, you know? You could argue that Dark Souls isn't a story-focused game, which is fine, but Dark Souls fans will defend the fuck out of its story. Bruce Willis and Gary Oldman meet in The Fifth Element. I guess it's a shit movie. Nice. How can you complain about Bioshock's character interactions and then talk to you directly in person, but not Nier's? Because in Nier, I see that there's a story happening around the characters. The city is changing. All the people in the resistance camp are changing. People change based on events that are going on. You talk to the machine people. Initially, they're hostile. Then you talk to them. You find out about them. They react to quests that you're given. They react to events going on when that 2A thing is running around. You've got characters that are interacting with other characters. You can observe their interactions. There's a whole war. It feels like when you enter a game like Nier, or when you enter a game like any of the older Final Fantasies or Phantasy Stars or any of those games, it feels like you're dropped into a world, and this is a world that exists where multiple people are interacting with each other. Even if you weren't there, this world would still exist. When you go into like the world of BioShock, it's like the people are only there to talk to you, and that's like the sole purpose, and you never really see like parties interacting. It's literally just like you're there, and there are some people that exist to just talk to you, and that's it. It just feels really gypped as like a story. You're complaining the story doesn't have a superhero plot, that you change the entire world? No, it's just the opposite. Like, BioShock would arguably be the epitome of a superhero plot, or like Final Fantasy 15. These are stories that like couldn't exist without you, I don't think, right? Like, what would happen in Rapture if you weren't there to do everything? The whole city would just like, I guess, continue on its path, right? Final Fantasy 15 was a great example of this. Without Final Fantasy in Final Fantasy 15, every single other main character existed as an extension of the main character. The Gladios guy was like Noctis's big brother. The one guy with the glasses was the cook, and then the Prompto guy was like his friend. Like, they all existed as an extension of the main character. In Nier, if you were to remove 2B from the situation, it looks like there's a world where stuff is happening. The machines are fighting on behalf of the aliens, you thought, but that's not true. They're fighting against the androids. Humans exist on the moon. The resistance camp is set up, and they interface with the androids, but they also interface with the machines. I'm not sure if the androids know that or not yet. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit going on, and you can see it going on, and their relationships changing and everything evolving. Even if you remove 2B from the game, all of this shit is still going on, right? That's what it seems like is happening. There's a whole world that exists. In the BioShock games, at least in the first two, in the third one they did a better job, but in the first two BioShock games, if you remove the main character, what is happening? Like, Doctor, plastic surgeon, BioShock. Didn't you say Halo? Did that really? Yeah, Halo was awesome. I loved Halo. I don't know, like, I guess it just sounds like I have a cop-out for everything. I don't know if I would consider, like, a guy for one level that you hunt down and kill as a boss as like a character that, like, tells you story and shit. Like, I guess it just doesn't feel the same to me.
Sons of Liberty has a better story than Snake Eater. This is fact. Blubstony in chat.
You're pretty much saying that the stories of these games aren't interactive at all, and you could literally not play as an actual character and nothing would change at all, as if you're just reading a book. Yeah, maybe. You don't have any major influence over, like, stuff that has happened, and then when you show up, you're literally just there to, like, interact with people on an individual level, and nothing seems to exist, like, independent of you once you're in the world. I don't know. Sandra Cohen's plot not only doesn't give a fuck about you, but you interact with him and get to choose to kill him or not. What difference does it make if you kill Cohen or not? I don't even remember what he is in this game. It's been a long time. Actually, I think I played the first BioShock before I was even a streamer, right? It's been a long time since I played this shit.
It's an old game, man.
It's just a bad.
I played every single Halo multiple times, but doesn't it fall into the same category that without Master Chief, nothing happens? No way, I totally disagree. At least in Halo 1, I don't remember Halo 2 that well, but at least in Halo 1, it felt like you were dropped into a conflict. I mean, obviously, Master Chief is really fucking important to that conflict, but without it, you still have the Marines fighting the aliens, fighting the Flood. You've got the activation of the rings in order to stop the Flood from going through the universe. You've got the entire human faction that's doing everything. Like, without Master Chief, all of those cogs are still turning, and you could see them all turning. You can actually physically see them turning. If you stumble into the right area, you will watch Flood come out and fight the Elite, like or the Covenant. Like, you actually physically see it happening in the game. Do you also hold these criticisms of The Last of Us? Because without the main character, you're just in a world with clickers. The Last of Us is different. The Last of Us is different. The Last of Us isn't necessarily trying to tell a story independent of the characters. The Last of Us is a story about two characters. It's about Joel and Ellie. So it doesn't, you don't need everything else from the outside world. BioShock isn't a story about them. I don't even know who the fuck the main character is. I think you find out eventually, but like he doesn't even talk. Like it's not even close to the same. The Last of Us doesn't have to have a lot of like outer world change or interaction. Like that's fine. The evolution of that game story occurs between the two characters, the two main characters. That is Dark Souls 2? Who the fuck is the main character in Dark Souls? Come on, dude. You're gonna say that the main character of Dark Souls is as developed as Joel in The Last of Us? Really? Are we really gonna do that? Destiny, don't show, don't tell, or don't show, tell. Show, don't tell. Fuck. Show, don't tell is basically just... Yeah, that's kind of what I'm arguing for, yeah. What is the actual story of Dark Souls? It's immensely complicated and it's massive. There's a lot of story, a lot of really good story to Dark Souls. It just does a fucking horrible job at telling it. Didn't we discuss this? Destiny doesn't like RPGs. He doesn't enjoy being the main character. I love RPGs. What are you talking about? I just don't like RPGs with the silent protagonist because I think it's lazy writing. What about side missions and things like GTA? I haven't played any of the recent GTAs, but GTA is probably a game with like some of the best world incorporated interactive storytelling where there are like multiple gangs and factions that are fighting one another that exist in the city that all have backgrounds. Fuck, it's been so long since I played a GTA. The last one I think is when the main character was CJ, the black kid. I don't remember how long ago this was, but I played that one. I played GTA 3, I think. Was that a top-down one, or was that one of the that might have been the first 3D one? I played the whatever the last top-down one was, and then I played Grand Theft Auto Vice City, I think. But those games were very character-driven, and very much had a story set up where everybody was interacting. The worlds where if you removed your main character, those worlds would 100% still exist. GTA, ironically, I don't know, probably had some of the best storytelling of like any type of game. Like the GTA games are really good at that shit. Holy shit, the GTA games were insanely good at that stuff. I still think these games are great in their own ways. Yeah, sure. No. Okay, I'll back up a little bit. These games are fine, I guess. I just prefer stories to be told in an interactive way. I feel like if I'm playing a video game through the medium of a video game, I feel like I want to interact with it. Dark Souls or even BioShock sounds like they would make for better books than for video games as far as the story is concerned, right? because everything has already happened. Like reading a book about BioShock sounds like it would be really interesting. Reading a book about like the Dark Souls games sounds like it would be really interesting. I don't need to read a book about Halo's campaign, because in Halo you're in the middle of everything and you watch everything happening and everything changing. You get to see when the Covenant appear and when they fight your Marine friends. You get to see when the Flood appears and the Covenant and the Flood and everybody are fighting. You get to revisit levels and watch everything exploding and shit going crazy and driving through the exploding pillar bottom at the end and watching the ring. Like you're in an event where everything around you is changing constantly. Like that sounds like something that would make for a better interactive experience rather than just reading a book about it, right? Whereas in BioShock, 99% of the cool shit's already happened. I'd rather just read a book. I don't need to play. Like just give me like a Doom game and I'll go shoot and kill stuff. Or for Dark Souls, like okay, yeah, I'll go around and I'll play it like I normally do, you know, like as an autism simulator where I get one shot by everything. And if there's cool lore, I'll just read a book about it because it's not told at all through the gameplay. You should actually read Halo's books. They're really good. I read the first 3. I'm ashamed to admit. The last one is where they go back to the to blow up the home world of the Covenant, right? Is the 3rd one? Yeah, I remember those books. I read them when I was in high school, I think. The Witcher 3 did a really good job at telling story for the most part. The Witcher 3 was a really good game. The mysteriousness of the atmosphere and drive to piece together what happened is an enjoyable story experience for me. I guess it isn't for you? Not really, no. I mean, I could just read like a thriller novel that would do it a million times better than trying to haphazardly piece it together with video game script writers. Are you in here, Mr. Mutton?
Yeah.
Kill yourself. All right, I'm gonna go talk to a dude. Be careful.
All right, good luck. All right. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How are you?
Doing great. Just to let you know I'm streaming and everything, so don't say your phone number or home address or social security or anything like that, right?
Okay.
Okay, well, how's it going? Our mutual buddy, hooked us up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about you whatsoever. I'll assume you know nothing about me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to introduce yourself first?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. My name's Kevin. I'm a PhD student at Michigan State researching plant genomics from a systems biology perspective, which is just sort of like a holistic approach to biology, incorporating kind of several levels of data and biological phenomena.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Do you know anything about me at all, or?
I've heard your name tossed around. But not in any bad way.
It can mean a lot of different things depending on where it's tossed around. So basically, I guess I talk to people. I do video games on Twitch. I'm a fucking video game streamer. But I do 50-50 between politics and video games now. So I do a lot of political digging. Are you familiar with the the famous, like, the Thunderfoot, the Sargons, these guys on YouTube now?
Unfortunately, I am, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so pretty much, I got into the I got into the internet debating thing because I found that these people were really, really popular, but also really, really stupid. So I'm doing this now to kind of talk to these people because it's what I do, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, I usually focus most of my conversations around things related to policy, because that's the most interesting thing to me. U.S. policy in regards to economics, immigration, foreign policy, Middle East mainly, that kind of stuff. And these are kind of the points that I centered because, or like healthcare, because these are kind of like the most important points to the United States, and to some extent to worldwide people, things like economics and immigration and whatnot. And then there's this kind of side topic that. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm I'm gonna be 24 in a few days.
All right, cool. I'm 29. Wow. it seemed like 10 years ago these topics were more like not talked about as much. Like we kind of dog whistled these topics more, but now they're like forefront. And I'm talking about race realism in particular. And it seems like this is a topic that is picking up a ton of traction, and everybody seems to be avoiding it. And I just haven't heard like really good confrontations to some of these more popular people online. To talk to them about it. So I guess now I've resolved myself for the next like 2 to 4 months, I guess, to start digging into this type of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I wasn't planning on starting it so early, but I guess, do you know who Andy Worski is?
No, I can't say I do.
Do you know who the JF Gillespie guy or whatever is? JF?
Yeah. I recently I've heard that name thrown around too in less positive light, but
Sure. So I think his PhD was in, I want to say, evolutionary biology. Am I making that up?
it was neurobiology. 'Cause I looked it up after I saw the name again.
Okay.
Typically, I kind of shy away from YouTube personalities and YouTube as a medium for discussing things because
which would be nice, but unfortunately a lot of people engage with it. So I think at this point, this is kind of my argument, is that like I don't think you can ignore the platform because so many people get drafted into it, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely whether or not it's the primary forum for discussing it, it's definitely an outreach medium.
It is a bad way. It's a bad forum for the conversation, so I agree with that for sure. So JF, I guess. Are you familiar with Ryan Falk?
No, I can't say I'm familiar with him either.
Have you heard of a website called The Alternative Hypothesis?
Yes, I have. I've been linked to it several times.
So he's the guy that runs that website.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So him and JF have pretty much been running the rounds now in all of the quote-unquote skeptic circles. Pretty much... Do you have a... so basically what JF does is he will run around and he will reaffirm the oh God, what's the opposite of a normative claim?
Descriptive?
Yeah. He will go around and he will reaffirm, he'll reinforce all of the descriptive claims that the race realists make without commenting on the normative ones. So basically you get people that will say like, hey, like, you know, black people are inferior to white people, so we should ship them all off back to Africa or kill them all or whatever the fuck they want to do. And then anytime somebody's like, well, hey, this is a bad idea, JF will show up and he'll be like, well, actually his science is correct. You know, this science is actually accurate, without ever commenting on any of the normative claims. Yeah. So basically tomorrow I got invited to talk to JF on Andy's show. And I didn't want to do this so early because I'm trying to brush up on like a lot of basic bio to catch up. But I guess I just wanted to throw some things by you, for if there are like any like overarching points that might be good to that you might understand some things about. Yeah,
absolutely. It's something that I've sort of been dragged into as well because it's kind of unavoidable online these days, and pretty much any major social media. So.
And the that normative versus descriptive, I think, is really important because today, you said you're in Central. I'm assuming you're from the U.S. or are you from Canada?
I'm from the U.S. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. In the United States, the problem is that the idea that we need to keep out like all the immigrants is pushed for by mainstream Republican policy, and that kind of policy can very easily lead you to a place where you think it should happen because of race realism, right? So I think that these are very much like connected right now, which is why I think it's worth addressing. Because if you're on board with we need to build a wall, we need to keep out brown people, they ruin the economy, it's not that far to jump from that to, well, brown people are actually genetically inferior to white people. Like I think it's an easy jump from A to B, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually today, ironically enough, I was going through a reading of Richard Lewontin's and Stephen Rose and Leon Kamen's Not in Our Genes, which was an old, I'm thinking 80s retort to biological determinism and this kind of essentialism that underlies race realism and this entire kind of reactionary science politic.
Sure.
And they touch a lot about this kind of duplicity that people play a role in, where they pitch themselves as objective scientists, where the science is beyond politics, but at the same time they use the science toward a political end, normally trying to make it seem like they're not endorsing normative claims, but then endorsing normative claims effectually or sometimes just outright.
Yeah. that's the most irritating part about the JF guy, is that a lot of these people will say that, like, you know, I'm only trying to come out here and talk about the science. Like, I can't help what people do with the knowledge after that, even though it seems impossible not to understand what it is they're endorsing.
Yeah, and it there's this whole other issue that bothers me, and it's because I've just spent too much time doing philosophy of science, that their stance is without ideology, but it absolutely is steeped in ideology, and it's especially an ideology to maintain the status quo or whatever hierarchies currently exist.
Yeah.
And it's sort of a weaponization of science and this supposed objectivity.
Yeah. That's kind of like, that's actually one of my big problems. I'm probably, based on what we said so far, I might sound kind of like a liberal or whatever, or that direction, but I'm actually like pretty edgy insofar as, like, I think that pursuits of truth are really important and really noble, even if they could have bad social consequences. I think pursuing truth claims is really good. But I recognize a difference between, like, so for the alt-hype guy, the alternative hypothesis guy, I spoke to him once on stream, and he sounded like he was a compassionate human, like he sounded decent, and I was like, okay, sure. And I think that even if you could do research into race realist things for compassionate reasons. For instance, say we do discover that there is an inherent IQ gap between two races. This is something that you could address socially, whether there's different forms of education, whether there's more appropriate ways to, right? You could compassionately address that. But then, like, I hop on his Twitter afterwards and I see him, like, tweeting and retweeting a whole bunch of, like, anti-immigrant shit, like, this is why, you know, there was, like, a terrorist attack in the UK, and he's like, this is what the people of the UK voted for with more immigration. It's like, okay, well, you just fucking hate brown people. And now it seems like that's the entire purpose of your science, you know, pursuit, is to find reasons why you can shit on people that, you know, have darker skin than you.
Yeah, and then when you can say it in a calm, soothing voice, and you can put stats and figures behind it, there's this huge gain in ethos that people can be really easily persuaded by.
Yeah. Do you happen to know? Do you happen to know right now? I've seen stats and figures. I'm just curious what you think. Do you happen to know what the consensus is among intelligence researchers about how much of the difference in IQ between races of people could be attributed to genetic cause? Or is that even a fair question?
From everything I've read and from my understanding, that is at best a question that currently has no answer. And there are multiple reasons for that. The first one, I'll start at more of a proximal reason.
Okay.
So, heritability, which is typically the justification that people use for the geneticness of these traits, is first and foremost a population-specific value. So you take a certain sample in your study, and you partition out the variance from genetic variation, environmental variation, just the overall phenotypic variation. And so you get a value that's valid for that population or that sampling. And there's really no way to extrapolate that value to other populations.
Yeah, and this is something, I understand this. So like a trait could have like a 0.95 heritability, and you could see the difference between 100 of that trait in one population versus 200 to another, but the difference can't necessarily be explained by the heritability, because an environmental effect could completely take account of that, even if it has like a very high heritability, right? Like malnutrition on height or something, right, could dramatically impact that, even though height is like 0.99 or some crazy high heritability. Yeah.
And so it all depends on several factors depending on how much environmental variability is in certain samples, the genetic variability. But even beyond that, if you look at genome-wide association studies that are trying to pinpoint actual variance that you can attribute to a trait, there's been a lot of work in quantitative genetic circles, especially with humans, looking at biases that occur when you extrapolate a GWAS panel outside of populations. So there are certain reasons.
Can you explain what is a GWAS panel? I have no idea. Sorry.
So genome-wide association is a way to statistically associate particular base pairs along a genome, called single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs.
Okay.
To a trait. And so in a GWAS panel, you typically take, hundreds, thousands of individuals. You sequence them for, 500,000 base pairs. And then you basically perform a regression or a statistical analysis in a mixed linear model across every base pair, and then see what the statistical relationship between the base pair and the trait is. And after it passes a certain threshold for significance, you can say that this SNP is associated with the trait.
Gotcha.
And so then this precise variant in a population at this physical location in the genome has some sort of phenotypic effect.
Okay. So just to make sure I understand this, so like for an example of this, say we're trying to measure like nail biting. We would take 100,000 people, we would sequence their genome, and then doing a regressive analysis, we would try to find out how many of them possess a certain type of gene, and that if that was highly correlated with the activity of nail biting, then we could, with some degree of confidence, say that this SNP is associated with nail biting, something like that?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And so this, to not get too far into the weeds, this methodology typically is built off of an idea called linkage disequilibrium, which, if you haven't heard, is basically the fact that some SNPs will recombine together more than you would expect, and that's caused by several features. But basically, instead of sequencing every part of the genome, you can sequence certain sections of it, or a subset of it. And using linkage disequilibrium, you can find causative genes without actually sequencing them. And so it's basically a way to kind of extend the reach of genetic signals without having to sequence an entire genome.
Gotcha. So this is almost like some quasi form of compression, where like if you have like the compressed version, you could extrapolate out to the non-compressed or something like that.
It's kind of similar. It's basically there are certain SNPs that will move around with each other through recombination more likely than you'd expect randomly.
Non-random. Okay, sure.
And you can leverage that to basically get more information with less data.
Sure. Okay. Is it really hard to? I have no idea. Is it really hard to like sequence a genome? Like, how is this done?
It's well, so you have to extract DNA, and then you have to shear it and put in adapters. It's not super difficult. It takes a little bit of work in a wet lab. It can be expensive, and if you're sequencing 10,000 genomes, it could cost $50,000 or probably more than that.
Oh, geez, okay.
$100,000. So it gets expensive. So the reason why you want to use fewer or sequence less of a genome is just to save money.
Yeah,
so,
and get a bigger sample size for your dollar. So that,
Exactly. So there's a big debate over whether or not more of a genome or more samples is better, and typically people go with more samples, because the more genetic diversity you get, the more likely you are to find rare variants.
Correlation in like a regressive analysis or something, right?
Yeah. So, but there's an issue with relying on linkage disequilibrium, which is that for mostly stochastic reasons, linkage disequilibrium isn't the same between populations.
Okay.
So a SNP that might be in linkage disequilibrium with a causative SNP in a European population might not be in an African population.
Might not be causative, or might not have that linkage disequilibrium?
Won't have the linkage disequilibrium.
Okay.
So even if the causative SNP is still in an African population, you won't be able to find it using the sampling that a GWAS would use, which is kind of like a reduced representation of the genome.
Gotcha.
And so there have been studies that have shown that there's a gradual decrease in the power of GWAS the further you get from the population that the original studies were done in. And so, especially in human genetics, there was a pretty big bias with European genomes for a very long time, and that's still something that's sort of being remedied right now as more African genomes are being sequenced and added to repositories and databases. So yeah,
Can
I guess
I'm just repeating what
Yeah.
you're saying just to make sure that I understand it. Sorry. So when you say that, what you're saying is that the GWASPs favored Europeans such that when African DNA or DNA from other populations was sequenced, we were assuming that we could make extrapolations of just sequencing a little bit of it, and it turns out that those extrapolations were inaccurate because due to that linkage disequilibrium, it didn't manifest in the same way as the other DNA as it did in the European DNA? Is that like...
Yeah, that's pretty close. So if you were to have a population of 500 Europeans and 20 Africans, and you did a GWAS, it could appear as though the Africans didn't have the same signal as Europeans.
Gotcha.
Or if you did a GWAS with 1,000 Europeans 2 years ago, and you just redid one with 300 African genomes, and you wanted to see if your European SNP that was found to be significant is replicated in your African panel, you might not find that SNP being replicated, but
Gotcha.
not because the variant isn't there or because it's not affecting the trait, but just because the design of the experiment is, at the time, without us knowing, biased against discovering variants in African populations.
Okay.
So that's one way in which it's difficult to answer this question, just because we really haven't set up enough genetic investigations in African populations to compare against this same sort of data we have in European populations. I will say also for things like intelligence, there's a pretty big disconnect between the effect that we found from genetics and the disparities that we see between racial groups. So,
what do you mean by that? Can you explain? Or
yeah. So it's a month ago, I think, within the last few months, there have been GWAS studies that have been done that found like 200 genes for intelligence in a UK population, the UK Biobank, I think.
Sure. And when you say 200 genes for intelligence, you're talking specifically about SNPs, the single nucleotide peptides.
So this is actually they've been able to associate those SNPs to actual genes.
Okay.
And
Wait,
so I think
can you explain to me real quick the difference between a SNP and a gene? Sorry.
Yeah. So genes are regions of DNA that code for proteins.
Okay.
And so a gene could have 300 SNPs in it.
Gotcha. Okay.
SNPs are just single base pairs that differ between individuals. They're polymorphisms at a single nucleotide.
Okay, cool. Okay. So when you talk about like ATCG, like a single pairing of that would be a SNP, and then a gene is some number of those.
Yeah, so a gene is just sort of like it's a region of the genome that, this is actually hard because there's no real clear definition of a gene, and people throw around the term, but it's blurry. But so if typically you would think of a gene as just the region of a genome that can be associated to the coding of a protein.
Okay.
And so with the right amount of investigation and kind of digging into your data, you can identify genes from GWAS associations.
Okay.
And so basically they found a couple hundred variants, a couple hundred or a couple dozen genes. I can't remember exactly, but this is like the biggest finding that they found so far.
Okay. And these are associated with intelligence.
Intelligence.
Okay. Gotcha.
I believe it was IQ. There's a chance it's educational attainment, but typically educational attainment has been used as a proxy trait because there's a decent enough correlation, and it's something that people just methodologically do.
Gotcha.
And it's not a huge deal.
Okay.
You could nitpick it if you want, but it's kind of beside the point.
Gotcha.
And so what they found is that even when you take all of these significantly associated SNPs, or the associated genes, and you do something called a polygenic score. So for every SNP, there's a way to figure out how much of the phenotypic trait it contributes to.
Okay.
So one SNP might contribute like 2% of variance, and another might contribute 1% of variance. But anyway, when they add up a polygenic score that looks at the overall contribution of the most significant SNPs that they find for those several hundred, they only find it's less than 10% of the variance is explained. I think it's somewhere around 4 or 5% of the variance explained. So, 5 years ago, they were finding no SNPs associated with intelligence. And they were just hoping to find something. They were hoping to find something that explained the variance.
So before going into this, just so I make sure I understand. So you're saying that a GWAS determined that there was no more than a 4% variance in the phenotypical trait of intelligence in regards to genes, in regards to SNPs? Is that what you were?
Yeah, so the total amount of phenotypic variance explained by genetics was about 5%.
Gotcha. Do you I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm sorry. Do you have like the name of that study or what it was published in? I would love to just be able to dig into that a little bit.
Yeah, I've gotten involved in this stuff so much. I have a Google bookmark filled with responses to race realism. And
okay. And then just so that and then I'm sorry, I just have to, because this isn't my area at all. I have to keep rephrasing just to make sure I understand. So when you say that it explained the variance, what you're saying is that I could have theoretically 2 people, one who is 2 standard deviations above the IQ table, and then 2 standard deviations below the mean IQ or whatever, and that between these people there might only be a 4% variation in their in the SNPs and the SNPs, or
let me wrap my head around what the significance of that could be.
Sure. Or put that into like words for me to understand how that would translate to like people's intelligence, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that was a bad way of phrasing it, because you could say in that way then that the difference is entirely related to that 4%. Right, that was a bad way of phrasing it then, sorry.
Sorry, here we go. Believe this is it. I can send you the link to this paper.
Sure.
Yeah, 206 genomic loci implicating 1,000 genes. Yeah, it doesn't. Here we go. Yeah, explain 5.4% of the variance in the independent samples. So yeah. So what that would mean is that if you were trying to explain the observed variation in the phenotype using only genetics, the genetic component that you're investigating could only explain about 4% of the variance.
Yeah, okay. Someone in my chat just clarify that. I don't think that's right. It said if you run a regression, 4% of the variance and outcome, in this case intelligence, is determined by variation in the factor you're regressing against. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So basically, there's behavioral geneticists have finally been vindicated. They're finding genes.
And then did you send me that link? Or did you mean to?
Yeah, let me send that through. Gosh. There we go. All right, and so that's a preprint, but I'm pretty sure it's actually been published. I just can't remember where.
Gotcha. Awesome. Cool.
But this is a very consistent finding that you can find. Even when you find several dozen genes, the variance explained is below 10% by quite a bit.
Have you seen the poll that a lot of race realists will shoot around that shows something? It seems like a 50-50 split on whether or not intelligence researchers believe that IQ is that the difference in IQ is explained by that heritability rather than any environmental clause. Do you know this poll I'm talking about? It gets shot around a lot.
I think I've seen it. There are a lot of things like that. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I've read an article that challenges the validity of that poll. But honestly, I don't know if I could pull it up on the spot.
Gotcha. Okay.
A lot of it winds up being sort of wishy-washy. I think the answer I gave was we don't know the answer. It's possible in theory, but we don't know the answer. And I think they use a lot of those as validation of that position. But I think ultimately those kinds of appeal to authority aren't exactly useful if none of the data that we're generating supports the claims.
Gotcha. I just have to be careful because I can only appeal to authority, right? I don't have the academic merit to interpret individual studies, so I have to be able to cite like researchers or researcher opinion or scientific consensus in the field, which I think is important, right?
Yeah.
So this is what we do essentially when we argue for things like climate change. Like I can never sit there and debate the climatology data. I can only cite scientific consensus. So
yeah. No, I totally understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think, there was a very good study, also a recent GWAS on intelligence, that explicitly referenced that these findings weren't exactly useful for prediction of a trait in an individual. They were more concerned about it in the sense of basically like trying to understand neurological disease or maybe fringe cases of intelligence. And so it's sort of like in papers, a lot of times the alt-right will paint it as wringing their hands and trying to kind of like bend to PC reviewers. But really it's researchers trying to contextualize their results so that it's not misinterpreted as supporting these biologically deterministic arguments.
Yeah, that's another reason why I try to stay away from the data is that I noticed this happened when I was doing economic debates as well. I noticed that people will try to take studies and they want to engage directly with the study, but then they'll be citing parts of it that disagree with the conclusion of the researcher. People do this in the race realist argument a lot with Robert Putnam. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's oftentimes, well, he's like one of the most cited. He's the only cited person. When people talk about like cultural cohesiveness, they always cite Putnam's work. But Putnam disagrees with the way that they cite his work. I got him. He entered like a brief in the Supreme Court case when it was the University of Texas versus that one girl over affirmative action shit, and he was arguing basically all of the quote unquote libcuck answers, that there is a great value to be gained from social cohesion, that there are a lot of positives, that it's worth working through. This is another reason why I try not to cite, why I try not to dig into studies to like pull out like figures, but I'd rather just cite the scientific consensus or the researcher's conclusion, because when you start digging into it, like Now, I mean, I have the self-awareness to know that I'm not equipped to interpret individual stats, but the people that I argue with often don't, so I have to be careful not to fall into that.
So I found that paper. I'll link you to that. It's the very last paragraph where they give that sort of bracketing and contextualization of their results. It's another very recent GWAS that basically falls in line with all the others. There's this consistent theme. We're finding genes, they hardly explain any of the variation, so there's still something we're missing in the way that these traits are realized. And it typically comes from trying to force these extremely complex, probably developmentally dependent traits into a reductionist framework. So I think eventually GWAS will be recognized as something that won't be helpful, but we're not there yet. There's another study that might be useful. This is so you're probably familiar with the whole thing surrounding Lewontin's fallacy.
What is that?
So in 78 or so, Richard Lewontin, who is an extremely renowned and famous evolutionary geneticist, also much maligned by the alt-right because he was an explicit Marxist and a very politically active scientist. Anyway, he performed an analysis to look at the how genetic variation in human populations was divided.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is where the common citation that less than 10% of genetic variation is between groups, 90% of genetic variation is within groups, which means, yeah. So in 2003, other people brought this up, but AWF Edwards pointed out that even though 5 to 10% of variation is between groups, you can still identify discrete clusters.
Okay. Which is basically the argument that there is something to population groups, or like a scientific way of saying race, not necessarily the social way, but that there are population groups. Sure.
Yeah. So typically, this is seized as a validation of biologically real races. But there was a study that basically took Edwards's model and added a trait, a phenotype, a theoretical phenotype that's controlled by several genes. And they wanted to understand how the fact that we can identify groups based off of a multivariate analysis. So, if you go gene by gene, there's not that much information, but if you add together thousands of genes or hundreds of genes, there is enough signal to identify these genetic clusters. But what does that mean for phenotypic variation? And so what they found was that as long as selection isn't acting on the trait, sorry, as long as selection isn't acting on the trait, only roughly 10% of phenotypic variation will exist between groups. So it's basically a validation of Lewontin's arguments, that you may be able to identify not even racial groups, population clusters, based off of tiny amounts of information across several genetic loci. But the significance of those differences as far as trait differences is minuscule. And so this kind of puts the onus back on race realists to prove there's actual selective differences between populations. And so far, there's really been no evidence that this exists.
The just in total fucking layman listening to that, I feel like a challenge that I could give to you there is like, fuck, I don't have the background, but I'm pretty sure there are certain really bad diseases that can occur as the result of like a single like a single section of like a gene being fucked, no? So couldn't you argue that like a 10% difference between a population, that 10% difference might include the gene or enough SNPs to significantly alter the intelligence of said group?
So with a trait like intelligence especially, it's so polygenic, it's caused by so many genes, that if there's no selection, or if there's no differential selection between groups, which seems to be an assumption that is justified.
When you talk about selection, are you literally talking about natural selection or selective?
Yeah, natural selection.
What about the argument that I listen to so many of these. Okay, that's why I know these so well. I promise I'm not a closet racist.
Go ahead.
The argument that you're a slave owner in the 1700s, 1800s, that you were breeding the strongest slaves or whatever. Could you argue that over the course of 10 generations, that type of selective breeding could breed out different types of intelligent black people and replace them with unintelligent, super strong NFL players or something? You know what I mean?
I mean, you could say whatever you want. I think there's no actual evidence to back that up. For one, polygenic selection can act quickly, but 10 generations is not a lot of time for these extreme differences. And if it happened in 10 generations, it would certainly come up in analyses that are used to detect selection in populations. And when these sorts of tests have been ran, there haven't been any real behavioral traits that have popped up.
Gotcha.
There was, in 2014, there was a study that looked at basically what sort of gene selection has been acting on in human populations. And they found mostly disease-related genes. Pathogens were like the biggest selective pressure on populations throughout their history.
Sure. I think that's where sickle cell anemia comes from Africans, right? It was
Exactly.
honestly- yeah.
But even that, that's an interesting example because sickle cell anemia, I think this goes against the utility or the concreteness of racial categories.
Mhm.
Sickle cell anemia isn't an African disease. It's a disease from malaria endemic areas.
Yeah.
So that includes parts of sub-Saharan Africa, but other parts of Africa have, basically minuscule or almost European levels of sickle cell anemia.
Mhm.
Parts of the Mediterranean, like Italy, have levels roughly similar to malaria endemic Africa. Parts of India have similar high levels of sickle cell anemia.
Gotcha.
So, these racial categories aren't very helpful in predicting these traits. Knowing someone's black can't really help you figure out if they have sickle cell anemia because you don't actually know which subpopulation within Africa they come from, and that makes a big difference with this allelic variation. Or
Gotcha.
Assuming that someone who is fair complected or brown
Yeah.
doesn't have sickle cell anemia could be wrong if you don't know that they're from the Mediterranean or from India.
Sure. So you would have to actually run a test against these people. Relying on race wouldn't necessarily be enough, right?
Yeah, so relying on like these folk racial categories.
Yeah.
So that's a big discussion in some philosophical circles.
Yep. For that particular, that's been completely abandoned, by the way, by most of these alt-writers. They'll usually abandon the folk race taxonomy, and they'll go straight to like, well, there are populations that can be measured and ancestry can be measured. They just tend to look a certain way. They usually jump to that.
But if you notice, or I've noticed,
Mm-hmm.
that seems to be mostly lip service because they don't want to accept the actual conclusions that you're typically faced with when you just go off of population genetic data, which is that these races really don't contribute that much to trait variation. And they're not really informative as a classification. So if we want to look at race as population genetic information, we don't even really know where the true racial groupings are. People look at programs like Structure, which is a population genetic program that's designed to identify genetic clusters. But people who actually run Structure and use Structure know that Structure will fit however many populations you tell it to.
Yeah.
And there's no real way to know
what's appropriate.
Exactly. And so people push out the continuum fallacy as some argument against this. But I think fundamentally there's no way to say that 5 continental subpopulations is more valid than 15 populations where 7 of them are in Africa, because Africa contains more genetic variation than the rest of the world combined.
Gotcha. Have you, in this particular topic, are you familiar with the argument that there is enough genetic variation between the races to classify subspecies of humans? Have you? This is an article on the Alternative about this.
Yeah, I've heard that. There's
Do you know?
I mean, if there's
go ahead.
If there's one claim that definitely cannot hold water, it's that one. And I think there's a lot of really good literature and philosophy, biology, and in genetics that takes the weight out of this claim that they can be actual subspecies.
Are you familiar with the with like if I read this formula, do you know like what an FST value is?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Wait, okay, I'm curious. How long do you have to sleep soon or anything? I don't want to like ruin your night or whatever. I don't want to keep you for like 5 hours, but
you're fine. I took some Excedrin, so I'm actually hopped up on caffeine.
That sounds healthy. Do you want to finish your current point and then I can like throw you an article and you could just kind of like read through some of this and talk through this with me?
Yeah. So let me get back on my train of thought.
Yeah, sorry. You were talking about how even though you can find gene clusters, that making any division of races would ultimately be arbitrary and would serve no purpose to like actually ordering anything or making classifications that cover anything. Yeah.
So one big finding is that FST between human populations is very low. It's lower than we see between a lot of other species. Typically, people will bring up this table of
humpback whale, plain zebra, wildcat. That's what I'm looking at right now on the alt hypothesis.
No, I've seen that exactly.
Yeah.
There are quite a few Methodological. Yeah, let me open that in incognito mode so it doesn't taint my history. Yep, Lewis' fallacy, all that.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, this is all familiar.
I think the most of this, unfortunately, like I can't engage with this in any meaningful way because there's
Mhm.
too much that I have to, too much groundwork. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I have like an intro to bio course that I'm listening to. I'm just trying to get like a working vocab. I wanted to do all of this before talking to somebody like you, so I had better questions. But then I got like pulled onto this meme fucking conversation for tomorrow, so I wanted to try to brush up on as much of this as I could.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry, I'm really unprepared for this, but yeah, if you want to like talk through this article, this would actually be really fascinating for me.
Yeah. So, God, I've seen this table before. So there's one thing that is always kind of important to highlight with this table.
Mhm.
And if I remember right, there are issues because some of these are based off of different measures of population variation. So, for example, if you're using microsatellites, which are highly mutable regions of DNA, so they would include several SNPs.
Gotcha. Mutable means can be transferred from one area to another. What does mutable mean?
Oh, sorry. Mutable means high mutation rate. So they accumulate mutations very quickly, and so they can be differentiated based off of this high mutation rate.
Okay. Wait, can you make that make sense to me for real quick? Sorry.
Yeah. So the idea is that you take these repetitive bands of DNA, and they don't really serve a vital function, so they accumulate mutations very quickly. And these mutations don't really change anything; they just happen. And so if you line up a bunch of individuals and you look at these bands of DNA that are highly repetitive and that accumulate mutations, you can identify groups based off of that mutation rate, because it's mostly neutral and it'll kind of reflect population structure.
So like if I was trying to track, like let's say I had 3 families and they were, having children, blah, 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 and they all came from identical genetic backgrounds, that after 20 generations, assuming there were no strong selective pressures, I could look at these highly mutable traits because they won't have an adverse impact, and then I could look at the difference in those, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because most mutations are bad, but these mutations are neutral, so it would be, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
So when you calculate population differences, you technically use different measures, whether you're using mitochondrial DNA, microsatellites, or SNPs.
Okay.
And so you use FST for one and GST for another, and another ST for the other.
Okay. Can you explain what FST and GST means?
Yeah, so I mean, it's basically, so FST is looking at the variation in a particular group compared to overall variation. And GST basically does the same thing, but you have to calculate things differently if you're using microsatellites for biologically constrained reasons.
Okay.
So for one, taking a bunch of differently calculated statistics isn't technically very useful or informative. And that sort of complicates these throwing up tables of statistics.
Okay.
Can I try
to
go ahead.
interpret that statement? So if I was interpreting that statement to challenge this table based on what you told me, the argument would go something like an FST value, like what traits you choose to compare are somewhat arbitrary. So you could generate a somewhat high FST value between one group and a low between another, but you could do different things to value that, and comparing it from one group to the next isn't a good way of deciding if you're being consistent or something like that, or?
What it comes down to Let me see if I can find a good explanation.
Sure.
Because
I guess like so on this table, like there's an FST value listed of 0.059 in African buffalo, and then there's an FST value of 0.12 for humans. So then the argument is there's so much less variation in African buffalo, but there are 5 subspecies, but there's a much greater variation in humans, but we have no subspecies.
So I guess the argument I was making with the FST and GST and all these is that there are nuanced differences between these statistics that make them not exactly comparable. The way they're calculated isn't exactly the same. The molecular data that they're based on isn't necessarily the same.
Okay.
And so there's this extra layer of noise and variation in these values because we're looking at, different, basically different measures.
Okay.
And so that's sort of like a minor technical issue, is that you can't really just throw all these statistics together and compare them. You have to be a little bit more nuanced than that. You have to know that, I think typically GST will sometimes have a higher value because of the high mutation rates of microsatellites. See, actually, I found a blog post that might be useful if you're at all interested. But anyway, the other issue is that all of these tables overlook a really big history in taxonomy, which is taxonomy has had a continual struggle with people wanting to split species into subspecies based off of, maybe they have some trait that they think is indicative of subspecies or species.
Yeah.
And so without really any reference to genetic data, they will identify these subspecies.
Yeah.
There's been a pushback with people who do genetic research who are saying, look, you're calling these things subspecies, but they're not genetically different at all.
Yeah,
so these shouldn't be subspecies.
Isn't that like a somewhat recent thing that there's a huge push by people that are doing genetic sequencing that like the way that we taxonomically like arrange, I think that's the real word, like a bunch of things has to change because genome sequencing gives us more than just like looking at a trait and identifying.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to find this because it's a pretty key paper. So, for example, birds are a species where there's been a lot of issues with making too many subspecies. So in 2004, this probably a systematist or a phylogeneticist reviewed these bird subspecies and found that 97% of these birds, these subspecies didn't have the genetic structure that you would want to call them this distinct evolutionary unit, to call them a subspecies. And so, essentially what's happening here, I sent you that link in case you're interested. I don't know how much reading you want to do or if I'm doing too much, but I figure nothing can hurt.
Okay.
These race realists have stumbled onto a decade-old debate in taxonomy about whether DNA should define species, whether we should have a lot of subspecies for conservation purposes. And they're making these arguments that just don't fit with the history of these issues. Some of these cases that they brought up are actually ones where population genetics has reduced the amount of subspecies after it was discovered that there was so little FST differentiation between groups. And so this entire thing about subspecies in FST is kind of constantly in flux, and a lot of times subspecies are being erased as genetic information doesn't really validate them as much.
Sure.
Another important thing is that FST alone isn't how subspecies are defined. It's a little bit more nuanced than that. So FST is used because it can kind of give you a little bit of information about gene flow. But for humans, we know that there's a lot of gene flow constantly happening. There's pretty much no population
What do you
in
mean
the
when you
world.
say gene flow?
So gene flow would be, so if I'm in population 1 and there's someone from population 2 that's some geographic distance away, if I reproduce with someone from population 2, that's an example of gene flow between the two populations.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically reproduction between populations,
Gotcha.
between geographically separated units.
Okay.
There's expansive amounts of gene flow in humans. All these populations are continually in contact with each other, and as time goes on, there's more gene flow that's happening. The world's becoming more connected, and there's more reproduction between these groups.
Okay, I understand. So gene flow, basically, the higher the gene flow, the more interconnected and singular global population you have. The lower the gene flow, the higher the chance of genetically diverse populations of people, right?
Exactly. So not only is human FST low, but we know there's a lot of gene flow, and it's constantly happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's basically a lot of obfuscation with these arguments that they're giving without a full understanding of these issues. You can't point toward historical taxonomic arguments where people have been making subspecies based off of flimsy phenotypic data, and then it's discovered that genetic diversity is low, and the field is kind of figuring out how to consolidate these two issues and apply that to the issue of humans, where we sort of have an understanding of gene flow and population diversity. It's a little bit disingenuous to point toward these different types of discussions and debates that have been happening in biology.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm reading through this paper right now just to...
So a challenge that I could give to put the onus on this guy would be, why do you think FST values alone are sufficient to designate separate subspecies of humans? And then the onus would be on him to say why that's the case. And if he says because we do it for other things, then the argument would be that we don't just use FST values to delineate, I guess, subspecies, or...
Yeah, absolutely. So if you actually look at papers that tackle these issues, it is a combination of things like FST and heterozygosity and gene flow between populations. Because sometimes you just have not extremely diverse species, but you can still have isolated populations, and you might consider those to be subspecies because of that isolation. And this can happen for several reasons. If there's a bottleneck where a species almost ran to extinction, and then these populations kind of geographically separate. You can have an example where FST would be very low, but gene flow might be low enough also that population geneticists might call them subspecies. It's a very, it's a complex factor of multiple things, and to be entirely honest, a lot of biologists really question whether or not subspecies are a useful category. They don't really hold any taxonomic weight. When they're typically described, they're just kind of populations that we can differentiate based off of a trait.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily mean that these are significant populations. This isn't like a species designation we're talking about. Subspecies is sort of a blurry level of taxonomy that doesn't hold the same weight as species or genus or family.
Mm-hmm.
So I think further, I think really what a key argument that I find is that even if we want to say that these population genetic clusters are races, and at the fine scale level, they don't perfectly resemble racial groups as we use them.
Mm-hmm.
The race realist wants these groups to have value based off of trait differences.
Uh-huh.
But everything that we see based off of population genetic data doesn't make that bridge. We can identify these clusters, but they don't really mean much with traits.
Gotcha. Whereas their argument, the bridges that they try to connect are that we do 100% see a variation in IQ. We believe that this is due to genetic information, and that since these gene clusters exist, the difference in IQ must be explained by these gene clusters that are varied within races. Therefore, races are real, and this taxonomic classification provides a value, because if we can classify people as X or Y or Z race, we can show that they have a median IQ that's lower than,
Exactly. But when we look at it, the differentiation is very small. And in fact, there's this old Kleins and clusters debate over whether genetic diversity is just based off of geographic distance from Africa caused by migrations, or by these distinct groups. And there was a study that basically compared the two and found that population clusters only explain about 2% of the FST in human populations, and the rest of it was based off of geography. Which means these discrete clusters don't hold a lot of genetic variance in and of themselves. There's a huge amount of just variation driven by geographic distance, which are neutral. There's no selective importance to these migratory changes in gene frequencies.
Sure.
It's simply caused by the fact that as a population moves away, there's a smaller genetic pool because the population kind of decreases as you migrate. There's 50 people at the home base, and then 10 people leave and make a new settlement, and there's a snapshot or a sliver of the original genetic diversity in that settlement, and then from those 10, 5 move on to make another one, and there's even less genetic diversity, and so this is a neutral process. There's no selection going on.
Sure. So the challenge, the challenge then that I would say is, let's say that I seed that there should be a taxonomic classification of subspecies for humans. Let's say that I seed that there are distinct genetic clusters that can be measured. Can you show me any sort of, did you call it a GWAS? Can you show me like a GWAS that says that these gene clusters that differentiate your subspecies of humans can account for variation in intelligence? That would be like the challenge to that.
Exactly, and we know from theoretical models that only 10% of variation will be between groups if these are polygenic neutral traits.
Mm-hmm.
And we know from a GWAS in humans that at best, all of our top genes can only explain 5% of variance.
Is that? I feel like that's something where you're linking me a study. I feel like that if I were to say that, he would say, "Oh, well, that's just one recent one. That's actually we have other studies that." Is that true that they'll have other studies like, "Well, that's actually way wrong. Like 50% of variance has been accounted for in this study, and this study, and this study." Is the one that you're citing like pretty comprehensive, or?
It is. So, from what I've seen, there's been a huge hubbub raised from race realists and this circle.
Mm-hmm.
Because they found 200 genes.
Okay.
Um,
linked to
no,
linked to intelligence.
linked
right?
to intelligence, but no one pays attention to the effect size, and the effect size is the most important thing because
Okay.
you can have as many genes as you want, but if they're not explaining the majority of the trait, and so their argument is just that every aspect of the genome is involved in this trait.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, then everything is there's such a minuscule contribution from every part of the genome that there's no reason to believe that significant differences could exist from the small amount of genetic diversity between races.
Okay, I understand. Okay, because I think I might be able to disagree with that. Hold on. So
Yeah.
you're saying that, okay, so this is a genome-wide meta-analysis of 16 independent cohorts totaling about 280,000 participants of European ancestry. And within those 280,000 people, what this GWAS determined was that of the differences in IQ that were noted, only about 4% could be attributed to genetics, correct?
Yeah.
Couldn't somebody argue that 10% difference between populations, that's what would cause a 90% difference to be accounted for in genetics, that variation would be like they have like the low IQ gene or something located on a different part of their genome or something?
You could argue that, but no one's found anything like that.
Okay. And then I would say show me the study. Right.
Yeah, there have been no large effect IQ genes. The most significant gene they find, or SNP they find in the GWAS, explains less than 1% still.
If that's true, how do you get is it the APA, I think, that says
the high heritability?
Yeah, that IQ is like 0.7 or 0.8 heritable.
So, heritability is a really difficult concept.
Mm-hmm.
At a fundamental level, heritability doesn't tell you how genetic a trait is. It tells you how much genetic variance is correlated to the phenotypic variance. And this is sort of a tough distinction to understand, but basically there's no causal information in a heritability estimate.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
I think I agree that, just to reiterate, that's because even if a trait was 0.95 heritable, you could explain 10,000% variance based on environmental factors, right? Like malnutrition with height or something like that, right? Yeah,
exactly. And there's also some inherent issues with the way that these high heritabilities were estimated from twin-based models or maybe family-based models.
Mm-hmm.
And these are black boxes. You assume certain types of genetic variance based off of relationships, monozygotic and dizygotic twins.
Monozygotic is they split from a single egg, and dizygotic, or am I wrong?
Yeah, so monozygotic are going to be exactly genetically similar.
Okay.
And dizygotic will be, less similar.
Is it a difference between like maternal twins versus like identical twins versus non-identical?
Fraternal, yeah, exactly.
Okay,
same
gotcha.
thing.
Okay.
But you assume you understand the way that these different. You assume you understand the genetic relationship between these, but that's not necessarily true. Using that method gives you no actual molecular information, no DNA information. It's sort of making assumptions about the genetic relationship between two individuals.
Okay.
Trying to think where else that was. Oh yeah. The other problem is that using these methods, it's up to the investigator, the modeler, how they control and model for the environment. And depending on what you look at, your estimates can be wildly different. So in like 1997, someone made a twin-based model, heritability model for IQ, that included a factor for shared maternal environment, so gestating in the same womb.
Mm-hmm.
And that reduced the heritability of IQ to 50%, when it was 80% in most other studies. A very recent study that is still in preprint proposes a new method to estimate heritability without any interference from environmental information, and it uses genomic data, so SNPs. And so this new method, let's see if I can find it, puts the heritability of IQ at 33%. And this isn't some fringe reactionary group. This is from Augustine Kong, who had a study 2 years ago that was looking at there is slight selection against educational attainment. I'm not sure if you've heard about this study. There's a trade-off between age at first birth, or age of first birth, and educational attainment, to the point where
Age of the parent at first birth?
Age of the parent at their first birth. So like the younger you have your first child.
Yeah, probably the less likely to get high educational attainment or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so based off of this data, there is a very small genetic loss of educational attainment every generation for decades. And it winds up being an extremely small, like less than a tenth of a standard deviation or something, ridiculous like that. But ironically, educational attainment and IQ has been raising throughout this entire time period because of environmental gains.
Okay.
So to me, this is another parallel line of data that intelligence and educational attainment aren't these simple genetically deterministic traits. There's a very complex relationship of the environment, genetics, and development that manifest as education and intelligence.
Gotcha. Do you, if I were to ask this question, do you believe that IQ is, or I guess I should say, do you believe that G is highly malleable, very immalleable, like in terms of if I look at like education or something, or that they're only correlated with one another because people with high G tend to have high education because they are intelligent? Does that make sense? Does that question make sense?
Yeah. So I actually subscribe to the view that G is just it's a statistical artifact of these factor analyses. And there's a pretty good blog that explains that stance about G.
You don't think there is any internal like intelligence metric, or not, or rather that there is an internal like intelligence, I guess? You reject that?
If there is, I don't think that G is it.
Okay.
Because the way that G is calculated, the way that G is determined, is a way that you would get a G-like entity no matter what you do. So if you do this general factor analysis, which is how they get G from all these different IQ tests, you could. Someone did this in a blog post. I'd be happy to link it to you.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a bunch of data about cars, you could do a factor analysis and you can find a G factor that explains variance in cars, the same way you find a G factor for intelligence. And so basically this doesn't mean that G doesn't exist, but it means that what we use to validate G isn't very strong support.
So with this, if I could give an example for that car thing, this would be like taking the miles per gallon, the 0 to 60 speed, and like the quarter mile time for a car, and saying, having this, I can estimate G, where G is like an engine, but in reality it might be like more complicated than that, or you could never really truly say if something is like a V6 or a V8. You wouldn't actually know. You could just like G is way too simple or something. It would just be like a statistical artifact like that, or...
Exactly. So to quote this blog, the leading factor for this car, the automotive G, is correlated with everything: price, engine size, passengers, length, wheelbase, things like that, except gas mileage.
Sure.
So it's basically a measure of if a car is bigger or smaller. And so this isn't super informative or super helpful, and it might not even have a real-world parallel.
Oh, okay. So my analogy, so a better analogy, it's actually totally arbitrary. It would be like if I grouped together like all of these cars based on their quarter mile time, their 0 to 60, and then I arranged them and I tried to like estimate G from that. But like I might have a van in the same category as like a compact car just because of the way that I statistically analyzed what I thought G was or whatever, something like that. Like these have similar miles per gallon and similar speed times, but but trying to estimate like a G here doesn't really tell me anything useful. It's just a statistical based on what I want to measure.
Yeah. Or it might not. So basically, this factor analysis will give us a G, regardless of whether or not G is real.
Okay. Yeah.
And from this data, we can assume that there is a G.
Okay. Gotcha.
Now there's lots of evidence that people try to use to support that there's sorry.
It's okay.
To support that G is real because it correlates with all these other things.
Sure.
But you can actually get the same correlations from a completely trivial G. And so the blog post that I linked to you does exactly that.
Gotcha.
It creates a completely trivial non-real G and can create significant correlations with several things.
Okay.
So there's
this is oh shit, I'm sorry. I had a conversation with a guy a long time ago. You said you study the philosophy of science?
Yeah.
Are you an anti-realist, dude?
That's tough. I fall somewhere between structural realism and constructive empiricism, which are the weaker versions of realism and anti-realism, where they kind of meet in the middle.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, that was totally unrelated. I remember you said that earlier, and this kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
It's a little bit. So yeah. So
because
this is
you're talking like anti-realism insofar as like does G exist or does it not exist? Like we can't actually make a truth claim to that, and that asserting that it does exist is actually not a claim that we can really make, that we can't like deductively, or we really shouldn't even inductively reason to that.
Or at least from this data, there's no justification for G the way that it's talked and used.
Gotcha. Okay.
And this is an argument that's been around for a while. A lot of behavioral geneticists and psychometrists have made this claim. It's not exactly fringe, but
if I were to ask for like consensus in the field, do you think that most psychologists or neurobiologists, I don't even know who would study this, would believe that G is an underlying thing, or are most of them agnostic towards it, or is there like a consensus opinion on this?
It's outside of my expertise.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think there's a significant portion that do think that G is real, but it's not a fringe position to say that G isn't real.
Okay.
And everyone does agree that G is a very replicable finding. But this is also very boring because G is exactly what you would expect from this methodology, no matter what.
Gotcha. It kind of reminds me of the testing, like if you have a hypothesis and you keep testing for it over and over again without testing like the anti or whatever, like you'll always confirm it or something.
Yeah, so it's sort of funny, on a little bit of a tangent. Do you know Jeffrey Miller?
Nope.
So he's a big EvoPsych guy, and he wrote this kind of like dating book based off of EvoPsych. He's kind of a crank, but it's beside the point.
Okay.
He criticized social psychology as not being replicable the way evolutionary psychology is, and cited G as an example of this. But most people's complaints about evolutionary psychology stem from the analysis that they do, not the results that they replicate. You might find G with every study you use to try to find G, but if you're not understanding G properly as a statistical artifact, or maybe it's real, but you're not really looking at the right way to answer that question, who cares if it's replicated?
Sure. Okay, that somebody brought up an interesting point that I think probably has merit. Not to get too lost into the realism versus anti-realism thing, that whether or not G is a concrete ontological entity, whether or not G is a specific thing or describes multiple underlying structures, that it's not really relevant because it can still accurately describe nature in terms of like confirming predictions. That whether or not G exists or not, as long as there is some real underlying thing, that's probably the important thing.
So I think that's true to an extent, but if we're talking about selection on a trait,
Sure. When you say
It's-
selection, you mean natural selection, right?
natural selection.
Okay, yeah, just making sure. Sorry.
If we're talking about natural selection on a trait, parallel selection on 12 types of intelligence might be less likely than selection on one singular G. There's also a lot of intrinsic arguments about certain G-loaded tests and non-G-loaded tests and G-loaded gains and non-G-loaded gains.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we call into question what G actually captures, then it's harder to interpret the significance of those things.
Sure.
So a lot of people...
Or go ahead.
I'll say, like, a lot of people will retort with the Flynn effect, which is the observation
Gains
that...
an IQ over, yeah.
Exactly. Is that the Flynn effect isn't G-loaded or something. But I guess if we don't know what G means, or what G is, if it's not just this general cognitive factor,
Mhm.
I think it's a little bit more difficult to interpret what it means for something to be G-loaded.
What does it mean for something to be G-loaded?
Well, so it means that that whatever that that test is more correlated with G than
gotcha.
other tests.
So if I give you
So
a
G-
test to punch a wall as hard as you can, this isn't a G-loaded test. If I give you a test to arrange a puzzle in such a way that you solve it, this would be a more, theoretically, a more G-loaded. Okay.
Yeah,
The only
potentially.
reason why I try to get away, why I don't like... and I understand that these challenges can be made by people that are much smarter than me, but the reason why I don't like to challenge the concept of G or even IQ tests is because if IQ tests... IQ tests seem to be a really good proxy based on what I've read of life success, like an amazing proxy. So it seems hard because I know a lot of people like to come out the gate challenging like, well, IQ tests aren't even good, but it seems like that can work as an amazingly predictive proxy for so many other things in life.
It can, but I think there is ground to argue over what the directionality of that causality is.
Oh, sure. Whether or not, if you're in a private school your whole life and you take an IQ test in 8th grade and you've got an IQ of 130, was it because you were in private school your whole life or was it because you were so smart? Yeah, that's a big teasing that difference out is fucking seems impossible.
So that's pretty hard, but there was... This honestly just shows how much I've wasted time maybe reading all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Are
we going to do the Minnesota twin study? Sorry, God.
No, so there's actually a new preprint.
Okay.
From, God, where is it? Here we go. Oh, I lost it. That was able to, or claims to, parse out directionality between education and intelligence.
Okay, interesting.
And I lost it again. There we go.
Does preprint mean that it's already like accepted?
So preprint means it's not published, but it's a way for researchers to get their results out immediately.
Okay.
And there's a certain amount of skepticism you have to take with preprints because they're not fully peer reviewed, but also they're typically very reliable. Because peer review it's an aspect of science, but it's not the end-all be-all of quality of research. There's a lot of quality research that will pass through peer review with no problem, and so there's no... Basically, you can give it a little bit more of a grain of salt because it's not peer-reviewed.
Okay, yeah. I just
But
didn't know,
they're
like,
trusted.
does preprint literally mean, like, I could right now, like, type up a 15-page paper, send it to Nature, and then call that, like, my preprint study or something? Or does preprint carry a little bit more weight than that?
So preprints, the full text is available for people to look at.
Okay.
It means it is not published yet.
Okay.
Sometimes it's submitted, it's being reviewed. But anyway.
Okay.
So this preprint from Elliot Tucker Drob, who is a pretty prominent psychologist and behavioral genetics person, did a meta-analysis and claims that they found evidence for beneficial effects of education on cognitive abilities, so that 1 to 5 IQ points for an additional year of education is the effect that they claim from this meta-analysis of 3 studies.
Gotcha.
So they claim to show in effect, like a causal relationship between education increasing IQ, and so they try to give a direction for the relationship that kind of runs counter to what most people would claim, which is that the higher your IQ, the more schooling you'll have.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I would hope.
Yeah.
Would be the case.
So
If you are, just wait. Do you have a link to that preprint?
Yeah, I'll send that your way. There you
go. Because generally the claim is made that that the causal relationship is the other way. That people with higher IQ tend to seek more education, well, by the race realists, and that this goes back to the question that I asked you a while ago, where I asked if you felt that IQ was malleable, because the general claim is that IQ is not malleable, or the claim by the race realists is that IQ is not malleable. That
Yeah, and so I would say at best, they can claim that the strategies that we've employed in the past to improve IQ have not been effective. Or they've been effective in certain ways. So a few early start like educational intervention programs showed initial gains in IQ, but then those gains eventually diminished, but there was still an impact on income and success and educational attainment and things like this. So that's sort of confusing that we didn't see the IQ gains stay, but we still saw some of the effects of IQ.
That could be an argument for G that IQ test wouldn't be a proxy for G if it existed, right?
It's definitely possible. I haven't looked into it very much. But there's something to say that a lot of work by like Eric Turkheimer, that the heritability of IQ changes depending on socioeconomic status may be a reason why certain educational programs haven't worked, because there's really no way to eliminate socioeconomic differences in the United States.
Yeah, and that seems to be, that's always like the killer for me. Even in like the twin studies, like people point to like prenatal environments have to be accounted for. Like it seems so fucking impossible to tease out genetic. Like we can't just like put humans in like a fucking lab or some shit and grow them and see what happens.
Yeah, but there's a few interesting studies I've come across that look at certain health effects on IQ, and so one of these found failure to thrive, which is sort of like a low weight birth weight and a slow rate of weight gain in like early childhood.
Shit, I was born underweight. I'm fucked. And I was a C-section. And my mom didn't breastfeed. There's no way I can do this.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Bayesian analysis doesn't look good. Sorry, go ahead.
But so it found that there's like a 1 to 3 IQ point effect of this failure to thrive. So there's this association between failure to thrive and poor cognitive development. And there's also a relationship between racial groups as a social entity and failure to thrive, where black children are more likely to experience failure to thrive. Black mothers are more likely to die during childbirth. All these things. There's also a study that found that elevated maternal cortisol levels during pregnancy reduce childhood IQ, again by 1 to 3 IQ points.
Yeah.
And so when you look at the genetic effects of IQ, that 4%, it is at best equivalent to these two environmental effects that have been identified.
Sure.
Maybe 4% of the variance in an IQ population, one IQ point, 2 IQ points could be from these genes.
Yeah. We were reading a lot. A couple months ago, we started to dig in a lot over we probably spent maybe half a week on it, looking into the effects of lead on IQ as well. That was a huge thing. I couldn't believe reading into that shit. Seemed really insane.
And when you think about places like Flint, where there's
lead in the fucking water,
ridiculous amounts of lead in the water.
Yeah,
and
but
really,
this wasn't even the thing about this is it wasn't even lead in the water. It had to do with lead in basically in urban areas that it would settle into the dirt, that it would be in all of the paint and all of the houses. That pretty much any highly concentrated urban area was guaranteed to have these lead levels atmospherically and buried in the dirt or whatever. That would it was insane.
Well, yeah, I'm going to school in Lansing right now, so I'm actually probably it's a good thing I'm going to graduate school. Otherwise, my cognitive ability would be hampered by all the lead everywhere in Michigan.
Yeah. I don't remember which study it was. It was really big. I think it was posted on Reddit, but it was the idea that that huge decrease we've seen in crime since the 60s, that entire variance in violence could be explained by the eradication of lead in parts of the United States, and that same effect was actually demonstrated over 12 different countries. That was insane to me. I don't know how it's not talked about more. This guy did so much work, and it was across 12 different countries he could explain the entire variance in crime by following lead levels, and it was it was really, really strongly correlated. It was insane.
Yeah, I mean, I could give you an explanation, but it would get me on a political rant.
Oh, sure.
Which, who cares? But here we go. I'm going to send you this study I was talking about earlier about educational attainment and selection, because I think it's a great example that contextualizes the genetic effects of IQ or an educational attainment. If the natural level of selection will decline education by 0.01 standard units per decade, and is completely washed out by environmental gains, why should we focus on this genetic aspect of intelligence or education?
Wait, can you break that down for me?
Yeah.
Or explain that sentence?
So this study looked at 120,000 Icelanders between 1910 and 1990.
Okay.
And found that the genetic score for intelligence, what you would expect their genetic score for education.
Okay.
How educated you would expect them to be based off of genetics, declined by 0.01 standard units per decade, whatever that unit was.
Okay.
But at the same time, from 1910 to 1990, there was this huge gain in education because of social policies, environmental improvements, and general egalitarian and equality geared policies. That completely washed out these genetic effects, which would suggest that the genetic contribution to these traits
was backwards.
Is minuscule compared to how environment can affect them.
Yeah. So to rephrase what you're saying that basically that if you were to look at the population's genetics from 1910 to 1990, you would expect the educational attainment to minimally increase, but that when you look at the actual numbers, the gains in educational attainment were massive.
Well, you would expect education to decrease.
Oh, to decrease. Okay.
Yeah. So this is a small amount, a small amount of selection against education. So you could expect 1/10 of a unit of education to decrease in the century that they collected data, basically. But instead, you find way more education as environmental changes took place throughout Iceland. Let's see if I can find that part of the discussion. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so they claim you would expect a decline of 0.3 IQ points per decade. but they found that IQ scores increased by 13.8 points over the same time period. And so, they talk maybe the Flynn effect is responsible for it, or there's other social things. But there's a direct comparison of what a genetic prediction would have across decades of empirical data and what we actually see. And I think it just shows the disconnect of how our current genetic data accounts for the variation and the actual trends that we see.
Okay. So if I kind of piece this together in the most layman brain way possible, are you familiar with stock trading at all?
A little bit.
Do you know like TA, like technical analysis or whatever?
No.
Okay. It basically sounds like what people are trying to do is they're trying to say that these genes might fit this pattern, but we haven't really discovered anything that has any sort of predictive power that can be overlaid onto something in the past that we can show like, oh, well, look, like this model, this algorithm, like not only will predict future trends, but applied, to the past trends can accurately predict everything that's happened. That hasn't been demonstrated, you don't think?
No, I mean, think about it. The claimed racial IQ difference is something like 15 points.
15, yeah, it's one standard deviation, yeah.
And here we found in Iceland an effect that would be 0.3 IQ points per decade. And that's natural selection. That is the kind of the modus operandi that they're saying is causing these differences. It's caused by, differences in selection across history. And we're just not seeing it.
Gotcha.
We don't see this. We don't see that selection in the data that we analyze. We don't see that large of a genetic effect that we've been able to find with quantitative genetics. And we do see environmental or developmental aspects that affect this trait.
Okay.
So it's kind of an issue of magnitude. So IQ may have a genetic component, but it doesn't seem like genetics is a major contributor to trait variation the way that we understand it right now. And race we may be able to identify something that looks like race, but the impact those groups have on phenotype is minuscule. It's almost negligent.
Gotcha. What is okay, so a final question before I let you go.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with this meme, the regression to the mean? Have you heard about this?
Yeah, I think so. It's a pretty old it's a pretty old thing.
It's pretty much
like Francis Galton.
Commonly pushed by the Ald hypothesis, the Ryan Falk guy. The idea that even if you have really intelligent people migrate somewhere, black people, whatever, that eventually they'll regress towards their native black ancestral IQ or whatever. Are you familiar with this, or?
I mean, I know vaguely of it. I haven't really looked in detail at any of the arguments, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
I'm trying to think of what a helpful response might be.
Well, that's fine. I'm probably focusing mainly on the philosophical side of things, the what ought we do, even if there are differences. But I don't think I'll have to see it as many differential grounds or as many grounds on difference. Thanks to this conversation, hopefully, or at least I have some questions to respond to. After I've had I estimate it'll probably take me about a month to get a better grounding in this type of shit. I'll probably have more specific questions for you if you care to answer it. And then especially after my conversation tomorrow, I'm sure that they'll have studies or things brought up that I can pose more specific questions to. I shot you we don't have to talk about this now, but at some point later maybe. This is his article on regression to the mean.
Yeah. I think if the point that I just tend to stress is even if we accept all the evidence that they give us about the genetic basis of racial groups and the genetic basis of intelligence, it still doesn't add up to the differences they're trying to explain.
Gotcha.
And that's a pretty big flaw for the argument in general, is that their data can't accurately explain what they're trying to explain.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Have you ever had one of these like debates like live? Have you ever thought about engaging with people in these kinds of conversations? Well, debates would be like a debate.
I haven't. I actually did quite a bit of speech and debate in high school, so it's definitely not something I'm afraid of.
Okay.
But I've never had the opportunity or the venue.
All right, cool. Well, maybe sometime if I do one of these, do you care if I like drag you? if I like shoot you a message in advance to let you know like when it's gonna happen if I drag you in or something?
Yeah, I'd be open. I'd be open to that.
Okay. Well, hey, what are you doing tomorrow at 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock?
I think I'm gonna be driving home actually, so I won't be able to help out for that one.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'll give you more advance notice in the future maybe, just because
Yeah.
you seem pretty well spoken and you actually have an academic background in this stuff. So, yeah, I really appreciate the conversation. I'm really grateful. I mean, this gives me a lot to read through tonight and then tomorrow before I do this. So,
Yeah, and I can provide maybe one other paper about the philosophical basis of oh, this cough of these genetic clusters
Mhm.
and how well they correspond to racial groups. I think like one paper on that might be enough. It probably won't be a huge deal.
Sure.
But yeah, anything I can do to help.
Here's like a random meme question. You said you took some philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry, this hurts to even repeat. So somebody mentioned that you look at two impacts on humans. You have the nature versus nurture. JF
Mhm.
argues that there's no such thing as nurture, that all of it is nature. What would your response to something like that be?
It's that there is no dichotomy of nature and nurture. Every trait is a combination of a genotype in a particular environment at a particular time,
Okay.
going through developmental processes. So to conceptually separate them is not possible, because every trait's actualized in an environment. It's in a nurture. And you can see the differing effects. There have been studies that have shown that the genetic effect of traits have reduced over time
Mhm.
as the environment changes. There's a way in which I understand what he's saying, and there's a recent paper that found genetic nurture
Mhm.
is what it calls it, or indirect genetic effects.
Sure.
Which would be genes in the mom and dad that facilitate treatment of
It just seemed like a pointless
offspring.
distinction to make. Like if you ask like, why does this person have 9 fingers, and somebody says, well, this is nurture because one finger was cut off in a lab or something. Like JF
Yeah.
would argue, well, that was actually biology that caused him to be predisposed towards like being reckless and having his finger cut off. That just seemed like a really pointless distinction to make, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's a ridiculous argument, because it's also the environment they were in that may have led to the aggression to cut.
Oh sure.
These two are inseparable.
Yeah, sure.
And there's
Okay.
a big argument that Richard Lewontin's made for a long time, that this nature-nurture distinction, and honestly, most geneticists and biologists reject the distinction of nature and nurture. They recognize
Gotcha.
that both, often simultaneously, result in a phenotype.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm getting from my little intro to
Yeah.
bio lesson too. So
Exactly.
The whatever, dude. Yeah.
So,
Okay,
so that's
cool.
that's a hand wavy argument. That's yeah.
All right, just interested in that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think that's all I got for now. Then I will let you tend to your cough and sleep.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Good luck. Thanks a lot. What do you do tomorrow? Do you like go to a lab and research? Or what are you working on for like your PhD thesis?
So I'm interested in polyploidy, which is the duplication of genomes.
Okay.
Which throughout evolutionary history has been related to like novel traits. So every organism that has a backbone, a vertebrae, had a genome duplication prior to the development of a vertebrae. All flowering plants share a genome duplication. So it's the source of novelty, but we don't really understand why. So I'm studying strawberry plants that are polyploid, that I take two different strawberry species, cross them together and make a new polyploid, and look at the epigenetic, the genomic, the gene expression differences that occur through several early generations of polyploidy to try to understand what, on a molecular and mechanistic level, happens when you double the genomic information in an organism.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's a little over my head, but cool. All right, well, hey, have fun. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Thank you a lot for the conversation.
Yeah, no problem. Good night.
Bye. I shouldn't have asked, fuck. I had nothing to contribute to that. I don't know why I asked. That was my bad. Okay, we never listened to this song. If this song is dank, then our debate tomorrow is going to go real well. If this song sucks shit, then our debate is going to be a disaster, okay? I listened to the first 3 seconds, and it seemed like the kind of song that could have been dank, okay? But it might be shit. Good luck, boys. Alright, it's okay. I'm not a big fan of it, though. What was this? I'm pretty sure these were just 251s. I don't like 251s. Hold on, let me listen to the first chord. When you get the first chord, we should be able to figure it out. Boom, boom, boom. Oh god, I'm tone deaf tonight. Boom. It's this, right? No. No? I think it's this. Hold on. There are these moments in jazz called 251s. Then they have a very particular sound. This one is fuck. It's that. So, fuck, there's too many flats or sharps depending on how you look at it. That's the key of D flat. D flat. Yeah, fuck that shit. It's way too many flats. Fuck, it's so late. Destiny, did you get my email? Yeah, dude, I don't know how. No, I didn't. Oh, it's you. Did you enter a different email, my dude? I don't understand what happened. Because I sent... We did 4 watch drawing winners. Did you win a watch, or did you win a, Did you win a code? The fuck was that? Virus and threat protection? I want a code. Oh. Oh, you're this guy. From... Wait, you didn't get an email? Can you check your spam? Are you sure you didn't get an email? Yeah, check your spam folder. I sent you an email. I see it. My email probably looks like spam though. It might have hit the spam folder. I'm sorry.
What the? I'll give that a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, because I need
There's
to
low effort.
And it's just not like a random threat.
What was that?
You or your?
I don't even know.
Wah wah.
Miss something?
Oh,
Time to learn it. What's wrong with him? I don't
get it. We already watched this.
I'm getting caught up with stuff, and sadly.
Oh wait, is this a new one? Oh no! Oh shit! I can't watch this tonight. We have to listen to our bio lecture. We can watch it tomorrow.
You know, showing that I was broadcasting, but the stream wasn't going live. So I said, all right, I'll just keep trying. It took about 25 minutes for me to get it going, but finally I got a month in a row. So Coral Guy should have earned his silver crown. Shout out to Coral Guy and thank you. So, what are we doing today on stream, folks? We are doing Tekken 7 multiplayer. That's right. We are doing online gameplay with Paul and King, because those are the only two characters I've actually really focused in and played with significantly yet.
I can't watch this right now. I'm so sorry. We'll watch it tomorrow, okay? Boom, boom, boom. Do, do, do. This is why you guys all failed fucking college. We're not skipping class to watch a fucking meme video. Maybe take a break from the lectures and instead keep your mind fresh. My mind is super fresh, okay? What time is the debate tomorrow? It's supposed to be 5 or 6 o'clock. The lectures seem really easy so far, so I think I can listen to another one. It's not gonna be a big deal. And then tomorrow when I wake up, when all of this information is kind of situated in my brain, I'll take a look at so a genome-wide association study. This is where you take 100,000 people or whatever, you put part of their genome under, or you sequence part of their genome, and then you do a regressive analysis to try to determine whether or not some gene is associated with some trait, right? Linkage disequilibrium is the idea that there is a non-random chance of a certain SNP appearing multiple times in a gene, or a certain gene appearing multiple times in a genome, so you don't have to sequence the entire thing. You can save money and sequence a lesser part, working under the assumption that it'll appear more in the future or something. This could be bad because if you've only sequenced European DNA, the linkage disequilibrium could manifest in a different way with Europeans than with Africans or other people, right? So this is something to be mindful of, I think, right? Regression analysis, not regressive analysis. Okay, a regression analysis. A gene is an arbitrary section of DNA that, yeah, we got this. And then these are our studies that we need to read. What is your stance for tomorrow's argument? Tomorrow's argument is mainly going to be over philosophy. I'm basically going to argue that JF needs to be mindful of the normative claims that are made on top of the descriptive ones that he supports, which is something that he wholeheartedly rejects. I don't expect to make very much ground in that debate, but I hope to clarify most of JF's positions to make them easier to attack in the future. And then I hope to show Andy the trouble that some of the descriptive claims JF makes can lead to because of the normative claims that people like Millennial Woes make on top of JF's descriptive claims. Did I say all those words correctly? Was that correct? I think. Genes aren't arbitrary. There are sections of DNA that code for a protein. Yeah. But I'm sorry. When I say genes are arbitrary, I mean like a gene isn't always like 100 base pairs or something. What's the difference between a base pair and a SNP? The normative directive, normally arbitrary gene normativity. Yeah, good job. SNP is a change to a base pair. What kind of change? What does it mean? What do you mean by that? Not sure if you've seen this DSP clip yet. If it's about me, then probably.
Has been raided. How?
Why bother with JF anymore? Because now JF has clout in the Skeptos, and it seems like all the Skeptos are hailing JF as like their new god. And JF and Ryan Falk are like running amok, and all the Skeptos just welcome them with open arms because nobody has any counter arguments. Nobody on the left seems to want to step up to bat for this issue. So we're the ones that have to do it. Right? That's what it seems? Am I wrong? I really don't. I don't want to if I don't have to, but... SNP is single nucleotide. When you say single nucleotide, is that a base pair? Is a base pair a single nucleotide? And then polymorphism means change? How is it changed? Single nucleotide polymorphisms, frequently called SNPs, are the most common type of genetic variation among people. Each SNP represents a difference in a single DNA building block called a nucleotide. What's the difference between a nucleotide and a base pair? A base pair is a pair of nucleotides. So adenosine, oh god, I don't remember what they mean. ATCG, like cytosine, guanine, I don't remember. Adenosine, tris, what is it? I don't remember. What do they mean? So like, would one of those things, hold on, I should just look it up. Adenine, thymine, cytosine, cytosine, and guanine are the 4 nucleotides. So would like guanine, would I say that guanine is a nucleotide, or would it have to be like guanine, adenine, or whatever is a nucleotide? Is it one, or would I say that guanine is a nucleotide, and then guanine and adenine or whatever together form a base pair? Is that correct? Base pairs are sometimes SNPs. A base pair is just the link between two of the bases on the DNA strand. If that particular link changes between genes, it's a SNP. By change, there are several different ways that can be done. Oh, God. A nucleotide is a single item. A base pair is a nucleotide and its pair. Wait, so nucleotide is the link? What the fuck is the link? I didn't even know that was like a real thing. A base pair is 2, a nucleotide is 1. So a base pair is 2 nucleotides plus the link? What is the link? Guanine is a nucleotide, a base pair is a guanine, and cytosine is a pair. Stop reading chat, there are so many wrong answers. I trust Proteus, okay? And coagulation. Nucleotide is the base molecule. The link is some hydrogen bonding. Oh, that's lame. Don't trust Proteus. He's a math memer. Okay. I don't think it's your responsibility to engage JF because he is going to be intellectually dishonest to further his position/views, and everyone in this community will ignore his intellectual dishonesty because his views align with theirs. As far as convincing fence sitters, I think you're going to have a hard time pushing them with the way JF debates and using. I want to try. I have to. JF. I have to. Right? Because if I don't, then who does? Him and Ryan just get to take over the whole skeptic community because they're getting sucked off by like everybody in that community now, especially after watching Kraut self-destruct like a little fucking idiot. God damn, what a moron. I'm not trying to sound like self-righteous, but like if I don't do this argument, who does? Is there anybody on the left that's going to go onto these types of live streams and try to put up a coherent defense against like the race realists? What happened with Kraut? Kraut tried to like make a Discord server. So it sounds like he had noble intentions. Like Kraut wanted to make a Discord server where he would assemble information about race realist views and then put together academics to debate against them. But then I guess somehow they decided that they were just going to dox every single person that they hated. It was like the dumbest meme in the universe. So then after Kraut was discovered, he like blew up everything and he deleted his YouTube and he deleted his Patreon and he was like, I'm sorry, I fucked up. And then he just like left everything. I don't know. So it just seems like really fucking stupid. That's where the, where is the, somebody link me the Kraut Aiden Paladin meme. Give me the crying. I want to hear the crying. So Kraut didn't have Aiden in this conversation, and Aiden like wanted to help him do his research, but he didn't want her to for whatever reason. So this is part of that conversation.
I'm actually a media psychologist, and I came to you and I said I knew the research on this. And I was trying to fucking help you. Kraut, I tried to help you. I tried to help you for fuck's sake. I really fucking did, and I will help you understand because there is because you don't fucking understand the social science. Oh, I think race exists. What a weird thing.
All I did was contact different academics, a PhD geneticist,
Kraut, you didn't contact me. I tried to talk to you. I tried to tell you. Please listen to me. Me more than anyone. I have tried to help you since the beginning of this. You don't seem willing to speak to the real fucking social scientists.
We already have two PhD psychologists, one from Romania and one from
you
Alabama.
really don't. Why have I been not only not included, but directly for you, Kraut?
I do
Kraut.
not trust you.
Well, how has that worked out for you, Kraut?
What do you mean how this has worked out for me?
Because now you have, quote, spies.
What, Jeff?
You don't want to speak to a real...
He has spies in his... This is so stupid. How hard is it to research something? There is so much drama. Oh my god.
Scientist.
No, he is a real scientist.
Do you know where you can find the evidence for the environmental impact? Now, Kraut, here is what you have done. You have actually ruined yourself because you have ignored the social psychology data.
We already have two PhD psychologists, one from Romania and one from
you really
Alabama.
don't.
Would you believe now, if she's offering your help now, is that an option that you are open to?
No, I don't.
Why not? Would you want her help at all?
Because for months they did nothing.
What I'm hearing now, Kraut, is like, this woman's here going, hey, I'd still like to help you.
I am a PhD psychologist, and I have an undergrad degree in psychology, but not a master's or above. I am a PhD psychologist. Would you like my help? I am offering it. I have I have offered it to you since the beginning. I have offered to help you.
Well,
and you have denied my help.
Doing.
You're done, man. I'm sorry. You're over. I'm so sorry.
Done,
I want to ask you a serious question.
Is she a PhD student? I have my doubts. Just because in my conversation with her, she seemed like dumb. Like she said things that made me like. She said things that make me wonder like if they have like even like basic knowledge about something. Especially as a psychologist, like just basic things I knew to be true. It just seemed really dumb. I've never seen a video that's like, oh yeah, this is definitely like a really educated person, you know? Not like agreeing or disagreeing with her, but just in listening to her, she just doesn't sound like somebody that's really educated, you know? If that makes sense, I'm not sure.
Could you please stop being mean to me?
Please.
I want to help.
What, I wish I could remember. I should have examples, I guess. Let's just skip ahead to a random part and see what we can find. Good luck. 5,000 women. And I would have found that... Okay, 106. I'm not going to be able to find an example now. I should have been prepared.
Very, very targeted samples.
Okay, I'm not talking about target examples, okay? I'm saying that, let's say, I'm just using one example. I'm talking about the Democrats or the liberals, okay? We're talking about science right now, okay? If I were to take a sample of 10,000 people, 5,000 men and 5,000 women, and I were to find that men prefer X field and women prefer Y field, you agree that that study doesn't tell you anything, right? It gives you something to look into, but you can't make any accurate determinations about anything just from that study, right? Other than
causal versus correlation, right?
Men prefer this, we don't know why, and women prefer this, but we don't know why. Do you understand that, right?
Here's what our research indicates, okay? The research that I've done, the research that my field has done, is that the idea of sex has nothing to do with that.
Okay, first of all, you keep bringing up sex and gender. The amount of transgender people in America is like less than 1%, isn't it? So I don't think this is like a really big deal that you have all these people that are of a different gender than they have sexual organs, right?
But I'm telling you, when we conduct this research, and usually it's given as choose your sex, choose your gender, in terms of a Likert scale, Likert type piece of research, you know, and or a poll. And we find that when people select their own gender, despite the fact that they're only 1%, their sex matters less than their gender. And I know that this is great that your fans doxed me.
The problem is that, again, and this is another...
I want you to look. I want you to go into Google and type in steel factory.
I don't need to... I've been to fucking Detroit and St. Louis where I've seen countries that have...
Oh, she was crying about West Virginia being fucked or whatever. I don't remember what we're talking about here.
And a wall isn't going to stop that. So how do we stop illegal immigration from Mexico?
What are we talking about? I don't want to go through this again. Fuck this conversation. She was supposed to be like polls champion, I remember, to come and debate. I don't even remember why. Didn't she say she was drunk on stream? Yeah, later she said apparently I made her wait for 3 hours in like a room or something and that I tricked her into being drunk. I don't remember. Destiny kickstarted her YouTube career? I don't think so. Okay, stop this. Go to Factorio. Wait, did I just kill my Nier? Hold on, let me make sure this is like saved. I was... Oh, human! Oh shit, we didn't finish the side quest. Four pristine screws. Can I buy pristine screws anywhere from like Emmy or something? Or? You did 100% she was a nobody? Yeah, but you can't say that, like, she might have gotten just as big whether or not she talked to me or not. Like, you can't say that I was like the foundation thing or whatever.
どんな情報でもいいから集めておかないと。
報告。アクセスポイントからメール受信の連絡。
Okay. You're like the alt-right skepto retard Dr. Wiley. Alright. We're gonna be learning biology. Learning biology! Exclamation mark. Who is this stale 2000 staff guy in my chat? Who are you? What are you here for? You never talk in chat. All I do is I see you lurking. Why? Why are you lurking, stale? What are you here for? I don't trust this guy. Don't trust this guy. He's too quiet. Did you finish the watch giveaway? I should have, Fancy Sloth. You won 3 watches. Congratulations. It was amazing.
This whole world.
We're going to speed this up a little bit, okay? We're going to speed this up a lot of bit.
Okay, let's get going. Various announcements, procedural things. Number of people want more information about grading and what the exams are like, all of that. I think I mentioned 1/3 of the points will come from the midterm, 2/3 from the final. In terms of style.
Okay, why? This is another thing I never understood why students ask this. Why do students ask, like, how do you grade the final exam? What percentage of our grade is going to be why not just like you do the work? Like, do people actually like consciously choose like, okay, well, I'm not gonna try this hard on the midterm because it only has 52% of my grade, and I'm gonna try harder on this. Like, do people actually make those decisions? I could be wrong. Do they? Like, you guys are horrible fucking people. Well, what's up? What? Probably not. Why? Were you gonna go get food? Nope. Is it? Wow. Exactly -4. I'm watching this and then we should be done. How is it so cold, dude? This is ridiculous. I thought global warming was real, but now I see the truth.
Of the midterm is heavily going to be about making sure you got down all the factoids from the first half of the course, that you've got the basics of each of our proverbial buckets. The second half, the final, is all going to be about integration, thinking across the different categories. So just a sense of that. Readings, as they are coming out, the books are not required until the second half of the course. The handout on Monday, I think, said which chapters of the Zebra book you should read. We will shortly get to you which chapters of the Chaos book you should read as well. The readings that are being posted on the courseworks, the downloads of various published papers, those are required. Clear on those whether this is a paper you should read all of, if this is one you should read the abstract of. Even if you read all of, do not read it in some obsessive detail-oriented way. The goal is probably to be able to say in 1 or 2 paragraphs why this paper has something pertinent to say about the topic they fell into. You're not sitting there having to memorize techniques, middle names of the authors, how many animals, anything like that. In terms of that, it probably makes sense to read those after the first lecture of whatever block there is. And hopefully, if I get organized, I'll be able to get you sort of the list of the readings further in advance than 1 week in advance. Nonetheless, you should probably hold off reading it until after the lecture occurs. Let's see, what else? People wanted to get a sense of...
What do you think about Jordan Peterson? I don't know. He says too much stupid shit for me to ever take him seriously. I'm sorry.
How long things were going to go. And as we'll see today, the evolution lecture topic will cover 2 classes. Molecular genetics, which is what we'll pick up on Monday. I'm guessing 1 to 1.5. Behavior genetics following that, 1 to 1.5. Ethology 1. Neurobiology, endocrinology, we'll have 1 week devoted to intro to the topics. And again, that's one where this is so important for everybody to be up to speed. Rather than these being in catch-up sections that week, the whole week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, will be devoted to that with the TAs teaching it. The following week, 3 more lectures, more advanced ones. And depending on proximity to the midterm, there may be a half lecture in there on statistics, or maybe not. So it's going to depend on keeping on schedule. This is a rough approximation. The midterm is going to be a Monday night. You will be responsible for material up to the previous Wednesday, and there'll be lots of review stuff. Take a look at the extended notes being posted. What else? Okay, I think that covers most of the procedural stuff. All of the stuff will get posted as well. So, picking up on the other day, what was happening the other day? Number 1, the trouncing of Darwin inventing evolution, trouncing of survival of the fittest, probably most importantly, trouncing of behavior for the good of the species, group selection type argument.
Okay, so to refresh, he was saying that Darwin didn't discover evolution, that there was actually a lot of other people that did the groundwork, but Darwin got most of the credit. We don't care. Survival of the fittest is not true. It's survival of people that reproduce, and the 3 methods through which selection happen are individual selection, which is just people surviving for a long time, or surviving long enough to reproduce; kin selection, where you might sacrifice yourself to help people with similar genetic material to you, which is mathematically derived. You would be more invested in immediate family, and then less invested as that the DNA is less and less related to you. And then the third one was cooperation, where you would cooperate with other organisms in order to ensure the survival of your genetic material, right?
What we saw was, number one, the rationale for the whole thing. There is a vicious, unfightable logic to why hearts have to be the size they are and kidneys have the filtration rates they have to have in order to solve the challenges of leaving as many copies of your genes in the next generation, and making sense of the evolution of hearts and kidneys and things like that could be the worlds of bioengineers and biomechanics folks with an underlying logic that it's got to be something that increases the number of copies of genes that you leave. And the whole rationale for Wednesday's lecture and today is applying the same sort of logic to behavior. The whole world of, just as you can optimize sort of the way one...
Okay, this is the only time I'm ever going to do this. I'm not going to stop to answer things that have already been answered in the lecture. What? Fitness equals ability to reproduce. What is the distinction? People mistake fitness for strength, but it really just means the ability to fit into the environment. So if you created a creature that was ultimately super fucking fit, and it could survive for 100 years in any environment, but it had a very low sperm count, versus another creature that was really weak, couldn't really fit in that well, but was able to make 100 children in the 1 year of its existence, that creature that dies quickly but passes on 100 copy of its genes is going to spread around its genetic material more successfully than a super strong creature that lives for 100 years but isn't able to reproduce as much. It is not survival of the fittest, that it's just being fit typically helps you pass on your genes, but making letting your genetic material copy itself as much as possible is how evolution works. It's not survival of the fittest, it's survival of who can reproduce the most, right? Okay, this is the only time I'll stop and answer a question previously answered from another lecture.
Neck, how long it is. If you're a giraffe, you can optimize behavioral strategies. And again, also throwing in a caveat, no animal is sitting there, maybe with the exception of some other apes, sitting there consciously strategizing along those lines when saying, so what would you as this dandelion want to do at that point with this ecological challenge, personifying just to make things easier. Okay, what we've then barreled into were the three major building blocks for thinking about the evolution of behavior in the framework of contemporary evolutionary thinking. Number one, individual selection, passing on as many copies of your own gene to the next generation as possible by way of your own reproducing. The individual selection, a chicken is an egg's way to make another egg. I've now rehearsed that, so I got that down right. The whole notion of behavior as just being this epiphenomenon in order to do what's needed to get another copy of the genes into the next generation. Building block number two. Some of the time, the best way to increase the number of genes you pass on to the next generation is to help your relatives do so. Following that logic of Mendelian relatedness, and people in the
He summarizes too? Fuck.
Why is it that you share half your genes with a full sibling, a quarter with a half sibling, etc.? So sometimes the way to maximize is by helping out a relative to do so with, again, constraint by this vicious mathematical logic of it depends on how related you are to the relative. And thus you will gladly lay down your life for one identical twin, two full siblings, 8 cousins, off you go. So the whole notion there of insight into why social animals the galaxy over are so obsessed with kinship and relatedness, the whole world of who counts as an us, who counts as a them in terms of cooperative behaviors playing out along lines of relatedness. Finally, we saw the third piece, which was reciprocal altruism. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, many hands make the task less scratchy or whatever. And what you see in those cases there is a whole world in which you don't have to be related to have cooperation. And we saw all the domains of that, bringing in the formalization, biomechanics person figuring out how strong a leg bone has to be, a game theorist figuring out within the realm of social behavior when you cooperate, when you don't, what sort of strategies. Game theory of seeing the prisoner's dilemma as the building block of that entire field, and seeing all the strategies worked out by mathematicians and economists and diplomats, and seeing which ones optimize under what circumstance, and then going and looking in the real world and seeing there's all sorts of animals out there that have evolved optimization strategies of when to cooperate and when to defect. And what we'll get to as a huge, huge issue by the time we get to the lectures on aggression, cooperation, etc., is, well, that's great when you've got a cooperative system going. How do they ever start? How do you jumpstart cooperation in systems, the evolution of cooperation? That's something we will get to in great detail down the line. Finally, what we shifted to was now saying, great, we've got all these principles in hand here and our big 3 building blocks and all of that. How would it be applied to making sense of animal behavior out in the real world? And we left with the example starting someplace there. Where did it go? Yes, that's it, of us marching through, know one individual factoid about some species or other species, know that there's a big difference between the genders in size, or there isn't, know that there's not high levels of aggression in males, know that females always give birth, whatever those traits are as we march through, using these ideas about individual selection, kin selection, reciprocal altruism, you could march through and logically infer what the social behavior of this particular species was going to be like, and you would be right. We saw, for example, in tournament species where you have high levels of aggression among males, male-male competition for access to females, As a result, males tend to be a lot bigger than females. They are being selected for muscle mass, secondary sexual characteristics, plumage, big sharp canines for slashing the other guy, bringing up this issue of, in a tournament species, who does the male want to mate with? What sort of female are males interested in mating with? The answer being anyone who will mate with them, because there's like no cost involved. All that's involved is no parental behavior, none of that, the cost of sperm, and literally people analyze the relative cost of sperm versus eggs. In tournament species, males are dramatically unchoosy as to who they mate with. In tournament species, males have dramatic variability in reproductive success, 5% accounting for 95% of the matings. Female choice. In a tournament species, what does a female want out of a male? She certainly is not going to get good fatherhood out of the guy. All she wants are good genes, because that's all she could hope for from the guy. A whole world of female selectivity for markers of good genes. And as we'll see in the sexual behavior lectures, a whole world of males trying to fake out females across the animal world, suggesting they got better genes than they actually do. So we will come to that. Then, tournament species, do you see female abandonment of kids? Absolutely not, because there's nobody else who's going to take care of them. Coupled with that, you see single births among those species, high levels of aggression amongst the males, low levels of parenting, and males tend to live a lot shorter than females. And what we saw at the other end, the pair-bonded species, was a completely different picture. Males are being careful who they're mating with, because the wiring there is you mate, you take care of the kids. High levels of male parenting, females are thus able to abandon them. Females can have multiple births. Males are selected to be as close to females as a male can be, so there's not a big difference in size. There's not a big difference in secondary sexual characteristics. There's not high levels of aggression. There's not big differences in lifespan. Who does a female want to mate with? Someone who is going to be a competent father, thus the whole world of pair-bonded species where males court with rituals of coming up with food and coming up with things of that sort. So the most striking thing about that was, again, going back to the two skulls I brought in, you could know nothing more about that species other than this is an adult female, this is an adult male, and working through the same logic, you know a huge amount about the private lives of the species and who's messing around with who in the bushes, and that's merely by applying these principles. And likewise saying, here's a picture of a pair in this species, and you can't tell which one is who by gender, that tells you a whole world of predictability at the other end. So a first example of how much explanatory power you can get out of this. And on the website, I will find all sorts of appropriate pictures of tournament and pair bonding species for you to look at. Okay, so a first realm of looking at animal behavior and seeing how once we got these principles in hand, individual selection, kin selection, reciprocal altruism, suddenly an awful lot of stuff makes sense. Next domain where that's the case, and this is one that has had a real challenge to the, ooh, isn't nature benign and animals behave for the good of the species viewpoint. This one domain probably proves an individual selection framework more than anything else out there. Okay, back to our inevitable National Geographic specials, and somewhere at the end of whatever the special is about whatever species, at some point they usually get some narrator with some deep baritone voice come in at that stage and say something like, man is the only species that kills for pleasure, man is the only, and look at how wonderful and benign these rose bushes are, they don't kill, they don't have war, only humans do it. And what occurred by about the mid-70s or so was enough field workers from the different species reporting, hey, wait a second, we're not the only species that kills. And we will see plenty of domains where that makes sense in the lectures to come, but one particular version really demanded some rethinking about animal behavior, which was as follows. What is one of the universals, whether you start with us and go all the way down to slime molds, it's babies are cute. Everybody likes babies. Babies are adorable. You want to take care of babies. Your eyes dilate as soon as you're around them. And a long-standing notion that what infants, what babies, what baby features are about are, among other things, are means to reduce aggression. And we will see in the ethology lecture something about that. That was the standard soundbite forever. And suddenly, you got field biologists coming back from studying various species saying, something's up there because in my species, I see individuals murdering kids all the time. Whoa, what's up with that? Infanticide within a species. Suddenly, not only are humans not the only species that kills, we're like not the only one who goes and kills adorable little Disney infants. Suddenly, all sorts of species popping up where there was infanticide. And the huge challenge then became to make sense of this. This first emerged in the 1970s, studies of langur monkeys in India by someone named Sarah Hurdy, reporting this. Soon it was reported among lions, some other species as well. And the first obvious response to this was, wait, this can't be because I watch all the wildlife specials. There's something wrong. Oh, there's some sort of psychopathology going on. This is not a normal population. This is not a normal population because they live close to humans. There's some disturbance. There's a toxic waste dump somewhere. They're not a normal species because you've got the wrong color socks on as the observer, whatever it is. This is not normal. This is pathological behavior. But long enough time goes by and it becomes clear in all sorts of species, individuals kill infants. So what is this about? You start to look closely and there's patterns. There are patterns to it. The first one being that tends to be adult males who kill infants.
Because they're killing the competing persons, right? The opposite of cucking, they're killing the kids that aren't matching their genetic material, right? Do you think?
The next being, you look closely, and it's not random who kills who. It's males killing infants who are most likely to be the offspring of, you guessed it, individual selection, most likely to be the offspring of other males. Competitive strategies for reducing some other guy's reproductive success. So this began to be seen in these species that had infanticide. It was male infanticide of offspring who were of kids who were most likely to be the offspring of other males. But more patterns popped up at that time, which is, well, why don't you see that in any social species where you have competition? And what wound up being clear after a while is there's only a certain pattern that you see in species that have competitive infanticide, which is the average interbirth interval among females is longer than the average tenure of a high-ranking male. What? Here's what that means. That means you're some low-ranking guy, you've been working out in the gym for years on end, you're finally in a position to boot out the alpha male and take over the whole group, and damn, every single female in the group has a newborn who they're going to be nursing for the next 2.5 years, so they're not going to be ovulating, and they're not going to be ovulating for about 3 years, and you're likely to be alpha for only a year and a half or so, where the length of time on average that you are going to be able to be reproductively active is shorter than the length of time that females in your species nurse kids and thus are not ovulating. And suddenly you have this brutally clear logic that makes perfect sense from everything on Monday, which is go and kill the kids. Go and kill the kids for 2 reasons. Number one, by killing the offspring of some other male, you are decreasing that individual's reproductive success. This competition is leaving as many copies of your genes, etc. Number two, by killing an offspring, the female, by stopping nursing, will soon be ovulating. And thus you see this pattern in langur monkeys, vervet monkeys, paddis monkeys, lions, mountain gorillas, and such, where it's always this structure. Competitive infanticide, a male takes over a breeding group and goes about systematically trying to kill the infants. So we've got an enormous violation there of behaving for the good of the species, and baby animals are cute, and suppress aggression, and all that sort of thing. The clearest demonstration of that is to look at the fact that one of the species where this goes on, by this vicious sort of logic of competition, this is one of the species on Earth that is as close to extinction as you can get, mountain gorillas. There's maybe 600-700 of them are left, and these are just like stunning animals, and they are disappearing because of habitat degradation and human presence and civil war sweeping through there, and all that sort of stuff. But also, they are facing, I think, inevitable extinction in a decade or two, because every now and then, a male mountain gorilla will systematically go and kill the infants around in a group by this logic. You can't ask for a much better demonstration of animals not behaving for the good of the species or the group, this individual selection strategy. So immediately we start applying some rules to this. Well, when's a circumstance that a male would come into a group and boot out the previous reproductive male and take over, and where he wouldn't be all that fast to try to kill all the infants in the group? When would a male take over a group and not be all that thrilled to do this competitive infanticide strategy? Any guesses? Yeah, part two, individual selection, kin selection. Kin selection, you don't see the competitive infanticide if the males replacing are close relatives, by exactly that logic. So then you begin to see some more elegant stuff going on. In some cases, in a bunch of species, instead of males killing infants, what happens is the presence of a new male causes females to miscarry, pregnant females to miscarry. One version of this, and this is seen in wild horses, the new male in there harasses pregnant females to the point of them miscarrying. Same exact logic again. In a whole bunch of rodent species, you see something far more elegant. The new male shows up, and if you were a pregnant female, the smell of a new male causes you to miscarry a litter. And the biology that is completely worked out, going from the olfactory signaling, and we're going to hear tons about olfactory signaling in weeks to come, going from the olfactory system to release of a stress hormone that disrupts uterine maturation, and you abort. Olfaction-induced abortion. What's up with the female with that? Why is that a strategy for her to leave as many copies of her own genes in the next generation? If this guy is around, she's got a choice at that point. A choice, again, metaphorically, she has a choice at that point. Either she can go through the rest of the metabolic cost of pregnancy, give birth to these kids, and then they get killed, or at least she can take the lesser of two evils. He spontaneously aborts at that point, and soon after she is ovulating and has a chance again to pass on copies of her own genes. And this is the whole world of, you put a male hamster in with a female who's just had babies, and he goes and eats the kids. Oh, it's psychopathological. It's not psychopathological. Male hamsters are migratory. If there are kids there, they're not likely to have been mine. That's the logical thing. Females having been selected for if there's the smell of a new male miscarry. And the same logic again extending, the smell of a new male unless he's a close relative of the previous male. You see the exact same thing playing out there. Now, all of this, of course, is very sort of male biased in terms of this. These are females sort of making the best of the bad situation. You're some female langur monkey, and some new male has come in and is intent on being infanticidal, and you've read evolutionary biology also. What do you want to do to maximize copies of your own genes in the next generation? Well, you've got this kid here who you're trying to protect. Would you protect that child to the point of your being killed? Probably not. And you don't see females doing that. Under what circumstance would a female be most motivated to defend her child to the point of her being seriously injured? Older females. Older females who are less likely to have another child after that. You're on the scene there, and who else from day one would be most willing to get injured in order to protect the kid? The maternal grandmother, who has no reproductive potential at that point. And what you see in these langur monkeys, the females will defend, not to the point of serious injury. The older the mother is, the more strenuously she defends, and the grandmothers defend even more. Following the same logic here playing out in that way. But you also have another option, which is to do something much more clever. And this is not in the world after you've given birth, but the world of when you are pregnant. Because even in these species that have the competitive infanticide, the new male is also perfectly happy to harass a pregnant female. What have females evolved in a number of primate species? One of the great all-time ways of manipulating males. So you're this pregnant langur monkey, and in comes this new male, and you know you're going to go through like 6 more weeks of pregnancy, and they're going to be enormously costly, and the damn guy's going to kill your kids as soon as they're born, and what can you do, and all of that, and you come up with something very clever physiologically. You go into what is called pseudo-estrus. Estrus being the term for when female primates are ovulating or sexually receptive, are in heat, and most primate species give external signs of when they're ovulating. There's engorgement of all sorts of tissues around the vagina and rear end and stuff, and that humans don't do, but they have some of the physiological residues of water retention, for example. So you've got all these external signs of I'm ovulating, except you're not ovulating because you're pregnant. You are pseudo-ovulating. You are going through a pseudo-estrus. You generate a picture of it. So what happens at that point with this new guy who's just shown up, and here's this like 4-month pregnant female who nonetheless looks like she's going through estrus? Well, these guys sit there then and say, well, that's kind of nice, and they go and mate with her, and like 2.5 weeks later she gives birth, and you know what the guy's going to do? He's going to sit there and say, what's the gestation period in my species? That's it. It's what's it, like 5 months or something? I've been here 3 weeks, and already she's given birth. Whoa, what a guy. And they fall for it. They fall for it every time. Females, by having these pseudo-estrus things, the males are not infanticidal afterward when the female gives birth. So this whole world that initially makes no sense at all. Oh my God, animals killing members of their own species, even babies, making vicious logic when applying issues of individual selection and the qualifications by way of kin selection. Next example, another one with a similar flavor. And yeah. Yeah, and I think probably the most technical Darwinian way of explaining that is the well-known propensity of blood flow to either go to male brains or penises. They just get impulsive at that point. They don't stop to think and get the gynecology textbook that, there no doubt is an advantage for the tiny subset of male langur monkeys who can actually be prudent at that point and think through the logic. It works with males. They fall for it, suggesting that a lot of what's going on there is not a conscious cognitive strategy. And this is sort of not a facetious answer when by the end of next week we get to looking at how do animals recognize individuals. With a lot of species, there's not a cognitive strategy. You're not able to sit there and figure out, wait a second, this isn't making any sense. So. I think what it is that there's not a whole lot of males there who could make sense or who have been selected for making sense of the fact that mating has something to do with babies down at the other end of things.
Hey, if you ever want a public speaking tip, I try to do this on stream, although maybe I suck at it sometimes. If you're ever giving a public speech and you're taking questions from the audience, oftentimes if you're being mic'd, the audience is not being mic'd appropriately for obvious reasons. You don't want to catch that background noise. Restate the question when somebody asks you a question. If somebody asks you a question, restate the question in your answer so that if you're listening, you have an idea of what the fuck was just asked.
I think there's not been much selection for being able to cognitively do that, or to have some sort of rule. If I mate with this individual, anytime she produces a baby, I'm going to be unaggressive to the baby unless it's within this sort of time span. I think that's a little too much too fast to evolve in sort of the primate system. The males fall for it. Another version with a lot of the same logic, and this became clear studies of baboons, savanna baboons in the early 60s, which is you would have some male is having a tension with another adult male, and they're about to have some sort of clear fight, and one guy is obviously low ranking, and he's going to get trounced, and here comes a big high ranking male, and this guy's terrified, and what does he do? He looks around frantically and grabs a baby and holds it to his chest. 1950s National Geographic special. Why is he doing that? Because infants are comforting, because babies are cute, and everybody becomes less aggressive when there's a baby around. Because, oh my God, who would attack somebody holding an infant? What if the infant's injured? Okay, so that's the old version. So applying some contemporary interpretations, what do you wind up seeing? Along comes the threatening male, the subordinate male grabs an infant and holds it, and what you only begin to see after a while of studying individuals is it's not random which infant he grabs. And you know exactly what's going to come next. A very similar theme to the competitive infanticide. When males are doing kidnapping like this, and that is the term to use, they're not randomly grabbing kids, they're grabbing kids who are likely to be the offspring of that male. And it is very clear at that point, mess with me and your kid's going to get it. And it's clearly not being played out on any sort of conscious level like that, but what you see is it's not random. And it comes with the sort of qualifiers that show you even more how the system is working. So you've got some guy who's a big, high-ranking male and has obviously fathered all sorts of kids in the troop, and you're about to trounce this smaller guy who grabs one of the kids who's more likely to be his than yours. Logical competitive strategy of essentially blackmail. You've got a big, high-ranking male who's dominating everybody else, except he only joined the troop 2 weeks ago. In other words, there's not been enough time for him to have kids yet. When he's threatening lower-ranking guys, they're less likely to kidnap against him than kidnap against a high-ranking male with a long residency. And what you find even more interesting, which throws you into this world of, well, are these guys consciously thinking about this, or do they just smell that that guy's kid, and do they just know? In primate, they're thinking about it. And the way to realize that is when they screw up and make a mistake. And this one, sort of years ago, I was watching some baboons, and there was this low-ranking guy. He was actually middle-ranking. This high-ranking guy was coming at him, and he was a middle-ranking guy who critically was on his way down. He used to be a high-ranking guy. He was aging. In other words, he used to be reproductively active. In other words, there's some of his kids around in the troop. So he's sitting there, and here comes this terrifying high-ranking male who's coming at him, and our guy gets all agitated and nervous and looks around, and he grabs a kid, and it's likely to be his kid. He's grabbed his own kid. Oh my God, you're sitting there saying, I'm never going to get a damn thesis out of this. These animals just ruin all the theoretical models. He's grabbing the wrong kid, so he's holding the kid there, and you're sitting there, and you can see the guy's about 5 steps away, and tosses the kid clear just as he's attacked. You will see they act as if they have made a mistake. They are consciously working around something like this. So this whole notion of coercive blackmail and kidnapping, again, it only makes sense once you begin to see these structures of individual selection, kin selection, reciprocal altruism. Another example, and this one makes perfect sense instantly. You look at the world of female primates in lots of different species, and there's ranking systems, there's hierarchy, and what's the hierarchy built around? You get a rank one below that of your mother. You inherit your rank. Your mom is the alpha female, you're her first daughter, so you're number 2. And as soon as she has another daughter, your kid sister is number 3, until you have a first daughter who pushes your kid sister down one step. In other words, dominance hierarchies amongst the females are entirely nepotistic. Whoa, how can you explain that? Part number 2, kin selection, dominant systems in all sorts of social species are built around the nepotism of relatedness. So that makes sense. Next interesting notion here, which is one of those choices that are not conscious choices, but you're about to get pregnant and you have a choice as whatever species you are. Do you want to have a male or a female? Or do you want to have a litter of males or females? Or do you want to have a litter that's predominant male or predominantly female? And it comes down to an issue now of 2 things, which is how much does it cost to have a female versus a male during pregnancy, and what are the reproductive probabilities of having a male versus a female? Back to this issue, you are in a big tournament species, and as we saw, there's high degrees of male variability in reproductive success. 5% of the guys are accounting for 95% of the matings. So you sit there, and what you've got is a rule that if you go for a son, like 90% of sons running around there are never going to reproduce, and you hit the jackpot and you have the 5% at the very top, and each of them are going to like father 30 different kids. Going for males in a tournament species is a big gamble. It's a risky move. Going for female, however, there's no female primate out there who has 420 kids because she lays eggs like a salmon. Most females there, unless they have some fertility problem, they all have something roughly 1 to 5 kids or so over the course of the life of an old world primate. So female variability is way down. In other words, what's a conservative strategy to pass on copies of your genes? Have a daughter. What's a riskier strategy? Have a son. And what that immediately predicts is 2 things. Number 1, you look in dominance hierarchies, and the prediction is that females who are high-ranking should show more of a tendency towards having sons than daughters, and females who are low-ranking, exactly the opposite. And that's what you see in a bunch of primate species that have this sort of structure. Next prediction, you should then predict that when ecological circumstances get tough, when times are tough, you want to go for the offspring that costs less. A female fetus is less calorically demanding than a male fetus. Male fetuses cost more to bring to term than females do. The prediction should be during times of ecological pressure, the percentage of females being born should increase. And as a measure of the fact that males are more expensive as fetuses, something like 53% of fertilizations in humans are males. About a 53 to 47% ratio, and over the course of pregnancy, the increased metabolic vulnerability of male fetuses are such that by the time birth comes around, it's around 51-49, and it's not until adolescence that it flips over to the typical pattern of female dominance. You've got to have more male fetuses to start off with because they are more expensive, more vulnerable. So this prediction during times of ecological duress, you should get a bias towards more females being born, the 50-50 ratio skewing in that direction. And that's precisely what you wind up seeing. And you see all sorts of examples of this in humans, for example, during periods of famine, food deprivation, the ratio of births skewed towards females. What you also see as a measure of that is among humans, a boy giving birth to a boy statistically decreases the body weight, is likely to decrease the body weight of the next offspring. It's expensive having one of those males. And what you wind up getting then is fluctuation as a function of your dominance rank. If you're high ranking, it's almost always worth the gamble to go for one of those high risk, high payoff boys. If you're low ranking, go for the far more conservative female. You've got this fluctuation around this 50-50 ratio. And this was something worked out by one of these sort of founding figures of sort of modern evolutionary thinking, a guy named Robert Trivers in the 1970s, sex ratio fluctuation as a function of social context. And people have gone and looked, and it's precisely this. You get an interesting bit of conservatism in this, though, which is there's some circumstance where it makes perfect sense for you to have a gazillion daughters because that's the time to do it. And at some point, you're having a gazillion daughters and everybody else is having a gazillion daughters, and suddenly males become really valuable because there's not a whole lot of them around. So the logical thing to do then is to switch over and start having males. And everything else being equal after a while with a predominance of males.
You're not absorbing any information listening to GM Poison. Can you ask me a question about what we just listened? He's talking about the same concept for like an hour. Can you quiz me right now, GM Poison? Ask me a question what you don't think I understood. Go. It's basically one concept that and now we're giving like a trillion different examples of this like singular concept. Oh wait. What is 2 + 2 - 1? Question number 1. If you die, what happens to your MySpace? Kill yourself.
It's going to make sense to switch over to females. You have density-dependent selection. You will always have oscillating around 50%. Whichever sex is in the smaller number, that one is immediately more preferable. Poor ecological conditions pushes you this way, dominance rank pushes you one way or the other. But in any of those circumstances, you have an oscillation around the mean. Whichever is more common is less desirable. So sex ratio fluctuation. More stuff. Role of kinship, for example, in vervet monkeys, we talked about that the other day. Play the sound an infant alarm call, and the mother gets all agitated, and everyone else looks at the mother. They know that she's the mother, sort of demonstration of awareness of kinship there. Now, another very interesting social structure to some species, which is we've seen all of these tournament species. You have one hierarchy male mating with lots of females, and all that sort of stuff in polygamous system. What about polyandry? Circumstances where a female is mating with multiple males. What about circumstances of stable polyandry, where you get in effect the inverse of a harem? You get a single breeding female with a number of males. And what is seen with a very, very high predominance is when polyandry occurs, you get a type which is called adelphic polyandry. And the second I tell what it is, it will make perfect, wonderful sense. Okay, 2 male lions sharing a pride, that's like not what you're supposed to see. It's one male lion and Mufasa and his like brother gets pushed out of there, and like that's not what you see when you study Disney lions. It's supposed to be only one male as the breeder and the pride. And occasionally you see these prides where instead there are 2 males. How can they pull that off? They should be doing competitive infanticide, all of that. Who are the 2 males? Yes, you guessed it somewhere up there before. It'll be 2 brothers. When you see cases of 2 male lions sharing a pride, or flip the other way, when you see a pride being willing to tolerate 2 males in there instead of 1, very, very high likelihood that they are brothers. This technical term, adelphic polyandry. And you wind up seeing one totally wild example of this in humans. As I went over the other day, looking at our humans tournament species, they pair bonding, we're somewhere stuck in between, we're terribly confused. What you see is most cultures traditionally allow polygamy, but most people are not actually polygamous, all of that, and somewhere in there you got to ask the same question, hey, is there any polyandry going on with humans? And there is one wild cultural example of this, and this is seen in traditional Tibetan society, and there you get adelphic polyandry. You have the following structure in rural areas. A woman will marry a man, and in the process, she will marry him along with all of his brothers. All of his brothers, she marries the entire lot of them. It is the Delphic polyandry. And you see that, and like it's down to the point where here's this woman with her husband and his younger brother all the way down to this infant that she's holding, who's the youngest brother, who's now one of her husbands. And that's what you see. What's the explanation for this? This is a pattern that you get in agriculturally very impoverished areas where you got a problem. You've got 5 sons or whatever, and with a pattern of land inheritance where you would otherwise split up the land amongst the 5 sons, that's going to put each of them below subsistence level. What you need to do is have a way in which they remain as one reproductive unit. So you don't split up the land. You see this Adelphic polyandry, a woman marrying this whole bunch of brothers, and it's in circumstances where it's trying to keep the small farm plots from being broken up. But again, the logic there is the same as you see in lions with 2 brothers sharing a pride. What else? Now, somewhere in there, you begin to get in a realization that not only do you have males competing with males for reproductive success and females with females, but there's intersexual competition. How could this be? How could a planet that comes up with Valentine's Day have intersexual competition? What is obvious is the reproductive interests of any given individual may not be exactly the same as the individual she or he mates with. What would be an example of this? Here you have a species in which males are migratory. It's a tournament species. A male shows up during the mating season, lots of aggression, lots of secondary sexual whatever, and he mates with a female. And she has kids. Hooray, they have parented an offspring and they've shared their genes and increased their reproductive success, except this being the species, this guy is going to pack up and leave the next day. In other words, he has no investment in the future reproductive health of that female, whereas she sure does. She would be delighted for this offspring to thrive and prosper, but perhaps not at the cost of her future reproduction. What we see here is between the male and the female, different reproductive strategies. And this opens up a whole bizarre world of intersexual competition. Here's one really bizarre manifestation of this. Okay, basic Mendelian genetics. Those of you who got the catch up this week should have a vague sense of this by now. Hardy-Weinberg ratio. You've got one parent has one genotype, just to distinguish the parents and changes the colors there, all of that. What is it that isn't bothered with from day one when you learn these sorts of things? It doesn't matter which one is the male and which is the female, which is the father and which is the mother. This is just one of them contributes this profile, one that that, what pops out the other side? Basic Mendelian genetics, when making sense of pedigrees, it doesn't matter which parent is contributing the homozygotic profile, the heterozygotic, it doesn't matter which parent. But then there's a whole world of genetic traits where in fact it does matter which parent it comes from, because the same combination of alleles will function differently whether it came from the mother or from the father. And this was a field that sort of emerged in the early 1990s, and these are called imprinted genes. Imprinted genes, these are genes where, for our purposes to define them, these are genes which have different manifestations, different phenotypic consequences. These are genes that work differently depending on which parent they came from. Mendel, rolling in his grave, this is not how it's supposed to work. This obscure world of imprinted genes violates this. They work differently depending on which parent you get it from. Dramatic foreshadowing, when we get to the ethology lecture, the word imprinting is going to come up again in a totally different sense. This is a purely molecular term right now. Okay, so you get imprinted genes. Imprinted genes, people began to figure this out in the 90s, that, wait a second, we've got a completely different profile in these individuals with a mutation in a particular disease. Here we have these two very different diseases, and they turn out to have the exact same mutation in the same gene. What's up with that? If you get that gene from this parent, you get this disease. If you get it from that parent, you get that disease. Totally boggling, making no sense at all. First thing to have to be solved. What's a mechanism for actually making a gene work differently depending on which parent it comes from? For those who care about these sorts of details, it's a biochemical process called methylation. You methylate the gene in one parent's genome and not the other. Don't worry about the details. The main way is there is a genetic mechanism for making genes work differently depending on which parent it comes from. So, okay, we know how to do it. Why should this happen? Why does this make any sense? And it took a while, and people began to see patterns to this, and finally this was put together by an evolutionary biologist at Harvard named David Haig in the early 90s, who came up with a unifying theory which explains it all. And it's very cool. Here's what you see. You begin to look at imprinted genes. And for our purposes, the way we can describe them as, this is a gene where if you get it from one parent, it does what it's supposed to do. If you get it from another parent, it's silenced. It never works. It's methylated into silence. These are imprinted genes. So he began to notice something. When you look at imprinted genes where they are active if they come from the father, they all tend to be genes that promote fetal growth. They're all genes that increase fetal metabolism. They're all genes that make for a thicker uterus. They're all genes driven by hormones coming out of the fetus. They're all genes that push for greater fetal development. And then you look at the imprinted genes coming from the female, and
you're saying field development?
They're all genes that tend to slow down fetal development. What have we got here? We've got that intersexual...
fetal development, sorry.
Competition played out precisely there. You've got this male hamster who's going to never be seen again because he's in this category. And what does he want? He could care less what happens to the future reproductive success of this female. He wants this offspring of his to survive. The male imprinted genes push for greater amounts of fetal growth. And the female one's saying, well, that'd be great if this kid survives, but I also have a future reproductive life to think about. Her imprinted genes tend to counter it. What would this look like? One of the imprinted genes, first one's identified, which comes from active from the male, codes for a protein called insulin-like growth factor. Who cares what insulin-like growth factor does? What's clear from the name is it's a growth factor. It's one of those things that make fetuses grow more. It promotes fetal growth. And then meanwhile, the female hamster has a cognate, an opposing imprinted gene. What's that one for? That codes the gene for the insulin-like growth factor receptor. And what her version does is make for a less responsive receptor. The male is pushing for more of the insulin-like growth factor. She gets a receptor that's not as responsive. And you literally have this co-evolutionary arms race there of male imprinted genes evolving to push for more and more fetal growth, female ones pushing for less and less fetal growth. And you see that coming out most apparently when you see mutations in some of these genes. For example, another pair of imprinted genes, one from the father, one from the mother. And what you see there is the mother's version, the father's version, promotes invasion, placental invasion into the uterus. And that's actually the term that gynecologists use, invasion of the fetus into the uterine wall. It promotes more of that. The female version slows it down. So what if you have a disease where the male gene relevant to this is mutated and knocked out of action? You solely have the female input, which is decreasing fetal implantation into the uterus. What have you got then? You've got a disease where fertilized eggs don't implant. On the other side, suppose there's a mutation in the female part of this pairing, and as a result, all you have is the male input driving for more and more aggressive fetal invasion. What you have, you wind up with one of the all-time bad cancers. You don't want to get choriocarcinoma, a cancer of the uterus, because it's growing completely out of control, being prompted by the fetus. When you take out each of the voices through mutation, you see that normally you're having this tilting, this balancing of competition between males pushing for more fetal growth at the expense of the future reproductive success of the female, females trying to slow it down. All of the imprinted genes show this. Amazingly, people now have even identified imprinted genes that don't work until after birth, and they work in the brain. And what do? The male-derived one does things like make for infants that suckle more. Ooh, get more calories out of mom. And the fetal version tends to blunt some of the suckling reflexes. It's all built around the strategy of males and females do not necessarily have exactly overlapping reproductive strategies. So another version of it is a male gene, which is pushing towards expression of a fetal enzyme, fetal lactogen, placental lactogen.
He's given us so many examples, I've forgotten what the point even is. Well, right now we're talking about that basically it's the idea that there are genes that can display different phenotypes depending upon who they come from, whether it comes from the father or whether it comes from the mother, and the different types of genes that are given from them will maximize the reproductive strategies of each party. So for instance, a male might give genes that cause the fetus to grow very fucking quickly, right, to increase the fetal consumption of calories and all that shit, because he just wants to pump out babies and have them go as quickly as possible, whereas the woman's might give them slightly slower because it's easier on her body or something. Or I'm not sure why it's easier or better for the women to give slower birth, but that's essentially the idea that genes are being passed on, that depending on which parent you get it from, it will manifest a different sort of phenotype to maximize the reproductive success of what each parent or whatever, right?
Lactogen, and what that does is it makes it easier for the fetus to grab sugar out of the bloodstream from the mother. And the mother tries to counter it, and if she's not very effective at doing it, or if she's rather over-effective, you get pregnancy hyperglycemia, pregnancy diabetes. Suddenly, this is mom having a fight with her offspring over how much calories they're going to get, the offspring being driven by an imprinted gene from the father. Totally cool, totally interesting. There should be a problem lurking here, though, which is this is a pattern you only see in tournament species. You got a pair bonding species, and there's no reason why a male should be saying something like, ooh, I want to like ruin her future reproductive success at the cost of her giving birth on a pair bonding vole. And
I gotcha, because women are more invested in future reproductive success, whereas men travel and they don't care about the future reproductive success. They just want to have as many children now as possible, whereas the woman wants to survive to have more and more children, right? Survive and be healthy, yeah.
Give birth to a child the size of an elephant, she's going to survive, and who cares about her future? They're pair bonding. They're in it together for the rest of time. You don't find imprinted genes in pair bonding species. You find imprinted genes in tournament species. And thus we get back to that same issue the other day, looking at tournament versus pair. Where do humans fall into this? And what we've already seen is, if humans can come up with choriocarcinomas and things like that, we have imprinted genes. Same punchline again as the other day. In terms of the number of genes we have, puts us somewhere in between tournament and pair bonding species. Again, we are terribly confused. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and we will pick up with more examples.
More examples. What about more concepts?
Let's get going again. Two good questions just now. One is, where does homosexuality fit into all of this? And where it fits in is about 30 minutes worth of the sexual behavior lecture sometime in mid-May. It is a challenge for some of this thinking. The second good question was, am I capable of speaking louder? I will try. I mumble. Okay, pushing on. So we've just brought in this whole bizarre, unexpected world of trashing the hallmark cards of intersexual competition. Another example of it, a really interesting one. This was work done by a guy named William Rice at Santa Cruz over some years, looking at a number of different fly species. Female flies are polyandrous. They mate with a lot of different males. And you're a male who just mated with a female. And what you would like more than anything in order to pass on copies of your own genes is like not have some other guy impregnate her, some other male fly guy who's intimidating you, not have some other guy do it, and suddenly what you see is this interesting world where, because of the mating frequency of the females, she will have sperm from a number of different males inside her at the same time. And suddenly we get this very strange world, a whole field of research of sperm competition. Sperm competition of relay teams and gold medals and all of that, of sperm competing with the sperm from other males. And what you see is, in fly species, the sperm of males make toxins that kill the sperm of other males. Whoa, that's very elegant. That's very elegant because it in part requires you to come up with a toxin that isn't toxic to yourself. You can solve that, all sorts of molecular tricks for doing that, but this makes wonderful sense. You increase the likelihood of you, the sperm, reaching the goal line and killing the other guys and all of that, except there is a problem for the females, which is these toxins that the male sperm release aren't such a hot deal for the female's health. And what Rice did were these really interesting studies. I won't go into the details of it in large part because I still don't understand what the guy did, but he was able to somehow take populations of male and female flies, and he would hold the females so that they could not evolve in response to whatever was going on with the males, male-male competition for reproduction, while he held constant the female-female competition. The females were not evolving, the males were. And what he saw over the course of 30 generations was this male-male sperm competition was such that the male sperm were making such powerful toxins that they were shortening the life expectancies of the females. Whoa, that's not smart. Whoa, that makes perfect sense. Houseflies are not your pair-bonding swans dying in each other's arms for life sort of organisms. It's a classic case of the male only has an investment in the current reproductive bout, and if he can wipe out the competitor's sperm, and oh bummer, the female has now got all sorts of rotty necrotic lesions in her vagina. This is not a very reproductively effective female fly down the line. What do I care? I'm off to the next pile of cow dung after that. You have that same structure there, but this is a bummer for the females. The males left to their own competition will evolve more and more toxic sperm, which exacts more and more of a price on the future reproductive success of the females. Now, Rice flips things, and now he takes these populations and he holds the male evolution constant and allows the females to evolve, and over the course of 30 generations, they have evolved a means of detox.
So what the female is going to develop is something that maximizes for her own health, something that maybe neutralizes all of the toxins, and then it makes it so that the reproductive strategies of the fly sperm isn't actually effective at all, and that nothing dies, and then it's just kind of neutral or whatever. That's my guess. Good luck.
Toxifying the sperm. So here we have male-male competition inadvertently being played out in an intersexual realm as well, where again, this co-evolutionary arms race, totally bizarre, sperm killing each other and sperm.
Oh, he didn't talk about it, but that's what he said. Good enough. Wow, look, we're paying attention. Where's jam poison at? Kill yourself.
Damaging the female, and that makes no sense if you do for the good of the species. Again, very logical in the context of these models of evolution. Okay, final example. And here's one that will become very relevant way down the line when we're looking at things like the biology of aggression. So you've got these social primates, and in lots of social mammals, you've got this pattern, which is one of the genders picks up around puberty and moves to another group. It's to avoid inbreeding and everybody having 6 fingers and tails if you're a species that doesn't have a tail, and it's perfectly logical, and what you need is just some sort of pattern is that the females or the males of the species which disperse. And no one among the primates has ever found a good rule for which primate species have female exogamy or male exogamy, which gender leads at puberty, but there's variability. In chimps, it's the females who lead at puberty. In gorillas, it's the females who lead at puberty. In baboons, macaques, a few other old world monkeys, it's the males who lead at puberty with a very critical implication. So you've got baboons. Baboons, you've got the troop, and you look at the adult males and adult females in there. The adult females grew up in that group. The adult males grew up someplace else and emigrated into here at puberty. In other words, among the adult females in this group, they're all relatives. Among the males, there's no relatives. Meanwhile, next door with the chimps, it's the females who have left at puberty. You look at the mature animals in a group, and it's the males who are there with all the relatives who've been there all their life, and the females who have no relatives. So, asking a question, comparing baboons and chimps, which of those species has higher levels of male-male aggression within the group? Baboons, yeah. Because they're all brothers at arms in the chimp group there, and none of the adult males in baboon troops are typically related to each other. Very high levels of inter-male aggression intra-group. So which species on a certain level has put us to shame when it comes to the invention of warfare, of fighting between groups? Chimps, because you've got bunches of males who cooperate, because they are relatives. And what you wind up seeing with chimps, and we will eventually get to this, is you see things that are now termed border patrols, where a bunch of males from a group will patrol the edge of their territory. If they encounter a male from the group over there, they will attack, they will kill him. As documented by Jane Goodall, taken to an extreme, the males of one group will eradicate another group. And if the rule is, I'm killing this guy, we are killing this guy, not because we don't like the look on his face, but because he is a member of that group, This is the United Nations definition of genocide. Chimps have not only come up with organized warfare between groups, they've come up with a chimp version of genocide. What's the driving force on that? One of the truly scary things on this planet, which is when all the males living next door are getting along with each other. Because when they do, they suddenly start looking over at this side. Organized males driven by female exogamy in chimps is where the warfare pattern comes from. And as you can guess, when we get to thinking about biology of aggression with humans, we are suddenly in this world of taking non-relatives who are military recruits and convincing them to pseudo-kinship themselves into being a band of brothers, increasing a sense of kinship there. Chimps do this all on their own. So now making sense of which primate species have high levels of male-male aggression within group versus between group. Between group are ones where it's the females who leave at puberty. All these guys have been together since they were terrorizing other kids in kindergarten. They're an organized group against each other. You get intergroup organized conflict in primates that have female exogamy, females leaving at puberty. Okay, so we've now worked our way through a bunch of examples here and how to apply individual selection, kin selection, that sort of thing. A fourth branch has come into the field in the last decade or so. And this is one that has had a lot of controversy, in part because what is built around is mistaken by a lot of folks as being an outdated concept, but in part because what it is actually implying is very controversial in some realms. And this is this business of group selection somehow sneaking back in the back door there and becoming relevant to the evolution of social behavior. Group selection, you remember Wednesday, all the wildebeest there, and the elderly wildebeest pushes this way forward and...
Oh shit, are we getting into the idea that of tribalistic ideas between groups of people, do you think? Oof, where are we going with this one?
Distributes his bank account and then leaps into the river and the crops and all of that, and that makes no sense at all because animals don't behave for the good of the species, and individual selection you got pushed in. Nonetheless, a notion of group selection has come back into thinking, but it occurs only under a couple of specialized circumstances. The version that we just trashed, which was the version Marlon... Okay, how many of you guys know who Marlon Perkins was? It's come to that. Marlon Perkins, how many of you guys know what... Does Mutual of Omaha, does that still exist? Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom? Is that still a television program? Yes, no, when you were young? Did that exist? Okay, is it still sponsored by Mutual of Omaha? They still do. That's great. Okay, because that one has been going for decades and decades. And it was always, they'd somehow always have to segue the Mutual of Omaha in. They're doing the commercials, building it, just as rhinos will mate on for hours on end, you want fire insurance for your home or some such thing. But in its original couple of decades, it was hosted by a guy named Marlon Perkins. And Marlon Perkins taught most of America their evolutionary biology. Marlon Perkins is the guy who taught everybody behaving for the good of the species and that sort of thing. The first version of group selection that got trashed in the 60s was Marlon Perkins' group selection. The group selection that's sneaking back into the field is very different. Two different versions. First one, something you will get in various populations. You've got a population of something or others, and some biogeographic event occurs, which causes a subset of them to get isolated from everybody else. A land bridge disappears, or somebody drops a lake there, or who knows what, but something isolates a small subset of the population. So these guys go about reproducing by their standards, and these guys go about reproducing by their standards. And what's going to be a characteristic very soon of the smaller population, they're going to be more inbred than this population, simply because they're smaller. They're going to have a higher degree of relatedness among individuals. So now we throw our second piece of our three building blocks, throw in kin selection, and what that immediately predicts is levels of cooperation will be higher in this group than in this group, because the higher degree of relatedness. That's great. And that's great because once we see how sort of cooperative systems have a larger payoff, you will get a crystallization so that everybody, the second or third cousins, are eventually going to have to be just as cooperative as the siblings are with each other. You are going to fix a trait of cooperation in that population at a high rate. So notice here, in this case, we have a high degree of cooperation driven by kin selection, whereas these guys are going about their usual savage at each other's throats business. Biogeographic event reverses, and these guys get reincorporated into the main population, and they're so different by then that they get a different color. And what you've got then is, here in the large population, here is a nucleus of animals who are cooperating. And here is the huge unwashed mass of the ones who are not, and everything we know about reciprocal altruism, all of that means that these guys are going to start competing these guys. And the model that is used is cooperation will have to crystallize outward. Animals will have to join in these cooperative patterns because these guys will outcompete them. What do we have? This is called a founder effect. This is a small population that, thanks to being inbred, has fixated some trait that's advantageous, where the evolution here moves faster than here because of the smaller population with the inbreeding. Some adaptive trait comes in there, they get reinduced into the main population, and this founder-driven trait quickly spreads throughout the population. And what you get here is, if the same thing is occurring in the realm of behavior, reciprocal cooperative behavior, somewhere in here you have a transition from this being a kin selection phenomenon to this being a reciprocal altruism phenomenon. So that stands as one of the models out there for how do you jumpstart cooperation in non-relative populations. You use inbred founder populations to drive it there. And just to have a metaphor, all you need to do, think about in some city, there's some occupation, some mercantile, something or other, that there's a gazillion of them and all sorts of people work in that, and there's a subgroup of people there who work in this who are all related. And as a result, they do something cooperative and kin selective, they make low interest loans to each other. And as a result, they're more successful at business. And they get incorporated into here, and what you then have is this economic force that everybody else has to join in to this cooperative business of trusting each other, or low interest loans, or I trust you like a sibling, you don't have to pay me until next week. It used to be that only siblings trusted each other like siblings, but a force there for more cooperation, a driving force of inbred kin selection initially. So that's one way in which people are thinking about group selection, and here you now have this group outcompeting this because of this trait, and people actually use terms like crystallization. The trait of cooperation will crystallize outward and fix in the whole population. So that's one version of it. And this is one, again, we will come back to, this is one of the ways to jumpstart cooperation in a world in which there's no reciprocal altruism. Because you see the problem with that. We all have learned tit for tat is the best one, except forgiving tit for tat might be better, Pavlov might even be better, and all of those are built around this one requirement, though, which is somebody has to make the first move of being cooperative. That's got to jumpstart the system, and what we all know is, in a system that doesn't go along with the rules that can't we all sing kumbaya, what happens is, the first one in the first round who does something cooperative is some schmuck who's one step behind everybody else for the rest of time. There's no way to get these cooperative systems to evolve initially. We'll see there are ways, and this is one of those, have it driven initially by kin selection, and then throw it into the general population. So that's one version of where group selection is crept back in. Another version is sort of the more generalized form of it. And it can be illustrated, okay, the following example. You've got chickens. You've got chickens with an array of traits, and you can see there's two types of chickens. One chicken is super aggressive and beats on everybody else, and she lays lots of eggs. Another chicken, far more pacific and introspective and less aggressive and has fewer eggs. So now you take any one of the high aggression females and one of the low aggression guys and put them together, and who's going to leave more copies of her gene? The high aggression female laying lots of eggs. Now instead, you have a whole group of the high aggression females and a whole group of the low aggression females. What's going to happen in the high aggression females? They're all so aggressive that they all injure each other. They all stress each other into lower fertility rates, all of that. And suddenly you have this very important world in which A can dominate B, but where groups of B dominate groups of A. And it's in that realm that you suddenly get a push towards group selection, or selection on that level. A world of any individual being outcompeted because of a trait, but as a collective, and bringing in that word, not randomly, as a collective in the collectivist future of low-ranking chickens to throw off their chains, once you have a group of them, the same traits that could be disadvantageous on an individual dyadic level, as a group outcompetes the others. And when you do that, you've suddenly got group selection in a classical form where these animals, because of their traits, they are not behaving for the good of the group, but the very traits that are disadvantageous individually are advantageous as a group. And it's another way of thinking about this. If you indiscriminately make low-interest loans to everybody on Earth, you are very readily falling into this category. If you are part of a group that makes low-interest loans to each other, suddenly you outcompete the other. Fascinating book. Evolutionary biologist named David Sloan Wilson, who's been the main person pushing for this idea for decades, has a very broad range of intellectual interests, including religious history. And a number of years ago, he published a book called Darwin's Cathedral, and he analyzed the birth of clusters of new religions over time as examples of founder effects and group selection type properties. And he wound up in great detail analyzing Calvin and the starts of Calvinism, and Calvin and his sidekick Hobbes in Zurich in the 17th century, whenever it was that Calvinism started, of analyzing how there were all sorts of these little religions popping up there in these little city-states, and what it was about Calvinism in, I think it was Zurich, that took off, where they established some of these inbred cooperative patterns and then beat the pants off of all the other city-states, and soon all of Central Europe was Calvinist. Really interesting book in that regard. Okay, so back has come this whole possibility of group selection. And out of that has come the more broad way of thinking about it now, which is multi-level selection. A very important concept here, which is sometimes selection occurs entirely on the level of a single gene. In other words, have a gene with bad enough of a mutation, and it doesn't matter how many great other genes you got going for you, selection will be decided entirely on the basis of one gene. As we saw in our principles from the other day, much more common, selection at the level of the individual, an aggregation of the genotype playing out in terms of phenotype, all the different traits there. But what this introduces is some circumstances where selection is at the group level. And it is never at the level of how an individual's trait plays out individually in a group. It's how this trait played out individually emerges as a group behavior that you get group selection. And this marks this great piece that's come between this David Sloan Wilson and the guy who's probably the most towering figure in this whole field, this guy E.O. Wilson, Edward O. Wilson at Harvard, who David Sloan Wilson, E.O. Wilson spent years not getting along with each other because E.O. Wilson is very strongly individual selectionist model guy, and thus he hated group selection. David Sloan Wilson the other way around. Each of them were endlessly invited to the wrong parties because of the same shared last name, and all sorts of social awkwardness there. In the last few years, I don't know what happened. I don't know if they arranged marriages between their grandchildren or something, but they arranged some sort of truce, and Wilson published a paper last year basically saying, whoa, you know what, some of the time I'm right and some of the time he's right, and isn't it great, and can't we all get along? And delineating circumstances where individual selection, kin selection, reciprocal altruism is going to dominate, circumstances where selection is going to get played out at the group level. They love each other now, they have formed a new language, they share burial customs, and this sort of constitutes a great resolution. Yeah, depending on the circumstances, the most important thing in evolution might be a single gene, a single organism, or a single group. And the power of a group and aggregate traits that work lousy in the individual is going to be really important down the line when thinking about aggression and stopping aggression and things of that sort. Okay, so all of this is great. This multi-level selection now showing sort of a fancier, more sophisticated way of thinking about individual, kin, reciprocal circumstances where it works, circumstances where this is the most interesting thing. So that's great. So now we begin to look for a first pass at where humans fit into this. We've already seen, in terms of all of these traits, tournament versus pair bonding, we're somewhere in between. In terms of imprinted genes, we're somewhere in between. These are specifics. How do we begin for a first pass to think about human behavior fitting into these frameworks? Two problems, or two issues that are all we'll touch on at this point. The first one is there's this temptation, as soon as you think along these lines, to discover, oh, isn't that interesting? Langur monkeys will have infanticide. Male langur monkeys will kill the kids of some other male. Human males do that sometimes. Oh, langur monkeys might be an interesting evolutionary model for where infanticidal behavior came from in humans. Oh, isn't this interesting? Dominance is passed along by males. We do that. So isn't it interesting? Kidnapping somehow occurs, and before you know it, you have a world in which people are saying, well, damselflies do something that look like rape, so we've got a damselfly model of human behavior in that realm, and two things are happening there. One is taking the traits, a small number of traits in some other species, and inflating the relevance it has for understanding us. The other danger is somewhere creeping below the surface. You see, it happens in other species. It's kind of natural, kind of inevitable. This is a whole world in which people have run off with how this applies to human in a completely distorted way. We are unique as a species, as is every other species. We are unique by applying the same evolutionary rules that every other species has. That's the commonality, not the outcome. The other challenge is constantly going to be that you get all these great predictive models, and then humans go and screw it up by having quirks and idiosyncrasies and personalities and stuff like that. All I can say in that realm is back to Wednesday, if making sense of which lions are going to go to the scary speaker in the bushes there revolves in some part around personalities, humans, by the time you get to us, blindly assuming these models apply is going to be very sort of unshaky, very shaky. Okay, so just the first pass at how one will have to be cautious for the rest of the course in applying all these models. Now, far more critically, is looking at what are the criticisms that have been brought against this whole framework. This framework of social behavior has evolved to maximize number of copies of genes driven by kin, driven by reciprocal altruism. Group selection is a rare trait, but when it does, it follows these properties. This is how you explain all the behavior. Know these 4 or 5 rules, and not only can you look at 2 skulls of different sizes, but you can explain all behavior and all human behavior, and it's all biology, and eventually, as E.O. Wilson said in this landmark book of his in 1975, Social Biology, eventually all of the social sciences will be under the wing of evolutionary biology. No surprise, the social scientists were not very pleased with that proclamation at that point, but this was this notion that this was going to explain everything. So what are the criticisms that have been leveled at this style of thinking? As we'll see, there are a lot of them. All of this stuff we've been thinking about, this basic notion of applying the Darwinian rules as to why giraffe have to have hearts of certain size to behavior, there's 3 features that are coming through throughout. The first one is the notion of heritability of traits. because what we've been discussing throughout the last lecture or so is there's heritability of the tendency to kidnap infants at the right strategic.
I'm curious if this were a lecture on a different subject like calc or something, with Destiny to be able to follow, actually looking at the video. No, I would have to look at something like that. These are just like, this is an intro video, an intro course, and it's just concepts. You don't need to, or at least I don't need to like look at a board, or you shouldn't need to look at a board for somebody like writing a concept, or maybe you do. People learn in different ways. But I mean, if he's speaking about a concept, I can understand it. If we were speaking about like mathematical formulas, I would have to watch, and it would also be going much slower.
There's heritability of the tendency to decide that you like males with big fancy plumage and long canines as opposed. There's heritability to deciding that your daughter should be highest ranking in the true breeder. That one's heritability. An assumption of heritable behavioral traits runs through every single one of these discussions. The next theme that runs throughout all of them is the notion of adaptiveness. If some trait has emerged out of the evolutionary murk, if some trait has been selected for, selection implies adaptiveness. The notion that everything you see has an adaptive explanation for why it's emerged evolutionarily. The third principle, which is not explicitly stated in this field very often, but is implicit to everything about it, is these processes of evolutionary change are gradual. At every generation, if by getting into some better behavioral strategy for playing prisoner's dilemma, you leave 1% more copies of your genes than everybody else, come back in 100 zillion generations, and that trait will have spread. All of this is played out generation after generation, so that evolutionary change is occurring in gradual incremental steps. So what do you do with these three starting points? The first one, an awful lot of the next 2 weeks, we'll be looking at how other disciplines look at the issue of how do you figure out when a behavior is genetic. And one of the first things we'll learn is how that phrase means absolutely nothing whatsoever. Maybe a better way of stating it is how do you figure out when a behavioral trait has a genetic influence? And as we'll see, even the safer way of saying it is how do you figure out in which environment a certain behavior has a particular genetic influence? How do other disciplines go about saying, oh, it's genetic, it's genetic? In this field, among this sort of sociobiological thinking, what you do is an inverse style of proof. You say, okay, if a trait has a genetic component, you would expect it to be heritable along these lines. If it's more adaptive, it will increase its frequency, all of that. And look, that explains where competitive infanticides come from. Show me a more explanatory model. Show me a model that is more predictive. And until you can show me one, I'm assuming this trait has some heritability. And we'll see how by next week the more molecular people rip this view to shreds. Tell me when you're talking about heritability of some behavior, show me the damn gene. Show me the sequence of DNA. Show me how that produces the behavior. This is where this field ends, saying, oh, we can inferentially sort of decide there's a genetic influence. As we'll see by next week, this one piece is the main.
Inferentially, he's talking about regression, not regressive. He's talking about regression analysis, like those the GSAW, GAUPS, what were we talking about? GWASP? What is that? What was that term, and what does it stand for? GWAS. GWAS. GWAS? GWAS. Sorry. Wow.
Main thing attacked by a number of other fields. Next piece, the adaptiveness. The notion that everything that has evolved under the scalpel of evolutionary demand for optimization, all of that. And the critics of this view call this the adaptationist fallacy. The notion that everything is there for a good reason. And what they often do in terms of making fun of that is that, oh, you look at people who do this kind of evolutionary biology with this adaptationist emphasis, and it's one big just so story. Why do giraffe have hearts with thick muscles? And here's the story I make up, and if my story is better than yours, I get tenure and you don't. Why is it the zebras got stripes? Why is it that males kill infants in the species or whatever? That everything is adaptive, and what you need to do now is come up with a story to explain why it's adaptive, and if it fits into those principles of individual and group, etc., then you win. You've got the best just so story. And what is constantly brought as a sort of criticism of that is, show me experimental evidence that it is adaptive. And by the time we get to looking at the field of ethology, you'll see a whole way in which people do that. Show me that it's possible to disprove it. Okay, tell me a just so story where if that were the case, that would prove that this is not what's going on. You've got to have the rules of science. It can't just be you observe something and come up with the best story and you win. But what's most striking in sort of terms of criticizing this is some domains in which there are traits that have not evolved because they are adaptive. They've just evolved because they are excess baggage. And this has brought in a whole sort of criticism of the field. Now, some of the time when you begin to see, it's kind of hard to see where the adaptiveness is. It's because it's a more subtle feature of it. For example, you can look at squid. And someone who is enamored with fish and how cool and aerodynamic, aquadynamic fish are, and all of that will point out that squid are pretty lousy swimmers compared to all sorts of fish. They're pretty lousy swimmers compared to fish, but they're pretty great swimmers for something starting out evolutionarily as a mollusk. This adaptiveness has to be in the context of where it came from, where it got to. Okay, so that is a qualifier. Nonetheless, even factoring that in of hidden features of adaptation in evolutionary history, there's lots of traits that are simply not adaptive. And one of the most effective critics of this whole view, Stephen Jay Gould, introduced a term about 30 years ago that summarized this view. Gould was a paleontologist at Harvard, and his thinking will come in a whole lot in next week's lectures. He teamed up with another guy, a molecular geneticist at Harvard named Richard Lewontin, and critiquing a lot of this, they came up with a term saying an awful lot of traits have evolved that exist not because they're adaptive, but because they're spandrels. So at that point, everybody in the field had to...
Spandrels? What does that mean? A spandrel is the space between two arches. Wait, what? What is it? What does he mean by that?
Go run to the dictionary because Gould and Lewontin were all being snotty and coming up with fancy highfalutin culture term, because it turned out spandrel is a term from architecture. So immediately they already won points off of everyone else for being all cultured and stuff. But a spandrel is you got some medieval building. Remarkably enough, that's a medieval building. And it's a nice medieval building. And what you get is you have these arches that there winds up being a space between arches. Now there's space between arches just because you can't build arches next to each other without there being like the space here. This is solid brick or Lego blocks or whatever. So you have these arches and there's a space in between and you got the space. It's not there for any good reason. It's there because you can't put two arches next to each other without coming up with this triangular space. And the architectural term for those triangles are spandrels. And spandrels in architecture is something that forms between two arches. And as Gould and Lewontin use the term, a spandrel is some trait that occurs simply as the unavoidable outcome of some other traits that are being selected for. You can't put two arches together without getting some sort of triangular shape in between. And throughout history of architects making spandrels, these would be artistically built up and all of that, and there would be all sorts of decorative stuff on that. So if you are an adaptationist folly person, where everything has an adaptive purpose, you look at that and, oh, there's got to be some reason why spandrels have evolved and have these elaborate secondary sexual features on spandrels of little gossamer things flying around and stuff, and there's got to be an adaptive. Oh, I know, because people in church will look up at it a whole lot, and their necks will get sore, and when their necks stop being sore, they will decide this is the glory of God, and they will increase their belief or something. That's why architects put in spandrels. No, you can't build buildings like this without spandrels happening, and just because they were there, why not? Let's decorate them. That's the evolution of spandrels. And in Gould and Lewontin's critique, an awful lot of stuff where the sociobiology types would sit there and say, we're going to have a just so story contest now, and use our principles and figure out some way in which this is actually adaptive, saying this actually wasn't selected for because it's adaptive, it was an inadvertent byproduct of something else. So here's an example that would be given. Humans have chins. Humans have chins. Apparently all humans do have chins hidden away someplace or other. Humans have chins. And weirdly, we're like the only primate that does. You look at like other apes and stuff, and they have this sort of weak chins that suggest sort of immoral characters and criminality and things like that. We're the only species that has chins. And apparently there's been some like nutty adaptation in school somewhere back when, trying to make sense of why it is that humans evolved chins, why it is that human faces come to a point there, and what's the adaptive advantage, and you can like stab rivals, or you can get crumbs from out of the corner on the floor and stuff with your chin, until somebody figured out that there's no way that you can have a primate face that has a muzzle foreshortened and a jaw at this angle. You do this and you do this, and you're going to get this little spandrel thing sticking out there. And oh, there hasn't been selection for chin, because you have selection for a hominid face with a shortened muzzle. This thing pops out there, and suddenly all those doctoral theses about the reproductive advantages of chins go down the tubes there. It was merely a spandrel. And Gould and Lewontin's argument is that there's lots and lots of spandrels, that this emphasis, everything is adaptive, everything is the outcome of competition that produced that, an awful lot.
Couldn't you argue that a spandrel exists as a result of another adaptation, so it doesn't necessarily... This almost sounds like a discrediting of utilitarianism. Like, it sounds like it's similar to that, like, where somebody would say, like, oh, well, what's the purpose of this? And then you would say, oh, well, the purpose of this... Well, and then they go, no, that has no purpose. I got you. But then you go, well, no, these two things had a purpose, and this existed as a byproduct of those two things, therefore it's necessary. Couldn't you argue that? Can we raise our hand, Professor?
A lot of stuff is excess baggage that merely gets carried along, because the evolutionary process isn't all that efficient. You're starting with a mollusk if you want to make yourself a squid. Giving rise to another concept, another term in the field, André Loif, who was a French, or was it Jacob? There were these two French molecular biology guys, and they both got Nobel Prizes, and one of them said this, and I don't remember which, but I'm going to say it was Loif who did it, because I like saying Loif. André Loif once said that evolution is not an inventor, evolution is a tinkerer. It works with pre-existing structures, and the notion that you're going to see this everywhere, you're glued.
That's what he just said. Or I'm saying, so like that wouldn't be a challenge to the evolutionary psychologist. So the evolutionary psychologist say, oh, sure, it exists as just a byproduct, but I mean, it exists as a byproduct because these other two things were selected for. He was saying that that was a criticism of like the evolutionary biology point of view.
Gluing stuff together, you're duct taping this part of the pelvis to this part of the circulatory system, whatever, and you're going to have spandrels. An awful lot of what those folks go through in these whole long advances of adaptation are merely spandrels. Evolution is not about optimizing every single trait. What comes out of that is this notion that an awful lot of this world of competition really isn't about competition. You stick with these models, the models we've been covering for the last 2 days, and every bit of advantage is going to increase the number of copies of your genes. What's the only possible outcome? You need to compete, you need to outcompete. It was a critique of this whole view as being one driven very strongly by competition, because all the traits there are driven by having to out-reproduce the next individual. Another realm in which this has been critiqued has been by, interestingly, evolutionary biologists from the Soviet Union. And where it was emphasized there, in Western sort of emphasis in evolutionary biology, most of evolutionary selection was about competing with other individuals. Sexual competition, competing for running away from the predator faster than the guy next to you, competing for food, all of that. If you're sitting there in the Soviet Union, you're thinking about evolutionary biology, what you're mostly thinking about is evolving the means of surviving climate demands, surviving extremes of climate, what would be categorized as abiotic rather than biotic, abiotic demands in the environment. And when you look at species where most of their survival is about surviving ecological extremes, environmental extremes, you don't see a whole lot of competition. That's a world with far less. And throughout the years, the Soviet evolutionary biologists tended to emphasize abiotic selection, which had far less of an emphasis on competition. The final piece, though, the gradualism. The gradualism is very intrinsic to this, because if everything is adaptive, every little bit of advantage is worth fighting for, and competition and killing each other's infants and killing each other's sperms and oviducts and all of that, and every little bit is going to make for a little bit of an advantage, and you will have this gradualist change. And the huge challenge that came to that was from Gould and other scientists in the 80s, a notion that maybe that's not what evolution looks like. Maybe evolution is not occurring in these gradualist incremental steps. Maybe what occurs instead is long periods of nothing happening, and then a rapid evolutionary change, and long periods of nothing happening, and a rapid evolutionary change, something that they call punctuated equilibrium. And the whole next lecture is going to be about this. Critical implications, the genetics of how stuff evolves turns out to fit far better the molecular genetics with these models of punctuated rapid change and stasis, equilibrium, punctuated change, rather than these gradualist models. And if that's what it looks like in these steps, most of the time, you're not punching it out for every 1/2 of 1% reproductive advantage, and it's all competition. Most of the time, nothing's happening at all, and there's periods of severe selection, and then long periods in which nothing happens. A step function like that, the role of competition is reduced tremendously in thinking about it.
The point of the spandrel analogy is to levy criticism to the person, the adaptionist, who looks at every trait and says, here is the reason that trait must be by reason. The trick is aren't adaptive to slated class. Oh, okay, coagulation. So if you, never mind, I understand. Yeah, okay, sure. Gotcha.
Evolution. So we're going to spend a ton of time looking at the punctuated equilibrium model to give away the punchline that I know you are all on.
So it's not. So I was making the argument too macro. It's not the argument of whether you are the product of evolution, and then this person disproves it by saying, well, this was an accident. It's arguing whether specific traits are the product of evolution rather than the byproduct of, and that this particular thing plays no particular role, right?
edge of your seats for, I kind of think it's right in a lot of the circumstances of evolution, because it fits much better with molecular biology. Finally, in addition to these critiques of show me the genes, everything doesn't have to be adaptive, because there are spandrels, and besides, this is really wimpy science where science counts as making up the best story, and there's no reason to think that it's gradual. There's mechanism for this as well. In addition to that, there's always been a final realm of criticism of this style of thinking, which has been a political critique. And in lots of realms of science, you can't really imagine a political critique as to whether cilia on amoeba flip this way or that way, or a critique as to whether like plants should have 3 clover things or 4 clover things. That there's not a political factor in that. There's a huge amount of socio-political implications that run through this entire field, because it addresses issues of like how natural, how evolutionarily ancient, how evolutionarily honed, how adaptive are things like whether a species, a society has male domination or not, has strict hierarchies or not, has certain degrees of aggression, has certain patterns of sexual coercion, and a whole world arguing that these things have a naturalistic grounding and adaptation versus a whole world that says that's gibberish, most of the time nothing's happening, and when it does, a lot of it is spandrels. Those have very different political implications. And from day one, the critics of this entire world have made a point of something that initially seems kind of silly but may not be silly, which is the entire founding generation of these sociobiologists were white Southern males. Make of that what you will. E.O. Wilson from Alabama, Robert Trivers, Irvin DeVore, a whole population of these folks, the first generation of these people, were all white males from the American South, whereas Gould and Lewontin, all of these guys, were Northeastern Marxists. Okay, so we got kind of a major contrast here, and the critique of the sociobiological view is, isn't it interesting that their notion of how evolution works just happens to emphasize the naturalness of a system that rewards them for the inequalities that we have? Isn't it interesting that their models predict the naturalness of a world in which they're the ones who benefit most from the notion that this is natural? And from day one, that has been a strong critique, and that's not like critiquing cilia amoeba theories for political implications. That is a very real one, because the notions that this is pertinent to making sense of is rape a human psychopathology, or is rape a competitive strategy? Is the fact that children are more likely to be killed by stepfathers than by biological fathers, does that represent something about the typical socioeconomic pressures in families with stepparents versus the natural biology of gene competition through competitive infanticide? This has a lot of implications.
I really like this guy's. I said this before, and I'll masturbate this till the end of time. The idea of taking interdisciplinary approaches to things is so attractive to me. I really like that he incorporates that. That's a really cool thing, I think.
And from day one, as this field emerged in the late 70s, there was a huge political agenda that was assumed to be there, sufficiently so at one lecture, famous conference in 1977, where E.O. Wilson was presenting there, a bunch of people rushed the stage and knocked him off the stage and dumped water on him and chanted whatever it is in German, saying, "We will have a society of law and order." This is pretty agitated circumstance for thinking about science. This was a group in Boston called Science for the People, which is a Marxist group at the time there, and saying all this sociobiological stuff is doing is justifying a world in which it is male-dominated, stratified, and where aggression and competition pays off. And this has been highly controversial from the beginning. The one counter to it, and I think a lot of that was valid, and I think a lot of it instead defaults into models where this is not making a whole lot of sense. The one thing to be pointed out is when we see what punctuated equilibrium is about, it's exactly the sort of world of evolution that produces the sort of world that a Gould or Lewontin would want it to be, a one which minimizes competition in favor of cooperation, and a whole pattern of stasis and rapid dialectical change. It's exactly the world that 2 Marxist geneticists would say evolution should be about. So I think as a first pass here, seeing this stuff is dripping in socio-political implications. So starting Monday, we will look at this punctuated equilibrium, taking apart this piece of the story, and basically for the rest of the course, examining.
For more, please visit us at stanford.edu.
Fuck, well, what are we going to do next week? Okay. I won't normally times 2 these. I just wanted to get through this one quick because I'm fucking tired as fuck, and we already did a bunch of information today. How do you think tomorrow's gonna go, boys? Are we gonna get fucked? I don't like that Andy said that other people were gonna be on the call. Nobody in this call is going to be on our side. There's no way, right? Because all he's been talking to are like race realists and shit recently, right? So it's just gonna be us versus JF and whatever other fucking people, whatever other skeptic bros get dragged in. TJ will be watching? Oh no. Wait, did he actually tweet that? Link it. Oh god. I shouldn't have talked shit to him. Because a while ago, so there's a huge problem with a lot of the skeptics saying that they're liberals, because I guess it's like a cool thing to be, but then they're like anti-immigration, anti-welfare, anti state, anti-government, like, and it's like, okay, what exactly is liberal about you? Like, I like weed, or like I'm from Great Britain and I like the NHS, like I'm a liberal. Like, okay. But I watched at least one of the Amazing Atheist videos, and he seems like he's actually a liberal. Like, he reminds me kind of Thunderfoot. Like, he's got the whole edgy anti-SJW shit or whatever going on. But he's actually like a liberal. I'm pretty sure he is. You shouldn't just assume they are the same things. Oh yeah, no, I don't think he's racist either. My tweet was just more speaking to the frustration that like how quickly these like internet skeptics get flipped into this they're skeptics. Like, they call themselves skeptics, but they act like Trump. Like, as soon as one person shows them something they agree, they're like, oh, hell yeah, dude. You know, I talked to this guy yesterday, and I think that Negroids just happen to have a different skull than the Caucasoid. It's like, wow, you were convinced pretty fucking quickly of that, huh? Interesting. Like, you got there, yeah, you got there pretty fast. Like, okay, my dude. Yeah, I don't know. So it just really makes me think sometimes, you know? JF was the guy that originally, my conversations with him are what originally moved me into learning so much more about philosophy. I don't think the thing that worries me is that, so the science debate has always been up in the air against the race realist guys. I've never heard a convincing philosophical argument from them for why we should implement race realist policies into society. Most of them are usually just bad pipe dreams. It will never happen. I don't know if I could successfully argue anything philosophically against JF, though, because he seems to have a really big background in that. But I think I can make him acknowledge that he comes from a philosophically nihilist background, which is not a commonality between him and most other people, so I don't think that'll matter. I'm not sure. I can't tell if Andy legitimately thinks you're as knowledgeable as JF on this, or has gone full alt-right and is trying to do a gotcha on you. I don't know what the fuck Andy thinks about anything. People keep pointing out that JF's area isn't specialized in genetics, but he had a PhD, not studying a PhD, but like he had a completed PhD in neurobiology, which gives him, just on standard education alone, will give him a decent background in this, more than 99% of people. So like going into it, yeah, I don't know, dude. I hope it's not a massive fucking shit show. But I mean, if it is, we've always got our round twos, right? I'll take whatever I get here, and then we'll go through. I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow I'm going to wake up, and I really didn't want to have the science debate now. I want to have enough questions that I can at least grind that to a halt. It would be nice if we didn't have to cede the entire science argument. So, like, if I have enough here to, like... Oh, God. If I have enough here to at least pose questions that they don't have answers to, which I think we got, right? Oh, I have to read through this tomorrow, and then we do it. Good luck. You can incorporate some critical theory in your philosophy arguments, which would be beneficial since it focuses on inequality. I don't even know what critical theory means. What is it? Critical criticism of something else, or... The concept of catering to racists to beat young Earth creationists is really fucking old. In the 19th century, some dude wrote a book using the evolutionary difference of the Negroid race to try and convince young Earth creationists they were retarded. Nice. If Andy is bringing on a bunch of other race realists, see if you can bring on someone with a background of biology. Well, so like, I don't mean to sound egotistical here, but like, if other race realists are brought in, it actually strengthens my position, as dumb as that sounds, because I know that, except for Ryan, I won't be able to debunk. But if he brings in like the other random like retard YouTubers, like anytime they pipe up, I'll be able to swat down any stupid shit they say, because most of them are fucking idiots. So JF is really the only guy that I'm worried about. If there are other dumb fucks that are like that Braving Ruins guy or whatever, or like Millennial Woes, although he won't be in a conversation with me because that dude's a fucking pussy, that if there are other random idiots that chime in with stupid shit, that should be easy to get rid of. It'll just be JF that'll be the worrisome person. Expect Mr. Medica to drop by? Maybe. I don't think... Medica seems like he's trying to be friendlier towards me on Twitter, but I can't tell. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't think Mr. Medica is a racist, though. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't know if he's made strong comments about this race realism thing. Will you make an outline of what you want to address? Yeah, but I'll probably have to do that off stream. I don't know how much of this JF will watch. I know people have been tweeting parts of this at him, so... Outline time? We're not even close to well-versed enough in this to make an outline. JF dated a low IQ girlfriend, not even retarded. JF dated a retard. listening to that was very strange. Apparently the parents of the girl that he was dating didn't like the fact that he was dating her. I don't know. I don't like to dive into that because it's a little gossipy, but like, but he's talked about it publicly. Like, please link that video. I don't have a link to it. JF basically talked about he talked about how he dated some girl that was retarded, but he liked her a lot, and then her parents eventually told them that they weren't allowed to date because they thought that JF was taking advantage of her or something. I don't remember. It was really weird. Literal retard, like autism? No, not like autism. I don't even like something else. Fuck. Autism, ASD doesn't imply learning disability. I'm pretty sure. Severe forms of ASD can have learning disabilities incorporated with them, but ASD on its own does not imply learning disability, right? But I think that the girl he was talking about, he made it sound like she had like a learning disability, not necessarily Down syndrome, but something related to that. Not related to that, but like an actual like learning disability. Yeah. Destiny, yeah, it was weird. He was saying shit like she was slow and thought differently and couldn't express herself, but I could see her think and wouldn't rush, and other people. Yeah, the way that he was framing it didn't sound like ASD. It sounded like something. JF's GF had autism, unless it was like low functioning autism or something. Like, yeah, but it was, yeah, I don't know. Why did he say he wanted to date her? I don't remember. Wasn't the U.S. government involved? Yeah, apparently the parents got a restraining order or something, which makes it sound like the girl was disabled enough that she couldn't even live independently. I don't know, dude. That was pretty spicy. Hold on.
We'll do Streamlabs later on in the show. Thanks to everyone who was so generous.
Yes.
I don't.
For the record,
I don't like this because this feels a little ad hom. I don't know if this is like really relevant to the arguments we're going to be making, but
the girl that had the low IQ that you banged and fell in love with and everything. How low was it? I mean, she was brilliant in certain ways. I think I may be one of the only persons who accessed her mind, and there was something really brilliant inside of her, but she was very closed, and she was very delayed in her answers. And for most people in our society, they kind of push you for the answer, and she was always pushed by people around her, so she was considered retarded by her family.
You
fucking downs, dude. This is fucking worse and worse.
I hate all of these people. I don't know what this the drunken peasants pod. I fucking hate these guys. I don't know why you would laugh at something like that. I hate these people. Like, genuinely fucking piece of shit. Dude, I need to try harder not to use retarded and autism as an insult. There's like people like this where I don't like saying that. Like, Jesus, fuck. How do you have a conversation with somebody seriously about somebody that they dated that they describe as retarded and you like laugh about it like it's a joke? That really fucking bothers me. Sorry.
She was very closed at first, but then I pried her mouth open and got answers out of her.
I went down on her like the syndrome.
She was tight, but she was
retard. Yeah, it's fine, dude.
Many people say she was a retard.
It wasn't like she had the instant answer. If someone asked her a question, she would actually think about it and just take longer. So people are like, oh, she's retarded. She doesn't know how to respond to people. But when you actually got to know her and talk to her, you saw that that wasn't the case. She was just.
And by the way, she was a big Drunken Peasants fan. That's how she came to me. She saw me on Drunken Peasants, called me, and we had a relation for a few months. Then her father found her didn't agree that I was with her, so he had her found mentally incapable of making decisions for herself. And unfortunately, the state of Texas has ruled that she could not decide to be with me.
Wait.
Wow, really?
Are you telling me that a retarded Drunken Peasants fan wanted to bang you, and then the state of Texas had to be like, actually, she's too retarded to bang this Quebec?
It's a very sad part of my life where.
Is this troll or no troll? No.
And so when I talk against,
there must be a reason why our parents wouldn't want him involved. Yeah, like that. This is like. I don't know. This story from GF is so weird. Like, the idea that he dated somebody that was so retarded that, like, the state of Texas got, like, it sounds like some form of restraining order, I guess, and that she was so retarded that she had to live, like, it sounded like she wasn't capable of living independently of her parents. This gets into really weird, like, consent territory. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this. It would take me a long time to, like, dissect my feelings on all of that. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's just really strange. But I don't think it's relevant to any of the arguments we're making. Or it's not relevant to anything. It was just, like, really weird. You don't have all the info? Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, even described from JF's side, it sounds kind of bad. And we have to assume that JF is giving his best version of it. So, like, I'm not sure. Can anyone answer? Is Destiny going to be debating against JF? Yeah, apparently tomorrow Andy Warski has me and JF set up, and he said a couple other people. Whatever the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. God, I hate this conversation. Are you free tomorrow at 6:30 EST? Sure thing, mate. What for? And he said JF wants to debate. I said I can't really debate him. He doesn't understand English. He said Limfeo, haha, I can translate. And then I said, what does he even want to debate about? And he said the race realism thing you were saying on Twitter. And I said I need a hyper-specific topic so I can be prepared. I fucked up. I shouldn't have given this as a response. He said, okay, ask me now. He said, you can pick. Number one, do races exist? I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. There's a difference between our social folk races versus like ancestral groups of ancestors, but the answer is probably yes. Is race realism true? That's probably tied to number one. Race realism can and should be considered in societal and personal decisions. The answer to that is obviously yes. So none of these are arguments that are even worth having. He's writing more. He said, if you think of an alternative topic, let me know. And then my question, just because I wanted to get JF's view on it, was how about whether or not we should use perceived differences in median IQ attributed to genetics as a means by which to export people out of the country? To get like a hyper-specific, like JF, like what do you think the policy? So I guess I was trying to bridge the descriptive and the normative there. Like, okay, well, let's say you think race realism is real. Should we like literally be deporting blacks because they're not intelligent enough? I guess like just to get JF to clearly state his views on that. But then, oh, I'm sorry, this is why I brought this up. And then Andy said, the problem with this question is that no one is talking about exporting people out of the country. This is not a position I take. And as far as I know, this is not the position of anyone. So it's a straw man to start with. There's no debate. And then I said, that's not true though, mate. That's the whole issue. Do you want to chat for like 5 minutes right now? This is the entire crux of the problem / argument. And he said, I can't right now. Just come on tomorrow and we'll talk about it. By the way, no one is talking about exporting people. None of us want that, man. Maybe I should look up videos of people like Millennial Woes talking about like, that actually would be an important thing to have is quotes from the ethno-state race realists, the Peter Swedens, the Richard Spencers, the Nicholas Fuenteses, the James Allsups, maybe Lauren Southern, probably not. The problem is you are begging the question too much. I'm not even sure the first few points you acknowledged as true are even true. What do you mean by begging the question? And race is real insofar as it like there are gene clusters. I mean, like we can say that. Now, whether those gene clusters represent a meaningful difference in groups of people, such that like a subspecies or whatever is necessary, that's highly debatable, right? Just make up fake anecdotes? JF is too intelligent for that. I don't think we could do that. Have you thought about what the implications of even proving that rate? Oh, outsource it. Oh, I can use you guys, actually. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to make a Reddit post tonight. If you guys can find me clips of what... Hold on. Do homework for Destiny. Do you have any clips from YouTube videos or tweets of skeptics / alt-righties making advocating for the removal or voluntary removal of ethnicities from the US / Europe, I guess? I don't know. Alright. You guys can find links and shit. And then at least I'll have that just so I can show Andy, like, hey, like, these are the normative... Race is real in the sense that any arbitrary grouping is real, but race isn't real in the sense that blacks and whites are inherently different types of humans. Yeah, that's what I meant by folk racism, or folk race taxonomy versus actual race taxonomy or whatever, right? Just ask, how do you distinguish your position from the position of these people? So this is something that you never win with JF. What JF does, this is what I've talked about in the past, this is my minimum. JF will only defend the descriptive claim, the truth claim, what is. JF will come and he will say, oh, well, you know, the race realists are right about this piece of science, this piece of science, and this piece of science. JF will never comment on the normative, like what we ought do based on this descriptive claim. Or he'll say something like, oh, well, I don't think we should do anything. But then he'll still sit on the side of all these people that are advocating for, like, the removal of people from society and shit, you know? You mentioned something about skull differences earlier. Aren't there actual differences between skulls of different races? Like it's a forensic science? I don't know. Different skulls, races. Can you tell a person's race from his or her skull? This says it's impossible to identify it from a single bone. This is slate, though. It could be left-leaning. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. Critical theory seeks to criticize the way society functions, to show underlying inequalities, and attempts to give explanations for the way society/institutions work. Critical theory is what the cultural Marxists misinterpret when they make their idiotic claims. The Marxist criticism the Stanford professor mentioned is, for the most part, critical theory. Critical theory sounds like... Yeah, sure, okay. Pretty new. How often does Destiny change its opinion/stance on a topic mid/post debate? I mean, I can't do it mid-debate. Because I usually need to evaluate the information. I'll never change it on a whim because I don't usually trust the people I'm debating. But if somebody brings up something and I research later and I find out it's true, I'll change my opinion, sure. If you flub tomorrow, the Skeptosphere is going to use that as fuel for months. Yeah, I know. I need to hardcore stick to like 1 or 2 topics. Be a good dogpile tomorrow. Do you think the PhD guy will join in? No, because he said he's going to be driving. Because there's no one else on the left except you? Yeah. We need to get more debaters. I'll message ContraPoints. Hey, do you want to come on to a debate with a bunch of race realists about whether or not IQ is tied to genetics? Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. If things go bad, we can just make our own Discord and dox everybody, right? Like Kraut tried to do. Our ace in the hole. Ask Kraut to debate. Kraut like deleted his online presence. That dude is a fucking clown. I don't know how he made it this long. What do you think of the whole "you give them a platform" argument that the left side of Twitter/YouTube always makes about avoiding these debates? It seems like yeah, it's bullshit. They already have a platform, dude. Righties own fucking YouTube. Like, show me somebody that's as big on YouTube from the left that is in this kind of realm as like Sargon of Akkad or Lauren Southern. Like, these people are like huge on YouTube, and the left seems like totally complacent to just give it all up. I guess you could argue that somebody like DeFranco is pretty big, but I don't know if he really dives into these types of social issues. I consider him more like a reporter-esque kind of guy, than like a commentator. I don't know. H Bomber guy does stuff, but does he really comment on the? It seems like he's more on the side of like the I don't agree with platforming people anyway, right? Like, and then this is just getting into like debates, or I'm sorry, this is just getting into videos. How many people like actively in debate engage these people? Are there other popular people on the left that do this? I love this picture. What the fuck? I've seen the Michael Brooks guy do it. I really like that guy. Yeah, even Lacey Green converted over to the side of the fucking memes. Holy shit.
Look at my cat.
Thanks. Guys, look at this goddamn growth. Look at this goddamn user growth. If we keep moving at 300 per day, which is not possible, but if we did, in 2 months, we could be at 100,000 YouTube subs. Oh my god. Lacey isn't really that bad. Watch her latest vid. I think she can get her views across to them by fitting in with red pill kidders. I don't know. I've never really thought about like dating somebody with like a supremely different political belief than me. I'm not sure if that would be like a I don't know. I would have to think about that. Like, could I date somebody that was like an ardent Trump supporter? Like, I just feel like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Will we see more YouTube-focused content on your growing? I kind of want to. I don't know, dude. Gary tells me I should, too. It's just time I have to take away from streaming. I wanted to, I can just, like, make videos really easily, like, criticizing, like, these people.
These people.
Like, just going through, like, what are these articles that Blair keeps bringing up? Like, are these articles, like, did she actually read the article? Like, that's a really easy one to do. And I can make these videos very easily because I don't even know if she can read, to be honest. Based on the articles that she cites, it seems like we could inductively reason that maybe she's not able to read.
Really, just take a look at the amount of tragic, racist headlines from just the past few weeks alone. There was the famous "Can my children be friends with white people?" from the New York Times, in which the author basically wrote, no. The video...
Is that what the author wrote? Can my children be friends with white people? Stop. My oldest son, wrestling with a 4-year-old's happy struggles, is trying to clarify how many people can be his best friend. My best friends are you and Mama and my brother and... But even a child's joy is not immune to this ominous political period. This summer's images of violence in Charlottesville, Virginia, prompted an array of questions. Some people hate others because they're different, I offer, lamely. A childish but distinct panic enters his voice. But I'm not different. It's impossible to convey the mixture of heartbreak and fear I feel for him. Donald Trump's election has made it clear that I will teach my boys the lessons generations old. One that I, for the most part, nearly escaped. I will teach them to be cautious. I will teach them suspicious. I will teach them distrust. Much sooner than I thought I would. I will have to discuss with my boys whether they can truly be friends with white people. Meaningful friendship is not just a feeling. It is not simply being able to share a beer. Real friendship is impossible without the ability to trust others without knowing that your well-being is important to them. The desire to create, maintain, or wield power over others destroys the possibility of friendship. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s famous dream of black and white children holding hands was a dream precisely because he realized that in Alabama, conditions of dominance made real friendship between white and black people impossible. History has provided little reason for people of color to trust white people in this way, and these recent months have put in the starkest relief the contempt with which the country measures the value of racial minorities. America is transfixed on the opioid epidemic among white people, who often get hooked after being overprescribed painkillers, while studies show that doctors underprescribe pain medication for African Americans. But when black lives were struck by addiction, we cordoned off minority communities with the police and threw away an entire generation of black and Hispanic men. Likewise, despite centuries of exclusion and robust evidence of continuing racism, minority underemployment is often couched in the language of bad choices and personal responsibility. When systemic joblessness strikes swaths of white America, we get an entire presidential campaign centered on globalization's impact on the white working class. Even the nerve of some rich or visible African Americans to protest that America, in its laws and in its police, has rarely been just to all has rarely been just to all Even the nerve of some rich or visible African Americans to protest that America, in its laws and in its police, has rarely been just to all, has been met with the howls of a president who cannot tolerate that the lucky and uppity do not stay in their place. As against our gauzy national hopes, I will teach my boys to have profound doubts that friendship with white people is possible. When they ask, I will teach my sons that their beautiful hue is a fault line. Spare me platitudes of how we are all the same on the inside. I first have to keep my boys safe, and so I will teach them before the world shows them that this particular brand of rending, violent, often fatal betrayal. Let me assure you that my heartbreak dwarfs my anger. I grew up in a classic Midwestern college town. With all of its American faults, it was a diverse and happy childhood kind of place, slightly dull in the way that parents wish for their children. If race showed in class lines, school cliques, and being pulled over more often, our little Americana lacked the deep racial tension and mistrust that seemed so hard to escape now. What's surprising is that I am heartbroken at all. It is only for African Americans who grew up in such a place that watching Mr. Trump is so disorienting. For many weary minorities, the ridiculous thing was thinking friendship was possible in the first place. It hurts only if you believed friendship could bridge the racial gorge. Of course, the rise of this president has broken bonds on all sides. But for people of color, the stakes are different. Imagining we can now be friends across this political line is asking us to ignore our safety and that of our children, to abandon personal regard and self-worth. Only white people can cordon off Mr. Trump's political meaning, ignore the unpleasantness from a position of safety. His election and the year has been followed. His election and the year that has followed have fixed the awful thought in my mind too familiar to black Americans. You can't trust these people. It is not Mr. Trump himself who has done this. Were it not for our reverence for money, Mr. Trump would be easily recognized as the simple-minded, vulgar, bigoted blowhard he is. It is certainly not the neo-Nazis marching on Charlottesville. We have seen their type before. Rather, what has truly broken my heart are the ranks of Mr. Trump's many allies and apologists. Mr. Trump's supporters are practiced at purposeful blindness. That his political life started with denying, without evidence, that Barack Obama is American, that this black man could truly be the legitimate president, is simply ignored. So too is his history of housing discrimination, his causal conflation of Muslims with terrorists, his reducing Mexican Americans to murderers and rapists. All along, his allies have watched racial pornography describing black Americans as pathological. Yet they deny that there is any malice whatsoever in his words and actions, and they dismiss any attempt to recognize the danger of his wide-ranging animus as political correctness. But the deepest rifts is with the apologists, the good Trump voters, the white people who understand that Mr. Trump says unfortunate things, but support him because they like what he says on jobs and taxes. They bristle at the accusations that they support racism, insisting that they had to ignore Mr. Trump's ugliness. Relying on everyday decency as a shield, they are befuddled at the chill that now separates them from black people in their offices and social circles. They protest. Have they ever said anything racist? Don't they shovel the sidewalk of the new black neighbors? Surely, they say, politics, a single vote, does not mean we can't be friends. I do not write this with liberal condescension or glee. My heart is unbearably heavy when I assure you that we cannot be friends. The same is true, unfortunately, of those who hold no quarter for Mr. Trump, but insist that black people need to do the reaching out, the moderating, the accommodating. Imagine the white friend during the civil rights era who disliked blacks being beaten to death, but wished the whole thing would just settle down. However likable, you could not properly describe her as a friend. Sometimes politics makes demands on the soul. Don't misunderstand. White Trump supporters and people of color can like one another, but real friendship? Mr. Trump's bruised ego invents outrageous claims of voter fraud, not caring that this rhetoric was built upon dogs and water hoses set on black children even today, the relentless effort to silence black voices. And even today, the relentless effort to silence black voices. His macho talk about law and order does not keep communities safe. It threatens the very bodies of the little boys I love. No amount of shoveled snow makes it all right, and too many imagine they can have it both ways. It's this desperation that reap the rewards of white power without being so much as indicted that James Baldwin recognized as America's criminal innocence. For African Americans, race has become a proxy not just for politics, but also for decency. White faces are swept together, ominous anxiety behind every chance encounter at the airport or smiling white cashier. If they're not clearly allies, they'll seem unsafe to me. Barack Obama's farewell address encouraged us to reach across partisan lines, but there's a difference between disagreeing over taxes and negotiating one's place in America, the bodies of your children, your humanity. Our racial wound is undone love in families, and ignoring the depths of the gash will not cause it to heal. We can still all pretend we're friends. If meaningful civic friendship is impossible, we can make do with mere civility, sharing drinks and watching the game. Indeed, even in Donald Trump's America, I've not given up on being friends with all white people. My bi-ethnic wife, my most trusted friend, understands she is seen as a white woman, even though her brother and father are not. Among my dearest friends, the wedding party and children's godparents variety, many are white. But these are the friends who have marched in protest, rushed to airports to protest the president's travel ban, people who've shared the risks required by strength and decency. There is hope, though. Implicitly, without meaning to, Mr. Trump asks us if this is the best we can do. It falls to us to do better. We cannot agree on our politics, but we can declare that we stand beside one another against cheap attacks on devaluation, that we live together and not simply beside one another. In the coming years, when my boys ask again their question about who can be their best friend, I pray for a more hopeful answer. So, I mean, like, it's an interesting idea to engage with. This goes back to the fundamental question that we asked earlier, right? Could you be friends with somebody that has fundamental different political beliefs than you, right? When these political beliefs run to the core of what it means to be an American. So for instance, say, you have two friends, one of them wants to vote to lower taxes and one of them wants to vote to raise taxes, Could these people be friends? Probably, sure. But let's say you have two people that are coming together to vote, and one of them is voting on a candidate that says that Mexicans are rapists and murderers, and the other is voting on a candidate that doesn't say that, right? And say you are Mexican, or you have or Hispanic ancestry or whatever, right? Or Hispanic parents or Hispanic girlfriend, right? Could you be friends with that person? I'm not sure. It's an interesting idea, I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer. I guess you would have to. It would depend on how you befriend people, on what qualities you value in a friend, on what you consider to be friendship. But to have that swept aside, I guess, like in a single statement, I'm pretty confident that Blair probably hasn't read this article. Actually, I could say that with 95% certainty because I don't think she reads anything she posts because it's evident from the way she comments on it. But that's a pretty nuanced point of view. The guy at the end of the article says he still has white friends, his white wife. He has white people at his wedding. He's not like swearing off all white people from his life. It's more the idea that if white people are constantly advocating against black interest in the United States with the way that they vote, can this person who advocates against you when it comes time to vote truly be considered your friend, right? That's an interesting idea to wrestle with, whether or not you think it's right or wrong. I
mean, really, just take a look at the amount of tragic, racist headlines from just the past few weeks alone. There was the famous "Can my children be friends with white people?" from the New York Times, in which the author basically wrote, no.
So, it wasn't really, can my child be friends with white people? It was, can my child be friends with a group of people that vote, overwhelmingly against his interests as a human being, right? Which is I don't know, can you be? I'm not sure. It's an interesting question. We could probably go through every article she posts, and I'm sure that it's just as...
New York Times, in which the author basically wrote, no. The video of the man...
Using white people and Trump supporters interchangeably. I mean, do you want to see the racial breakdowns of people that voted for Trump? I mean, we can look at him if you want. So it looks like black people voted overwhelmingly in favor of Democrats, and it looked like Republicans, white people voted overwhelmingly in favor of, I mean, I don't know, or maybe not overwhelmingly, but pretty massively in favor of Trump. I mean, Okay, Destiny, you're white. Did you vote for Trump? I guess my kid can't like Nathan. Yeah, so this was addressed in the article. I don't know if you listened to it or not. I can go read the specific part, I guess, if you missed it. Hold on, I'll read for you. I'll read for you, buddy. My bi-ethnic wife, my most trusted friend, understands she is seen as a white woman, even though her brother and father are not. Among my dearest friends, the wedding party and children's godparents variety, many are white. But these are the friends who have marched in protest, rushed to airports to protest the president's travel ban, people who have shared the risks required by strength and decency. Right? So basically people that are vocal or have spoken out against Trump, not people that are like, oh yeah, I love black people and I love all of you guys, but I voted for Trump because I really want the tax cut. Right? That's the distinction that he's drawing. I don't know if you missed that distinction, or maybe I can send you the article and you can read it in your own time. Yeah, I listened. My problem is the author's equation with white and conservatism. That's great. You might not like the equation because you're a coward, but like when you talk about like highly racially divisive policy, it usually comes from Republicans. I'm sorry if that's uncomfortable for you or if you don't like to acknowledge that as a truth, but when you talk about things like pushing pretty much flagrant like racist voter ID laws in places like North Carolina or very racially motivated gerrymandering like in Texas, you're typically talking about Republicans doing this. It's not like a both sides thing. It's usually Republicans that push this. Now you can argue that maybe they're not trying to be racist, they're just looking out for their own political interests, but if you're a black person at the end of the day, you probably don't care much. When you look at people pushing for stronger criminal justice, for longer jail sentences, for keeping marijuana as a Schedule I drug, for stop and frisk, for papers, please, for that Sheriff Arpaio guy or whatever in Arizona, right? These are people that are being supported by Republicans. I'm sorry if that bothers you, but that's just kind of the reality of the situation. Flagrant, not flagrant, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to bed coagulation. I'm not going to stay up. That paragraph starts with, we can still pretend we are friends. Doesn't that mean that the author describes afterwards as something the author considers pretending, not real friendship? No, he was talking about we can pretend in general to be civil, but then he was saying that my real white friends, you know, are people that have actually stood beside me and put some political voice or whatever beside what they're saying, not just people that pay lip service to the idea. Hey, Destiny, honest question. I know you dealt with your best friend's suicide. Why are we going into this? I don't know, Ryan. I don't know what the answer to that is. I've already told you I don't know what the correct answer to that is. I mean, obviously I made that decision a long time ago, but I don't know what the correct answer is. How is it one time free to get a certificate mailed to you, FedEx for $30 racist? How is a one-time fee? Oh, I'm not going over the North Carolina shit again. If you want, you can go read. Just Google Supreme Court North Carolina decision. You can't possibly defend this as non-racist unless you're just not educated on the topic. I can say this with the utmost confidence because even people that are probably racist that I've talked to agree with me at the end that it was probably racist. The North Carolina voter ID shit, it was racist as fuck. Most people that push voter ID try to do it in racially divisive ways. Yeah, I'm sorry. Destiny, I don't know if you know, since I think you have the alt-hype blocked, I'm going through his tweets for the homework thread, but goddamn does he try to talk to you and about you a lot. I mean, holy shit, he really, really has an unhealthy fascination with trying to reach you. I think that Ryan really wants to talk to me because, and this might be a little ego-filled, but I think that Ryan views me as being a somewhat reasonable person, so he thinks that if he can just talk to me, he'll pull me over to the race realist side. And I think it bothers him that I write him off so easily when I'm willing to talk about these kinds of topics. I think just in the way that I've read his stuff, because it doesn't seem like he has like a derision towards me or that he hates me. It seems like he just really wants to talk to me. That's like the impression that I get. But I don't know. Yeah. Be careful. Lil B the Base God is like one of chat's like most well-known fucking retards. Be careful. I would join the dark side, but they have to put in their fucking work, dude. If they had like a super fucking hot, like a really crazy, like hot, like an alt-right cutie or whatever that was like waiting for me, like, oh, Destiny, like, oh yeah, like we can do some crazy fucking shit, like every fucking night. If you just date me and join the alt-right, oh fuck it, dude, I'll do it. And then some money on top of that. If she was loaded and really fucking hot and was gonna do some crazy shit, I would probably jump on. Yeah, sure. She has to be like rich as fuck though. Because there would have to be like we would need multiple dimensions in order for me to like truly sell out, you know. What do you even want money for? I'd like to retire in my 30s would be nice, I guess, right? I don't have to fucking work, stream for you fucking shitters. Jesus Christ. I need to do the math on how much money I need to put away so I can quit this fucking shit. Go back to my real passion of playing League of Legends off stream. Stefan Molyneux made a 38-minute rebuttal of that article. Oh no. Oh god.
Yeah, it can be kind of painful to see things for what they are. But it is important to see things for what they are. New York Times just put out...
Stop!
An article called "Can My Children Be Friends with White?"
All right, let's play. Woo! Let's play a game. Do you think that he's going to make the distinction between New York Times reporting versus New York Times editorial section? What do we think? Everybody, enter your guess. What do we think, guys? Enter on your keypads. Press now. Vote now as hard as you can. Do you think Stefan Molyneux is going to make the distinction between the New York Times editorial section, which is clearly going to have incredible bias, versus the New York Times reporting? Let's find out.
People. That is some tasty race-baiting NYT, and I don't know if we've hit peak New York Times or not yet, or peak racism yet, but looks like we're getting close to the summit as it stands. First of all, of course, can you imagine a white person saying, can my children be friends with black people or Jewish people or, Hindus? I mean, the double standard, of course, is becoming boringly predictable and ridiculous. And the article goes a little something like this. First of all, it starts with what has become kind of like a leftist cliche, which is, well, my son saw Donald Trump on the television and screamed like it was something coming through another portal dimension on Stranger Things. I had to comfort him extensively. The writer says, my oldest son, wrestling...
Nope, looks like we didn't make that distinction. Oh well. It's okay. It's all the same.
The 4-year-old's happy struggles is trying to clarify how many people can be his best friend. My best friends are you and Mama and my brother and... But even a child's joy is not immune to this ominous political period. This summer's images of violence in Charlottesville, Virginia prompted an array of questions. Well, I guess one of my first questions is, why is your child seeing images of violence from Charlottesville, Virginia? He's 4. That's not a G-rated news story, for God's sakes. That's my first question. Just be straight up with you. I've got a lot more questions to come, but that's my first one. The writer says, in explaining, I guess, some questions about Charlottesville, some people hate others because they are different. I offer lamely. A childish but distinct panic enters his voice, but I'm not different. Okay, people don't hate other people because they're different. Hey, you know who's different? Kobe Bryant. You know who else is different? A quarterback in the NFL. You know who else is different? Cher. Taylor Swift, Nicki Minaj, people with significant performing ability. Very, very different. They're not hated. I hate people because they're different. No. So this...
That's a pretty uncharitable reading of what the guy means when he says not different. Is this what we have from our master philosopher? From our master philosopher, Stefan Molyneux? That's what people means when they say some people don't like people because they're different. Well, naturally, I will point out that not all differences are hated upon. Therefore, you're entitled... Like, is that really what the person means? Like, okay.
I don't know how to explain how evil white people are to my 4-year-old child. Not an argument. He goes on to say, it is impossible to convey the mixture of heartbreak and fear I feel for him. Donald Trump's election has made it clear that I will teach my boys the lesson generations old, one that I, for the most part, nearly escaped. I will teach them to be cautious. I will teach them suspicion, and I will teach them distrust. Much sooner than I thought I would. I will have to discuss with my boys whether they can truly be friends with white people. Distrust, caution, suspicion. I must teach them to be afraid of white people. Now,
damn. Wouldn't it be crazy if there was like some normal interaction that you might have with a white person that could randomly result in you getting fucking killed? Woo! All right, I don't want to watch the rest of this. Okay, I'm just gonna go to bed. I love you guys. It's been crazy. I was gonna put up arguments, but he said not an argument, so clearly we have none. So I think we just concede. I want you all to stay safe. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, happuccino, mappuccino, my dudes. And rip on into the ethers. And be careful, my dude.